has the better friendship, the Sidemen
or Baby Squad?
To settle this one once and for all, the Esports World Cup has flown us out here to take this test.
We've been given questions about each other, and whoever gets the most right wins. Starting with the hardest question first.
What is Toby's worst feature?
What's going on?
I don't know my worst feature. I'm great. All right, 3, 2, 1.
It's nothing.
Technically the same thing. My height is nothing, so...
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's a point.
What I meant.
That's a point.
That's a point.
Yeah.
This height is nothing compared to the rest of the side.
Yeah.
What is Sharky's worst feature?
I don't know.
Okay, let's just do it.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, forehead. How's the knee your worst feature?
I should have said forehead.
What's Vic's favourite video game in history?
If you don't write this, he's not writing it. I've seen the first letter he's writing it.
3, 2, 1, let's reveal.
You spend so much, you still play it.
That is very...
This is your game.
That is true, because I
This is
don't
your
play
game.
this anymore, but I've played a lot of games in my time. I've probably put more hours into this than that.
What's Kenny's favourite video game?
What is Kenny's favourite game?
I don't even know myself.
3, 2, 1, COD.
My guy knows me, man. Hey, 50 in the world on Black Ops back in my day. This is my game, man, and I still play it today.
What is Vic's biggest pet peeve?
Can I show you my answer just for Bants? I'm going to change it. Just look. My answer is going to be very specific.
Have you written all of them?
3, 2, 1. People who don't know what they're talking about but act like they do.
No, because that's actually sometimes me. So, I said people who text. That frustrates me when you see someone's like read a text and you just don't get a reply.
What's Kenny's biggest pet peeve?
Ah, man, I don't even know that.
How can I know if he doesn't know himself? I'm just gonna write something now.
How was he writing before me? That makes no sense.
You got something?
Yeah, but if I did have one, it would...
3, 2, 1.
Speaking too loud.
Arriving early. Because you're always late. Did you get it?
You bait me out in front of everyone here that I'm always late.
What is the biggest moment that defines your friendship?
Oh.
What would I say?
You
You know what I'm thinking about.
No.
You can't.
No, you can't.
Right, all right.
Here we go. Ready?
3, 2, 1.
I've got coaching for the charity match.
It's technically the same thing as...
Yeah, that is the same because you trained me to score the penalty. Yeah.
That's
This
a
is
point,
true.
really.
3, 2,
Oh, I regret my answer now.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I should have put that.
Yeah.
I put Kenny's first fight.
I was gonna put that, but
I was gonna put moving in together. I should have put moving in together.
because I'm like, that's just, it's my moment, it's our moment.
I
it's
know,
like,
but I enjoyed it. I was like proud
I
of
was gonna
you.
put that as well.
No, but I was gonna put that.
Oh.
I should have put that.
Who is better at trash talking in online lobbies?
All right, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Victor.
Yeah, I was gonna say Toby's too nice. He actually doesn't. He actually compliments people.
I'm good at offline trash talk.
Stands on business in person.
Yeah. Say it to my face.
There's only one man.
3, 2, 1. Kenny!
Me.
That's you, but that was you growing up, though.
Yeah.
You're just trash talking everyone.
The Call of Duty lobbies, no one can chat to me.
What is Vic's most used emoji?
Can I have a backup answer?
Yeah, why not?
All right, 3, 2, 1.
I even drew it.
Oh, got the crying laughing, let's go.
Yeah.
Star as a backup.
Crying laughing
Let's
emoji.
go.
What's Kenny's most used emoji?
3, 2, 1.
Laughing emoji. Yeah, boy.
Let's go on the roll.
Who is the better overall gamer?
3,
I
2,
better say Toby.
1. That was easy.
That was easy.
More of those, please.
Yeah,
more
go
of
on,
those.
more of that.
3, 2, 1.
Kenny.
Yep, that's me.
Easy.
If Toby was not a YouTuber, what job would he be doing?
I don't even know if I believe this, but I've written it.
All right, ready?
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Pro baller.
Come on.
You reckon I made it pro?
Yeah. If it weren't for that,
Wasn't for
weren't for that
the
YouTube
injury.
career and that knee injury, you could have gone pro. I'm telling you.
I'll take that.
If Sharky wasn't a YouTuber, what would be his job?
Ooh. 3, 2, 1.
Football coach. Same thing. Same thing.
Oh, I'm so glad I got that right. Oh my God, we're back in the game.
Yes.
If you two entered the EWC tournament, which game would give you the best shot at winning?
So what game could Vic successfully carry me on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
FC 25.
Odd.
I put FC 25.
I put COD so you can carry me.
Oh, yeah, but you can carry me in. Oh,
Yeah, we don't play teams like that. It's like that's like usually one-on-one.
I was gonna put COD, but I was like, I've actually got.
I'll just hide in camp, but you could just, I'll just camp.
That's so true.
You could just carry me.
Like that.
All right, here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Let's come on.
If you're both stuck on a deserted island, who would survive the longest?
I don't even know. I'm just gonna. Damn.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I would disintegrate myself.
Yeah, I'm going.
3, 2, 1. Sharky. Yes! Go on.
Thank God.
So you would think Kenny, right? You would think.
I was like, when
no.
you really think long term.
I can go longer without eating.
Endurance.
And I feel like I'll be a bit more tactical with survival stuff.
What is the first video game you played together?
Don't question it. You're questioning it, aren't you?
Oh, 3, 2, 1.
FIFA.
FC, yeah. Woo! Because remember, my first time playing Fortnite was with you. I thought I was going to say that.
Oh,
it wasn't the first time,
not
yeah.
First time playing.
Yeah.
This guy.
All right.
Right, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. We played MW3. We did. We played MW3 before GTA Vive came out. I remember.
Introduction to the Sidemen.
Yeah, but this is the first game.
You're sure we played MW3
Yeah,
together?
I remember it distinctly. I even remember the map. We were playing the map called Bootleg. It was me, you, and
What's
Josh.
Bootleg? Is that the village?
It's like the grassy outdoor one on Modern Warfare 3.
I don't remember that.
But anyway, yeah.
So maybe I'm wrong.
Who is funnier?
Ooh.
I know what's going to happen here. 3, 2, 1. Kenny. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen.
Bro, I feel like you're the more like intelligent. Mine are just stupid.
Yes, but that's why you're funnier, because it's like yours is like instant.
Okay, I'm ready. Here we go. I put myself, but it's often unintentionally.
I agree. He's phenomenal. Underrated, if you ask me.
Yeah.
New funniest moment is your cow impression. Give him your cow impression.
Nah, I've got somewhere to be actually.
If the internet cancelled Kenny, what would be the reason?
What would I get cancelled for?
Already typing, mate.
Bro, what? You know what? This makes the most sense. All right, 3, 2, 1. Disrespecting a culture by accident. Because sometimes I'm not clued up on certain stuff.
I wrote laughing at something offensive. It's not the same thing. Because you laugh a lot.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe you're going to be on stream, something offensive, and you just start
Doesn't
laughing.
that count as disrespect? Like laughing?
They're shaking their heads.
Point.
They're shaking their heads.
If the internet cancelled Vic, what would the reason be?
Well, it already happened. Oh man. Alright, ready?
3, 2, 1.
Who's most likely to rage quit during an EWC tournament?
Ready?
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
So,
yourself.
I rage quit among us. I can rage quit in an EWC tournament.
He can do that.
3, 2, 1.
I'll put myself.
Is it? I rage, man. Come on.
I don't rage quit, I give up. But to be fair, maybe rage quit is more your style.
What is Toby's proudest moment?
I don't even know the answer to that. That's was. Oh, I got it.
I got it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, bang. Yeah.
Playing at Old Trafford. Come on, let's go. That's big.
Go.
That might actually have to be worth double point.
What's Kenny's proudest moment?
I got a few, but
3, 2, 1.
winning against.
Yes, same fight. Main event Dublin,
There we go.
winning in Dublin. It was against Anderson.
Winning in Dublin.
Same fight.
What is Toby's birthday?
I'm gonna write down Vic's birthday just to embarrass him.
This is my kryptonite. I don't know anyone's birthday. Oh no.
I'll tell you all the Sidemen's birthdays. Josh is the 4th of September. Simon's is the 7th.
Don't worry about it. I got it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. His birthday is it's on a really it's a
April
great
8th.
day that we all celebrate.
April the 8th.
I'll try and remember that.
What's Sharky's birthday?
You have to know. You can't not know this. This is the top 3 easiest birthdays I think a human could possibly have.
That's why I know it though.
Yeah.
3,
2, 1.
31st.
December 31st.
There we go.
If you didn't know that, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, that's poor for me if I didn't know that one.
Who is better at EAFC?
Woo! Time to stat pad, baby.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Toby.
Yeah, we just know each other.
That's
so
the one
well.
game I have over this man.
3, 2, 1.
Sharky, and I'm not even that great. He's just really bad.
I'm just horrible.
He's just really bad.
I'm terrible.
I think we did pretty good.
I think we
I
smashed.
think we did pretty well
If God
there.
come anywhere near, I'd be impressed.
That was the final question.
No!
We have tallied up the results.
Oh my God, please.
Firstly, who do you think won?
We won.
Who do you think won out of two?
Us.
We should win. We've known each other for longer, I believe.
The person that won by a landslide
What?
is the side.
Yes, come on, W.
How close was it? Come on. Not close.
Not even close.
Fair play, congratulations. You guys can have that one.
If you did enjoy the video, please click right here to watch us answer your most Googled questions.
Hey, I'm Anna Kramling. I'm a chess master, and the Esports World Cup invited me here to answer your chess questions. I don't understand how chess masters can play blindfolded against like 6+ people. Like, what special techniques are they doing to remember so many positions on the board? Are you able to do it? This is my biggest flex ever. Yes, I'm fully able to play blindfolded. Actually, as a chess player, because you're constantly imagining different variations and you're constantly picturing the pieces moving when you're calculating in chess, it's actually not so difficult to have all of that in your brain. So it's a great party trick, and I think actually more people than what you think are able to do so. Whenever I check a review after my games, it says I always blunder at least 3 times. So what's a mistake casual players always make that I can fix ASAP? I'm sorry that you always blunder at least 3 times. I think most people will blunder quite easy tactics, especially at lower levels. So for instance, you blunder a piece in one move, or you forget that there's a fork in a couple moves. So I think getting rid of the absolute easiest tactics, that's the first way to go. And you can do that by studying more and by doing chess tactics and chess puzzles. Checks, captures, and attacks. Don't miss them. Why are different pieces worth different points? I've heard the castle is 5 and the bishop is 3. But like the castle and bishop are super similar, right? Okay, I'm sorry, Milo. I didn't create the rules of chess, but the castle, we call it rook in chess terms, but it's a castle. All pieces are worth differently because if they weren't, then all pieces would be the same. And you have to think about your chess pieces as a group of different people that have different roles, and they're all achieving the same thing, which is to checkmate the opponent's king. But yeah, it's just what the rules of chess are. I don't know what to tell you. How much money do chess grandmasters actually make per year? Be honest. Most chess grandmasters make very little money. I think to actually be able to make a very good living, you have to be at least top 20, top 30 in the world, which eliminates most grandmasters out there. My parents are both grandmasters and they did not make a lot of money playing chess. I mean, my dad was living in a hotel and he was just basically going from tournament to tournament to try to make enough money to buy all his food for the month. For most people, it's not a job that can make you a lot of money. I can't give you exact numbers because everyone makes differently. Top 20 people will make quite good, and then maybe top 10 women in the world will make pretty decently as well. How do you stay locked in during classical games? Like, what are you thinking during the long silences? People think that 1.5 hours feels like a long time. When I play chess, I feel like 10 minutes have passed and there's like 1.5 hours. It's pretty nice. I think when I play chess, it's kind of for me like meditating because it's the only time when I'm not on my phone and I'm not constantly getting an influx of a lot of different notifications and things going on, and I can just sit peacefully for myself and think and play a good game. Chess is such a diverse game with so many different nationalities. Have you noticed if they have different play styles? I think that's for me one of the coolest things with chess. I remember when I was 14 years old, that's when I got really interested in chess because I went to the Chess Olympiad and I remember walking in and I saw 2,000 people, everyone coming from all over the world, South American countries, Asian countries, European countries, African countries, North American countries. And I was like, I'm seeing so many people that I would never meet in my life if I wouldn't be here. For me, that's one of the coolest things with chess, that you get to meet people from all over the world. I have not noticed any difference in playing style. I think that everyone is just trying to play good chess. So no, I can't tell you if there's any difference. Is the Bong Cloud opening? Why is it a meme? Yeah, I mean, it's a meme because of how bad it is. Like, I think Magnus Carlsen, he always says it, like it's one of, it shouldn't exist or something like that. I think I saw him say. The Bong Cloud opening is when you, on move number 2, push your king forward. Now, this is objectively one of the worst things you can do in chess because it's all about checkmating your opponent's king, and you're, instead of protecting your king, you're putting it in the middle and you're just not protecting it in any way, and you're never gonna be able to castle. But I think it was Hikaru that popularized this. And I think Hikaru and Magnus played it against each other in some game, and it became an iconic meme just because you're seeing the two best chess players in the world basically playing the worst opening there is. So yes, I've myself never played this because it kind of hurts my soul, but it's it's possible, it's just not recommended. What's the real secret behind the Sicilian defense? Why does everyone love it? Okay, I love this question. The Sicilian defense is my love, okay? I've played it ever since I was a little kid because my mom once said, Anna, if you want to win games with the black pieces, you got to play the Sicilian defense. And that stuck to me. Typically, when you play with the black pieces, you kind of have a disadvantage because you're one tempo down, white starts. So you typically end up getting a little bit of a passive opening, but not with the Sicilian. So the Sicilian goes like this. White goes e4, and now you go here. Now, what is the reason of you going here? Well, the reason is that you kind of want to prevent white from getting a lot of space immediately. So you're immediately saying, hey, if white goes for this setup, which is the idea that white typically has to get the two pawns in the center, then we're going to capture this pawn and we're going to eliminate this and we're going to try to get our pieces out very quickly. So the Sicilian typically goes something like this. And now you can do a bunch of different moves. There's like 10 different variations within the Sicilian. You can get your knight out, you can push one of these pawns, you can go here and try to get a sniper bishop all the way from here. But it can become a lot of different things. But the key move in the Sicilian is c5 on move number 2. From there, you can learn a bunch of different lines. People say it's not good for beginners. I think it can be good for beginners. So I think you should try it. It's such a great opening for black. Help! I've been stuck in ELO hell for years. What do I do to escape? I'm very sorry you've been stuck with your ELO. Just watch the videos, improve, play more. I'm sure you'll get out of there. I believe in you. Yeah, that's it. I've been grinding on chess.com for years and I finally got to 1500 ELO. How much longer do you think it'll take me to be a grandmaster? I'm 15, by the way. Hashtag on the grind. Okay, listen, I love the positivity you have, and I love how much you want to become a grandmaster. It's amazing. There's a long way from 1500 to grandmaster, but you just keep playing, and we'll see where you go. But it gets exponentially harder. But don't let that stop you from achieving your dreams. If you want to become a grandmaster, keep going, keep grinding. I believe in you. What is one thing I should know/learn to beat most people at chess? I don't want to be the best, just better than most. I feel like I'm seeing a red thread, which is that everyone just wants to improve at chess and everyone is stuck at just not knowing how to improve. But I think that, I mean, in real life, most people are not that great at chess. So if you just reach like 1300 online chess rating, you're gonna be better than all your friends. And already that is a great flex. If you're able to just pull up a chessboard and challenge all your friends and destroy them, who cares if you're 1800 or 1300? You're already flexing on your friends. Just watch master players play, watch games, try to improve from your games, watch a lot of videos, and just become better. Okay, final question. Could a noob beat Magnus Carlsen if they had like 30 queens? You, my friend, are very lucky because the Esports World Cup just tested this. Click here to watch the video.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now. The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its 3rd appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We book Esports World Cup.
It all feels extremely familiar. I've been here before. I've been here for such a long time. This view of the Eiffel Tower, this rooftop, it all feels so similar.
Chris, wake up! Wake up!
Who the hell are you?
It's Eterna! We were just talking a few minutes ago. I know my hair's a little messy, but I'm still the same person.
Is this Dota?
No, we're moving on, Chris. We're moving on to the biggest mobile esports title.
We are. You are right. I've snapped out of it. Yes, this is the mid-season cup for MLBB here, and we're so excited to get into it.
Super duper, and especially now that it's going to be collaborating with EWC 2026 here in Paris.
So excited. Let's jump into a quick explainer for the club championship before we get things started.
16 of the best teams in the world have gathered in Paris, France for the MLBB Mid-Season Cup at the Esports World Cup 2026, and the action for day one begins today. Chris, you are not dreaming. We've got a lot of action here on stage 3. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet welcomes you back with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I'm so excited to get started. My name is Rain Day. I will be your host over these next 2 weeks, but I am joined by a slew of talented, professional commentators that really, you should already know. They need no introduction, but let's introduce them anyway. It's Mirko and LaFell. What's up, guys? Mirko, how you doing?
Bro, I'm feeling excited. As you can probably hear from my voice, maybe a bit too excited as of the last 2 days.
I mean, like, for me, you guys know about the moon? I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm over the moon.
Dang.
That's like a different way to say excited. We're ready, y'all. Is your ears okay?
My ears are good.
All right, perfect, and we're ready.
If you can't tell, these guys are going to be having fun throughout the entire time. It is going to be a blast, and MLBB been one of the most enjoyable games I've had a chance of learning, and we're so excited to dive in. Everybody who is a fan of this game, welcome again. You are going to love it. And also, we've got a chance for you to engage. Yes, by watching, yes, by chatting, but also by making your tournament pick'ems. You can decide who you think is going to win. You can go to esports.com/play, esportsworldcup.com/play, or scan the QR code on your screen for your chance at $300,000, and of course to see if you get these pick'ems right. So make sure to check in with us and let us know in the chat if you're doing well. Mirko, you got your pick'ems in?
I got my pick'ems in. I had to, redo his fantasy picks.
Hey, wait,
later.
Hold on.
My picks are way better.
Man. Hey, no, bro, come on, bro. You gotta think of, you got your boy, I got my boy, man. I gotta be loyal.
That's true. That's true.
I can't have a team without Stormy in it, all right?
Okay,
let's
fairs.
make that clear. Plus, Grammy has that killer instinct. That's why I had to have him over Sanford. I do have to say, based on the meta, we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, it's clearly going to be interesting because there's so many good players, so many young players today. Stories we'll highlight from all around the world, and of course Southeast Asia, which has dominated MLBB for so long. Will we see some new champions rise? Will we see some old teams come back and defend their title? We'll find out in just a moment, but we're not alone. We've got more talent with us. You saw them briefly in the intro. Let's go introduce themselves fully. It's Chris and Eterna.
So we thought you'd give you a little bit of an introduction to us. I'm Chris. I'm going to be covering all your needs when it comes down to the Club Championship here at EWC.
And I'm Eterna, and I'm... What was it again?
We talked about this.
I don't remember.
Right,
but I was
remember,
Descos
remember
before.
Remember what I told you. Remember what I told you.
Okay. I'm Eterna, and I'm going to be the reporter. So I'm going to cover player interviews, just getting the back scoops of everything, and perhaps maybe even get some coaches.
Yeah. What am I doing again?
I don't know what you're doing.
I don't
remember what you were.
Okay, I've remembered, thankfully, exactly what I'm doing. It's going to be covering everything to do with the Club Championship. So when you do have teams competing in all their respective games over every single stage here at EWC, they are accumulating Club Championship points. And I'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on with especially teams like Team Falcons, who are going to be vying for the win here in the MSC.
Chris, don't forget the defending champions.
And Team Liquid, of course, the favourites coming in this tournament. They'll be looking for the 1,000 points that you get for finishing first. But that is going to be our job, so we're going to be covering all of that with no bias whatsoever.
None. Right?
None.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
History certainly unfolding here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and MLBB is set up for a mid-season cup that will not disappoint. There's so many through lines here, from obviously last year, but also the wild card to get here. And I think setting up that story is one that we've paid special attention to. Falcons MENA made it through a 10-team gauntlet that included teams all the way from East Asia, Mekong, Thailand, MENA, Turkey, EECA, Europe, the Americas, to finally outlast and battle to get here, guys. And it's a journey, but now they have their first chance to make it on this MSC main stage.
It was crazy. I mean, it was a brutal journey all throughout. I'd go as far as to say that Falcons MENA, nobody really predicted them to make it through, especially with their curse in the wild card. They always seem to fall flat in the wild cards. But again, they were able to really capitalize on the utility jungle meta. So a big question mark here coming into MSC would be, has Boyet adapted to the assassins in the jungle?
Yeah, it's almost to the point where the meta has shifted so much that some people might say like, oh, they're slightly at a disadvantage because we've seen a lot of their a lot of their meta during wildcards. But the thing is, a lot has changed that maybe they won't even be using the same heroes.
Well, it's a really interesting conversation because last year, as you guys mentioned, they did not make it, failed to qualify, and they were not expected to make it in this one. So Falcons MENA, by qualifying, they've actually given Falcons, our club championship back-to-back winners, 2 teams at MLBB. So twice the amount of chances in this 16-team group. When you look at the split, Group A versus Group B. LaFell, I know you've got your eyes on Group A. I want to hear from Group B as well from you, Mirko. But LaFell, Group A obviously has some great stories there. True Rippers is coming up in my eyes. Guangzhou Gaming. What are you seeing here?
Honestly, when it comes to Group A and Group B, I feel like it's a no contest that Group B is the group of death. So for Group A here, I want to see the teams that are here actually maximizing their chances to actually get quite a few more metas in. Like for teams like Team Vitality, Falcons, PH, even Team Spirit are probably one of the favorites to make it through out of Group A. I want to see whether they're just going to go all in, use their best strat, or they change it up.
It's crazy to see Group B, though. I mean, Group B is ridiculous. LaFell's already mentioned it, but we have 7 champions in Group B. Only 1 runner-up. And it's crazy to say, but Onyx is the one that feels like the odd one out here up against all these champions.
It's an incredible slew of teams, and the reason it's so important and the reason that they are here is not just because of the pride, obviously, regionally to prove that they're the best, but because of the life-changing prize pool. $3 million on the line from MLBB here at the Esports World Cup. $3.5 million total for all competitions. $1 million for the first place winner. So everybody, whether you're here, is not done with their journey. Remember, nothing is granted, right? And so you have to find a way to earn this moment. And if you do, Mirko, it is life-changing.
Absolutely, man. Especially considering if you look at the format of this event, man, it's fantastic. We got the group stages already with a completely different format to all the other MLBB tournaments, and then single elimination bracket in the knockout stages. If you lose, you're out. No second chances. I love MSC EWC.
Yeah, one of the great things about this too is that right now we don't have to worry about losing any team. We actually do have our schedule for today because it's going to be group stages for the next 4 days. You guys are going to see teams battle against each other, and I love what LaFell said about this because you get to experiment. If you're in Group A, you might have a little more leniency to save some strats for later on if you know you have a weaker group in some people's eyes. But we'll see a lot of teams here. Team Vamos, Team Falcons MENA, Team Falcons PH, and Guangzhou Gaming right after that. Vitality will take on True Rippers, India's first chance at an international representation here at MSC, and Team Spirit versus Ignite Gaming. LaFell, all great teams, and obviously games that are going to give us our stories that are going to help shape this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially because for now, sure, there are some mismatch in terms of who they're facing up against. I'm looking at Team Vitality because True Rippers, yes, is the first India experience here at International, but Team Vitality, honestly, one of the favorites to win it all. So this is going to be a good test for True Rippers, but also for Team Vitality, because I feel like in that matchup, it's not enough to win. You got to win very convincingly.
Yeah, both teams have so much on the line. Coming up next, our first matchup of the day, Team Vamos and Team Falcons MENA. It's time to narrow in on what will be our first set of the day. Mirko, Team Vamos, Team MENA, obviously 2 teams with a lot to prove. Maybe 2 teams that people didn't expect to be here, now here, fighting for a chance at $1 million like everybody else.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sorry, LaFell, I'm sorry to all the Malaysian fans, but I'll say it. Vamos look uncoordinated, they look chaotic, they look awkward, they look weird. But funnily enough, that's exactly what you need in this meta. With the Assassins, I actually think Error 404, not GOAT, I should say, will do really well.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm there with you because I feel like everyone has their doubts for Vamos, but now we're looking at Team Falcons Falcons Mena, they're already quite a lot of the doubts come wildcard because, again, people thought maybe they'd be top 4, maybe at most top 3, but they made it all the way through. But again, like you said, that was the tank meta in the jungle. We'll see how Boyet adjusts when there's a lot more assassins.
How do you guys feel about this meta report here? 84 unique heroes in 69 games at MWI, Mirko. Healthy?
I think it's very healthy if you look at MWI, but just like last year, I feel like if you look at MSC and MWI, we're going to be seeing completely different metas here, especially when it comes down to those weird picks like the Hanabi.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it here at MSC. I think we're going to see many more assassins and less healers.
Yeah, this is why I'm actually looking forward to this one and why I see in Group A, there's a little bit more room for you to test out new things because here's the thing, it does seem like there's a meta where with 16 different teams, everyone can have their own identity and possibly not get punished that much. The only thing that I feel like would be super punished if they have 0 early game, right? All mid and late game. Other than that, I'm actually looking forward to how the meta shapes up.
I'm really looking forward to how this is going to work out. And obviously, our first match of the day introduces Team Vamos and one of their stars, their youngest stars here in the tournament, Error 404. We had a chance to catch up with the man who was so aptly named based on maybe a little bit of a mistake, but now it is caught on and caught by fire here in the MLBB community about how he's feeling going into the first match of MSC.
We're now back here with Error 404 from Team Vamos. This is your first international. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit nervous but excited at the same time.
Nervous but excited. But more nervous or more excited?
But I think more excited.
More excited. That's what we want to hear. Because I heard, back home, in MPL MY, your heart rate's always off the charts. It's always above 130. Is that true?
That's very, very true.
That's true. Why? Why is it always so high?
I think it's just the adrenaline of the game.
Adrenaline of the game. What do you think today is going to be for you?
I think it's going to be high also.
What do you think? 140? 150?
140 maybe.
140 maybe, 130. But of course, we do see a shift in meta. It looks like the assassins might be back in the jungle position. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm really excited because it patched back to assassins, right?
So you like the assassins?
Yeah, I like.
Are you good at the assassins?
I would say definitely better than the utility. Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite assassin?
For now, I think just Fanny.
Fanny, okay. We're gonna keep an eye out for that. Do you have any message to your opponent today, Team Falcons Mena?
Good luck, especially to my ex-coach, Coach Pao, and let's give a good match for the viewers today.
All right. Thank you so much, Era 404. Over, back to you.
Well, loves the assassin jungle instead of the utility. That's exactly what this meta seems to be offering up, guys. LaFell, your thoughts on here in Era 404?
I mean, first of all, good shout out that Coach Pao that used to coach for Vamos is now in Falcons Mena, so he should know quite a lot about the kids. And I gotta say, something about Era 404, we know a lot of energy, right? Marco, you would understand this kind of energy where you're all in a hotel room and you know where each other rooms are. He will go to your room and just keep on ringing it, and then when you open, he'll come in, he'll run around, jump on the bed a bit, and then get out.
He's got that energy for sure.
He's done it. He's done it to casters, he's done it to some of the players. So they're like, you know what? He's a good player, but oh my goodness, is he annoying.
So that's why he's got the beats per minute that high. Dude, he's running around jumping on everybody's
always
bed.
140. It's insane. During draft, 140.
You don't realize mobile games, you could just do a lot of physical activity, unlike just being at a PC. So, one of the benefits is that he could still be ranking up at that point. He's that good. 17 years old, the star of Team Vamos. We'll see what he can do. But we also had a chance to catch up with Team Falcons Mena. This is a team that, again, did not make it last year to 2025's MSC and did not come in as the expected winner of the wild card, but somehow they are here. We had a chance to catch up with Boyet about why.
Hey, Turner here for a pre-match interview with Boyet right before his match. So, quick checkup. Boyet, coming from wildcards now, going into the first day of groups. How is the preparation like for the team?
For the preparation, we don't know because we never practice because my teammate go to their home and try to study, and me, I'll go back to Philippines and try to fix my visa for this world card, for this EWC.
Okay, so you don't have as much time to practice, but obviously you do have a hold of the meta, right? You have a hold of the meta, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. Because in wildcards, we saw a lot more, tank junglers, and now we're seeing a lot of assassins. Well, we're getting rumors about more assassins. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I'm familiar because I'm playing rank game before we come here. So I think the team pretty much know about the meta.
But it's all good, right?
Yeah, all good maybe.
Maybe. Boyet, you gotta give us
We don't
something
know,
here.
because we never practiced. Like we just met when we arrived here. So and this is the first time we play. Like,
I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck for this first match. Okay, I'm gonna give you a handshake here. Good luck.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say to anyone before your match?
To anyone, mostly our supporter, keep supporting us, and we'll try our best. This MSC, and to our enemy, vamos. Good luck, have fun, and let's give them let's give a fans a good match.
And good match we will see. Thank you so much. Over, back to you.
Well, looking to give the fans a good match. That message goes out to anyone. And I love that MLBB has such fun commentators and players to work with. Mirko, you're nodding there. Yeah, special message from Boyet.
All right, Boyet, you know, the message to anyone, I like
anyone.
that. I like the anyone message. But who the heck was that? To your opponents, good luck, have fun.
Hey.
Where was the Boyet from Wildcard, bro?
Bro, they gotta step onto the stage, okay?
Nah.
Eterna was there. She was making it nervous. So she's like, "Well, I'm good, maybe."
Eterna has been making people nervous, I think.
That's
I think
true.
That's been happening.
I'm nervous.
Hey, Turner, you gotta stop, all right? But I think Boyet and Error 404, one thing I want to see for sure isn't just the assassins, but I want to see the taunt. I want to see the emotion. These two players bring out the most out of a match by yelling a lot of I love yous.
A lot of I love yous,
A lot
of
of I
course.
love yous in Malay and in Tagalog. So if I don't see that, I'll be very disappointed.
And Mirko can't yell right now. And so that's why he needs you to yell for him, because he's kind of living vicariously through your yells. So make sure you do it. By the way, make sure you also get your pick'ems in, guys. It's EWC 2026, so you already know you got to be a part of it. You have $300,000 that you could potentially earn your share of. So make sure to get your pick'ems in for this match. It's open now. Get them in very, very quickly. All right, gentlemen, I'll go with you, LaFell. What's the biggest story here? Who has to get going? We talked about Arrow 404. We talked about Boyet. Who needs to be the star of this game for their team to have success? Let's start with Team Vamos. Is it all Arrow 404, or who else needs to support him?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm doing Vamos because they're my boys for this
I know,
one.
yeah.
So Vamos, the story coming in is there's always a lot of doubts because right now everyone has the same idea that Malaysia should only have one representative, and that's SRG, because they are far ahead against anyone from Malaysia. So Vamos coming in, Arrow 404 is the new generation. He's supposed to be the new face, the young guy coming in, but then the rest of his team, a lot of veterans supposedly there to support him. So I want them to be able to prove all the doubts wrong and actually show up and make it to the knockout stage.
See, we got all those wise words for Vamos. I think for Falcons Mena, it's kind of sad, but it's true right now. It's just play your game, because it's so weird. We heard it in an interview with Eterna earlier. Boyet said they didn't practice. I'll give you another fun fact. I got this from Boyet and Sanji, not the mid laner, the XB laner for Falcons. He said they didn't practice for wild cards either. They're coming here with just the power of friendship, dude. Like
The
pure power of
friendship.
friendship. That's what Falcons Mena have. So at this point, I'm thinking, how do they synergize together?
Gentlemen, before we get started, it's tough because we're coming in first day. We haven't seen the meta develop. We have ideas of it. Any predictions heading into this one?
I think
close set? Are we seeing?
I think close.
Close.
Full 3 games for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely can be the case in terms of the heroes. I'm looking forward for Vamos to use a setter for supply, something like an Arlet, and then come into the in the jungle. Either a Ling or a Nolan. It's kind of like Arrow 4 style of play. I'm thinking more of the Nolan to be safe, but if they see an opportunity, I would like to see the Ling.
I would love to see fast from Air 404, but for Boyet, maybe he actually takes this assassin meta to subvert our expectations. Maybe he goes for the utility jungle because we've seen a lot of it already at MWI.
Well, high expectations. That is one way to describe what MSC means to these players. Another way to describe it is what is at the end. $1 million and a chance at glory, regional pride, and the moment that every player dreams of capturing a championship. Let MLBB begin.
Welcome to MSC at EWC 2026. It is amazing to be back. And ladies and gentlemen, for another year, Rose and Milosh are your hosts for this year of MSC.
What incredible time we had. There you go. That's all the fans out there. Last year we had a lot of fun together on here, Rose. This year we get to do it again. And every summer is MLBB season. We had it earlier on where only last week MWI wrapped up and Team Vitality were victorious, but it does not end there for MLBB. You continue on and start off with MSC.
You know what, Milosh? Today we have 16 teams, the best in the world, battling it out for their nation's pride, prize money, and of course, club championship points.
A lot on the line for all of these teams, as you said. So how about we bring them out on stage for you? So big introductions. First up with Team Falcons Philippines. Flap, Kyle, Hachi, Super Marco, and Okwen.
And up next, we have Guangzhou Gaming, Modi, Recall, X-Ying, May, CY.
Hometown Heroes, Team Vitality. Shogun, Nile, Moreno, Eamon, and Finn.
Making their international debut, True Rippers. Rehansha, Ians, Asuna, Kimi, Garcia.
Please welcome Team Spirit. Kid Bama, Czar Egoist, Sunset Lover, Hiko, and Sao.
It is time for Ignite Gaming. Diablo, Kelvin, Roy, J, CS.
GK Esports. Aizen, Zeno, Quanok, Yaga, and Shen.
Please welcome Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, Coily, Sa, PP, and Kuzen.
Joining us on stage, it's Aurora Gaming. Lunar, Tenzi, Rosa, Sigibum, and Pagu.
And of course, it is Onyx time! We have Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, Kelra.
It's in the name, it's Entity 7! Akashi, Hide on Bush, Shin, Doom, and Vakoon.
And please welcome Yangon Galacticus, Ying, Han, Kaiser, Blink, Sanji.
The Huff and Puff, it's Selangor Red Giants. Cram, Stormy, Innocent, Yums, and Sakai's.
match of the day. We have Team Vamos! Sapat, Error 404, Klokun, Zikif, Natko.
It takes two to tango, so please welcome their opponents, Team Falcons Mena! Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Sano, and Troll.
And you know what? We mentioned 16 teams, but now only 15 are on stage and we don't even have a trophy yet.
I think that's coming in a special way, so please join me in welcoming our MSC 26 trophy held by our MSC 2025 at EWC Champions, Team Liquid! Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, Teddy, and JP.
In pursuit to defend their title, Team Liquid is in the arena. "16 of the best teams in the world, eyes on the prize." And of course, as we head into the land of dawn, only the best will prevail. It's time to rise above.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The land of dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC Paris. For many of us, this is our first.
We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We will prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro, Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos, as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings. And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the grand finals.
Slangor Red Giants are your new champions. MSC 2023 champions. Honor!
Team Liquid is your grand champions.
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
And Team Liquid bringing in the trophy, letting everyone know that they have been put on notice. They are going for the defense of MSC. What a journey that was, seeing you guys were hyped on that. Yeah. Before we even jump into this game, the draft starting soon, just, Mirko, what does this mean for these teams coming here to play for MSC?
This means everything, man. This means everything for all the players, not just playing for EWC, going to Paris for MLBB. You know, I don't think any of these players, I think I speak for a lot of the talents as well, no one expected this game to bring us all the way to Europe, to Paris. To compete here, it's an honor for them, and to represent their regions, their organizations, it means everything in the world and more.
Gentlemen, you know what I saw there? It's a lot of motive. But before that, this is my champion's pick.
Yeah, and it's 2 champions, 1 game. My champion's pick. The event is now live from now until July 27th. So make sure to get involved. Lafel, you were saying.
Like I say, man, watching that video, it was so high because the thing that I got out of that is the motives, man. Like everyone here, there's more than one reason why they are here. They got the spirit. They got the energy. They're fighting for their family, their friends, the pride of their country, and also just to take down the final boss. And Carl, like, that was such a hero shot by saying, try. I'm here. I'm waiting. If you guys can't stop me, I'm going to win it over and over again.
If we were to tell a story before it happened, and we were going to give a little bit of a prelude and an idea of what could be the story for Team Vamos or Falcons Meta before they jump into the draft, Mirko, what would it be? Would it be rising against the unthinkable odds to secure what no one expected them to have? In your words, how would you put what begins right now?
Absolutely. I think especially after that opening, you saw the peak of MLBB. Now we go all the way down to surface level. This is where Vamos and Falcons Meta started. Heck, Falcons Meta had to start below sea level.
Jeez.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Everyone has proven that they're good enough to come here at EWC. But once you're here, good enough is not it.
Nope.
Even being your best is not enough. Even being perfect sometimes is not enough. You have to somehow break your opponents in the process.
Nothing is granted.
And good enough is not good enough. I like that. You got to somehow be your best, but you have to also let all the things that happen in a tournament happen and still survive those bounces. We've seen it in the World Cup that just ended. The ball doesn't always bounce your way. You have to navigate those moments where things feel good or they don't feel good, Mirko. And as we do narrow in and we see the big picture, we get a chance to now kind of focus our attention on 2 teams that are climbing that mountain. And in this way, as we take a look at the map reveal, it starts that mini moment of, hey, this is going to be what we're playing. Broken Walls looks like it's going to be the map. Lafel, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of my thoughts is this might be just a little bit better for Falcons Meta here because they might go for a composition that has a tank jungle that can go for an early invade and able to get out of that scot-free. And Broken Walls may not be the very best for picks like the Fanny or the Ling. We'll see whether even in that situation, Air 4-4 will still go for those picks.
And as we do look at these picks, and again, narrowing down, we see the map. Now it's time to almost start looking at what is the composition, because this idea of the jungle has been something you guys have been discussing in the green room quite a bit. Mirko, for those coming in, do you really expect to see a lot of, I guess, the unique heroes that we saw at MWI increase because that jungle has become more available?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more unique heroes, but not the ones that we saw at MWI.
Okay.
A few of those heroes we already saw at MWI. Again, a lot of utility jungle usage all the way to the grand finals. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more aggressive picks here. Assassins coming down, and even maybe a bit more diversity in mid. We've been talking a lot about the jungle. I think now we need to move our focus into the mid lane. In the last few years of MLBB, it almost seems like it's just been 1 to 3 heroes in the mid lane. I think the meta has opened up a lot. I think a lot of picks that guys back at home aren't expecting will be coming out because of the assassin picks. Those vulnerable heroes like the Yi, like the Farsas, or even the Gords that have been meta for a while may not see the light of day. Heck, we might see more heroes like the Kadira, the Eudora to deal with the assassins.
So that entire meta shifting because there's more pressure.
Yes.
From the dangerous jungles.
It's volatile.
That'll be interesting to see. And, you know, I want to go back to it. Star players. I mean, we talked about Arrow 404, but Zekeef as well has been somebody who has kind of been that new version of Team Vamos trying to claim that youth. LaFell, how do you feel about just this team, Zekeef, Arrow 404, their synergy coming into this?
Their synergy is amazing because the thing about Zekeef is he's almost redefining how you should be playing the roam, which might be quite interesting in this current meta here because he can play a front line. He can be the toughest guy just to get all the ults out and then let it be safe for his team to go in. But also, sometimes there's a situation where he has to be the carry where he use some damage dealers where, sure, eventually he will toughen up, he will be that front line, but in the early game, he makes life hell for the opposing jungler. So I want to see if they want to go for that kind of strat here. And Zekeef is one of the new prospects coming out of Malaysia to be a top roamer here in the international stage.
Expect a lot of that, by the way. Hirara, Fanny, both banned out. From what I've heard, those are two most prioed heroes. The Atlas is first pick prio for Team Vamos. This will erase a lot of that pressure and actually a lot of the comfort picks from Falcons Mena. They've been playing utility jungle with an Atlas here. It's going to be very, very tough to pull it off. So they might have to already move in a different direction.
Boyet and Sanji trying to do their best with the 2-pick response. But that's what you hope a first pick does, right? Mirko just kind of sets the team picking second on the defensive end so they don't get to set the tempo of this draft.
Yeah, especially because I feel like for now, in terms of the roam, there's not a lot of counters for it. It's a very safe early pick. It's really the EXP as well as the jungle that can really get counter out. So I kind of feel like that's something that Vamos wants to be careful of. If they see certain picks coming up from Falcons Meta that makes it much easier, then they will go for it. But look at this. Falcons Meta already picking up the Arlet as well as the Valentina. The Valentina, I think, is just an overall okay pick, but also maybe to deny of a potential pick for the Sora. But the thing is, Paquito is still there. Esmeralda is still there. There's still good picks for Vamos here. So the Arlet, I think maybe just to take it away from Silpai, but also doesn't it show that Falcons, they want to pick up a Nakai later?
Could be. The Guinevere gets picked up though for Team Vamos, so they need a little bit more damage in gold or mid. There you go, the Eudora! I called it. I was going to say, against the Valentina, this is an amazing pick, and I've been hearing a lot in scrims. This hero isn't just in the meta. It is prio. It is a first phase pick. Falcons Meta lean back to their comfort, and I'm so happy we get to see the Eudora straight up because I've been talking about it behind the scenes.
And I gotta say, even as a tank, it's surprising by how much poke damage that she does, not even by using her ult. So this is going to be very interesting. Right now, we're looking at the opening picks coming in from both teams. Rather similar, except for Rome as well as EXP. We see here for Vamos and Falcons Mena, they have their junglers as well as their mids. For Vamos, they have a roamer, and for Falcons Mena, they have their EXP. For now, Falcons Mena, it does look like they're going for a more team fight composition. A lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE. Coming in from Vamos here, there's a lot of, I would say, crowd control coming in from the Atlas as well as the Guinevere. And now Falcons Mena, they understand how important the EXP is, so they're taking out the Yuzong. And for Vamos, they want to make sure that the side lanes is not going to go crazy, so they're going to be banning out the Moskov. I wonder if they will ban out the Claude as well, considering I feel like they might have an okay draft for a Claude.
LaFell, you know this team very well. They're from Malaysia, and what would you like to see from them to complete this draft? What's somebody you'd like to see picked up here to complete this lineup?
I want to see something fast that can invade the jungle coming in from the EXP, something like a Paquito or Esmeralda, because the thing about how both Era 4-4, the jungler, as well as Zekeef, the roamer, how they like to play is a lot of forward momentum. They like to be in the face of their opponents because they know they have the strength, they have the firepower for it. But for that to happen, if their EXP wins the lane, they're going to try to end the game as fast as possible by 14 minutes, 12 minutes. Like, that's how they speed up the tempo.
And I feel like, especially for Vamos, having a person like NatGoat in the gold lane makes it a lot easier for them to move around the map. Like, they don't need to go just for neutral objective fights here, because, again, Falcons Meta, they kind of have a combo to control neutral objectives. So who's to say it's all about neutral objectives at this point? You have a winning matchup in mid with the Eudora against the Valentina. You have a very, very mobility-centric composition with the Guinevere and the Atlas. I think they might go strong side gold here. They ban out the Moskov. The Claude could be an answer. They go for the Cho to deal with the Atlas. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Bruno here for Vamos.
Yeah, honestly, like Natco, as long as he gets a pick that can survive a lot of engage, which, by the way, I kind of feel like, sure, these are 4 scary heroes for Falcons Meta, but I feel like there's quite a few gold laners that can survive that kind of onslaught. So now all we're looking for Vamos here is the gold lane as well as the EXP. The Esmeralda is still up, but they do need a little bit more damage, so I wonder if they want to go for something else. Yeah. In terms of Natco, there's a lot of picks in the gold. There's still the Hire of the Claude, and like you said, the Bruno. I feel like none of those are bad choices here.
Well, typically, you know, we've talked about kind of coming into this, the difference between the aggression versus the calculated approach of these gold laners. Natco being, as Mirko had said, just very, very aggressive, wanting to push tempo, but Sano wanting to take his time, get to that late game. They're getting their last couple of picks here. How do you feel this has set that storyline up between 2 different styles in the gold lane?
I feel like having a weak side Claude here for Natco is going to be amazing, especially because it really does feel like they're going to be playing a lot of 4-1, maybe a 1-3-1, but I'm really feeling like a 4-1 formation here for Vamos, letting Natco absorb maybe 2 sides or 2 minions in the gold as well as the mid, and now a Bruno for Team Falcons Meta. I gotta say, for Vamos, I'm liking the idea here, and Falcons Meta, it looks like a very easy to execute draft.
Yep. For Vamos, I think it's also pretty easy, right? It comes down to who executes better right now. If Vamos can play the strong side of the map, play around those neutral objectives, win out the skirmishes early on, and it's going to be great. But Falcons Meta, I feel like they have more ways right now to play around their gold lane if that neutral objective loses out.
If you think somebody won a draft, is it leaning towards Falcons for you?
I'm leaning more towards Vamos.
Towards Vamos.
Yeah, same.
You too, LaFell. It's obviously a great showcase of 2 teams coming in with different strategies. Natco and Sano in the gold lane trying to go toe-to-toe in terms of their dynamic. Will aggression win over calculated patience? And will Error 404 find a way to be the young star that he is? It's our first game of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. I know 2 guys who are ready to call the action. It's Naisu and Gideon HQ.
It took us weeks, if not months, for everyone to make their way here to the Mid-Season Cup in Paris. And we're going to find out the next champion for MSC here at EWC 2026. It's going to be Naisu Gideon to bring you the action to start off our group stage. Gideon, we have to talk about the Eudora.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting to see because most of the time, most people wouldn't even consider Eudora to be part of this particular meta, and Clawquid has already missed a couple of minions, which is already pretty bad look for the start. But the laning phase is by far the hardest part for the Eudora.
The Eudora, it went through an interesting change, man. I mean, when it was its older self, you know, she kind of had a one kind of trick, like, here's my ultimate, here's a bunch of damage. But now I know LaFell mentioned it. You know, you can actually do quite a bit of damage just with her first skill even.
Yes, yes. That Fork Lightning is now interesting. Now that they've kind of revamped the way that her passive works, especially with the Superconductor. Now, if you look over Troll, right, he's got that little indicator, and that's because that's the Superconductor stack. If he's able to hit with another ability, you can empower it to do some things. Now, Fork Lightning is particularly interesting because now you can start getting some movement speed on top of extra DPS. So you start kiting around these people if you can apply it more effectively.
Yeah, one thing too is we got a chance to go ahead and call the games during the wild card. You know, we got to see Falcons Meta make their way through that gauntlet that it was. Again, even those best of ones were pretty brutal. We know that they developed over those weeks, you know, or that week, those days that they had to play. We heard that they didn't even have much practice, you know, but they managed for the first time to get to the points in the group stage here for MSC after all that they've been through. And again, this is a team that we talked about that has this kind of innate synergy between each other, right? They've played together so much on the international stages.
Is it going to happen? Error 404 is waiting for 30 full seconds until level 4 has been hit. Straight away with a combination, but it's going to get disengaged instantly. Landshaker will buy a little bit of time, allowing Error 404 to get on out of there, but the final slash will put Sabat in a compromised position with no flicker. First blood achieve fatal links as well to combo in, and the power of friendship nets them 4 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey man, forget the Turtle. Let's just go get some bodies. And they'll do this, just that. First Turtle's going to be theirs as well for Falcons Mena. What a start. Let's take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC. I mean, again, man, this was a setup waiting to happen. A flicker, a stolen Fatal Links for Cuffin was the setup.
Yeah, great eyes on Cuffin, actually, because he saw the angles. Like, maybe I can actually get a little bit more. They could have been happy with just one kill, but they decided we're going to go above and beyond. And now, unfortunately, that wasted 30-second angle that Arrow 404 was sitting up on that top side forward to try and unlock Suppot has now failed, and now has put him significantly behind, because if you look at Boyat, he's already level 6 to Arrow 404's level 4.
Yeah, this is one of the things, again, where, you know, if you're able to go ahead and get these early starts into this game, the current meta that we're seeing, snowball potential can be quite insane, and you're talking about a 2,000+ gold lead already at this point, nearing that 4-minute mark. You're setting yourself up successfully here for Falcons Mena. And across the board, too, Troll, again, one of the, I would say he's a prominent Cho player. This is probably his best, or one of his best picks that he brings to the table. It's what he kind of made a name for himself in their first international experiences. And, you know, now that you have this lead, you can take that chance. Try to set things up. Oh, Troll.
Speaking of setting things up, they already have the Wombo combo of a lifetime, but Troll, they don't have enough base damage to kill him just yet. Luckily, he is rocking the tank emblems, able to keep him alive for the time being. But for now, it just goes to show they're just getting stat checked early on in the game.
Stat check for now. Here's another.
Oh, now once again, getting the superconductor off of Boyet. Well-timed heavy spin. Now this is the big issue that I'm seeing, right? Because Vamos, they've got a lot of wombo combo tech. If Falcons, Mena, are in the right place at the right time, that heavy spin kind of counters everything. Same can be said about the final slash at the end. But the fact that everybody has flickers, it really goes to show, yo, we are here to fight, we are here to combo, and that's it.
The heavy spin's so good, man. And that's why the Akai, over the course of the past weeks, if not months up to this point, he's been taking a value in terms of hits. Whoa, Troll, I was waiting for it.
Already had the way of the dragon, but Suppot manages to get on. Do we see the punish? And yes, it is good. It pulls one more over the wall. Almost unintentionally, but they already saw everything. This is one back, a double kill for Vamos to pull him back into a better position.
Hey man, Vamos brings himself back into this game. They should be able to go ahead and take this Turtle as well, so they'll even out the objective. Turtle takes. Really good counter punch. Again, this was Troll starting that fight up, but Vamos saw it coming and they responded exactly how they needed to. Now after the Turtle, they'll rotate down to the bot here. Yes. They want to put some pressure on Sano if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this, right? Initially, the game plan is if he just gets Suppot a slight lead in the lane, that lane should be basically done for, and then we can go straight back into team fighting and play for our strong side like Miracle mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Oh, wait, the dragon. Onto Zeke's side?
I don't know if that's who you want to kick, you know? I mean,
yeah.
Here's what... You're just saying hi. I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're an Atlas, but he might have wanted that here. Oh, on the turret?
I don't know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It would be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter. Very surprising to see that despite Nako not exactly having the greatest of matchups into this Bruno, that he usually, Bruno usually is the one who takes down the first turret. This time, it's Natko.
And Natko's up 700-ish gold, almost to the 700 point, right? This is, yeah, again, one of those cases where you see a lot of gold laners, they just kind of sit in their lane, they do their thing, they get farmed up. I call it the gold lane experience. And for a Claude especially, you want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits it a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now, both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is Zeke actually looking for a potential pick, but not going to happen. Now Natko can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Ha's Claws, right, coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Natko already doing so well, oh boy, this is dangerous. Final Slash coming through and Zeke getting Wombo combo to the ground. But let's see whether Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ults and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons Mena. Do they still want to put some pressure here, Troll?
They're trying to call it. I think that at least for Trolls, it shouldn't be anywhere close. I'm not 100% sure. This Cuffin definitely can steal an ult.
A little look there at Boyet. Here we go. Turtle, 3rd one of the game. Last one here. Fighting for space.
Already, spatial migration is good. Now into the Blazing 2, and Nako somehow is the one who actually takes away this turtle, and now they're on to Boyet. A double kill for Nako so far, and they're not done. Do they have the Fatal Links actually pulled? They've delayed enough time, and Sanji, unfortunately, cannot outplay into 4 members.
Okay, the firepower seems to be there for Vamos. They get the turtle, they're looking for more fights, potentially here.
Ooh, and now underneath the turret, stolen Fatal Links on towards Nako, but it doesn't matter. He has Purify, gets out of there quick, and now, in fast succession, from that bot tier 1, they've taken away the purple buff. They've taken away the mid turret on top of defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taking a whole lot, man. I mean, think about it. Just minutes ago, you have that 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Mena, and it's changed so quickly. You know, the pendulum has now swung over to Vamos. They're knocking down tier 1 turrets now, taking what they can to set themselves up for that first Lord here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold lane.
Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe 1 recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Nako. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh, wait, hold on. Immediately, we find a pick off the support side. The Fatal Links eye catches onto 3. Heavy spin from Boyet. It's good. They're thinking about it. The combos are just too much. Sanji able to find it into 1 more. They need to get the last 2, but Clockwind and Echo have lost their front line. Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos' positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how they had this lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Once again, they just catch on Sapat. The rest of the team gets... Oh, they got heavy. They got heavy spun on, man. That's what happened.
Big heavy spin. No way to kind of buffer the spatial migration. And worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky. I think Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the gold.
Yeah, that's... essentially brought it to an even game for this first Lord now, as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have an Akai in the hands of Boyet, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this Lord. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into 1 so far, right into the spatial migration. It's great, but that's already 2 fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether Air 404 is going to get it back up in time if Falcons do decide to rush this.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. It's half health on this Lord. Troll still trying to zone out here.
Oh, the way the Dragon already good. Fatal. Oh, wait, Air 404 gets pushed out of it, but he's still, with the spatial migration, gets the Lord in time. Sano in the back line gets caught by Natco, and by then, this fight is already over. They chase the last remaining members, and even with a Lightning Truncheon, it might just not be good enough. Cuffin, no more ways to dash. Zeke kills him, and now the score is 9-8.
Wow, what a fight from Vamos. Not only were the Lord secured by Arrow 404, but you got to give it to Sapat, man. He zoned out the proper members from Team Falcons. Natco followed through after that. You're going to look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured even amidst all of this. But then where Sapat goes, he even burns the flicker, zones out Sano. So much of your damage profile is gone there. Natco was sticking to him, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
What I'm most surprised of the fact that they were able to steal the Lord. Like, everything that could have gone right for Falcons was already in the mix of this piece of bread that they were trying to bake, but unfortunately overcooked. And now Natco getting attacked by the epic spin. Luckily, the Winds of Nature keeps him alive long enough where the Dragon's going to kick him down, but the rest of the team can't even finish it off. Sanji gets him at the very end. Now Clockman finds the trade. Subpot gets them back, and with the damage dealers gone, this allows Vamos a free in on the attack. For stolen Fatal Links onto 3, but Cuffin can only do so much before he dies. Subpot takes him out, and it's over. Sano takes out 1, and this might be it. Sano finally is skilled just enough with no ults and nothing left. That should be it for Vamos.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon? I mean, they lost that base turret. It's a good thing. Oh, are they going to chase down Air 404?
They can punish this. Yup, into the Violent Requiem. Sano forgot the alt timers.
All right. it was going so well until it wasn't, man. I mean, Sano had the space to work with. Like you mentioned, he hit that power spike where he's actually being able to do some damage. Again, he was, what, 2,000-3,000 gold behind at Natko, and, you know, that's really what they had to lean on. So, yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is in that fight, you know, Vamos lost Natko, but they have enough damage to actually pull through the fight, enough kind of durability to still duke it out, and that's also partly due to the lead that they have.
Oh, Fatal Links onto one so far. They haven't forced this. Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset. Tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late. Lapu's in the wakes, and now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario. What a catch here, and a lot of battle spells just gone.
Yep, that was the mark. Troll found the mark. Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for Natko. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons Mena to kind of get back into this game. They've whittled down a gold lead a little bit, but essentially it's, if they can find a pick-off, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Klakun.
They've already used spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The backline needs to get zoned out. Sapa jumps in with the bravest fighter, but they're immediately focusing their energy onto Sanji. 50-50 here. Who's going to get it? Sapa flickers forward onto Sano. Blazing Duet as well. Right onto Tuffin. Stolen. Fatal Links pulls him away, but that Lord falls into the hands of Klakun as they clean up the rest of Falcons, who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And, you know, if Sano is just zoned out the whole time by Sapat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now, base turret in the mid will go down.
Oh, now trying to make this play. Klakun even flickering forward and trying to make the wombo combo. Comfin goes down, and now nobody can clear the wave in time. Sanji, he has an opportunity. He's back up with Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it, but he needs the help. Final Slash comes on through, but how long can you sustain before it all turns black? Vamos closes out the game 18 to 11. I'm not gonna lie now, Naisu. I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. For game one, anyway. You know, it was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons Meta. But again, game one, it's only day one here, the group stage for wildcard, you know, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple of missed moments from Vamos, right? Their over-eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers. Like the Winds of Nature that was early purchased by Natko after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. And I think that's the really beautiful thing from both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table, but I think a big part of this, you know, you mentioned it, Claude, the power spike that he was able to hit faster than the Bruno, but also just the amount of lead that he had. And being able to follow someone like Sapat on that Lapu Lapu really gave you the space to just do so many things. And again, looking at these highlights, especially this team fight, Team Falcons Mena had the idea they had to get rid of Natko, they had to pop the Purify, they had to get him out of the picture, but even then I feel like they were just not able to go toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting, even if they got Natko out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hard stat check, you know? You can't keep up with somebody who's got more items than you. They're naturally going to beat you if they have more numbers. But I think that Falcons have some really good ideas, and Vamos is not invincible. This over-eagerness to try and, hey, we can win this fight. I'm going to start things up. You guys have to follow up. And unfortunately, they fail to forget that these are some of the best teams in the world. They're not going to miss that opportunity to sucker punch you when you're not looking.
Yeah, one of the things here, that's game one. We're going to be throwing it over back to the studio.
You and Gideon, great commentary on that game one. And Vamos takes the win, and they were not Vamosable, as we were saying backstage or on the studio. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Mirko and LaFell to break down the action in game one. Mirko, Vamos had a lot to say in that game. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes you couldn't really understand what they were talking about, and they let some of that lead go, but they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, as Gideon mentioned, man, it's just classic Vamos. Over-eagerness to make plays, over-eagerness to be aggressive in the early game, trying to utilize that composition. Got them in a few dicey situations, like that crazy miscoordination by Sapat and also Error 404 up top. But, you know, all is good. They were able to come back, you know, recover from that and do really, really well in the mid-game by taking those neutral objective fights as expected.
Yeah, I feel like in that game, one of the reasons why the eagerness wasn't that punished that well is because really what Vamos was trying to do was to disrupt the tempo, because they understand the timing for Falcons Mena where they like to set things up. So Vamos did not allow for the setup to really happen. In fact, there are some situations where they disrupt that setup by Air 404 going in. Even though he's the jungler, he's the first one to go in. And I feel like for Falcons, the reason why it didn't look all that well is because I don't think they utilized that draft that great. They weren't able to get the catches. There are some counter engagement that was good, but not enough.
Yeah, Sapat on the Lapu Lapu, obviously a big initiator and helped that team zone out. But also, I mean, in terms of the storyline there, at the M6 Swiss stage, I mean, we were kind of prepped on what this matchup means. Most of that team not here, but Sapat, one of the only members of Team Vamos when this team was formerly named Twisted Minds. The majority of this Falcons Meta team took them out of M6. So Sapat maybe still has something to prove, maybe a little bit more to his match than some of the others, and he certainly did it in this game.
Yeah, he recovered really, really well, and they were able to come back in this game from that early. Wait, how bad was it? Was it like 1,000 gold lead early on, right? The four-man pick.
It was almost 2,000.
Yeah,
it was almost 2,000, and then it goes down to 1,007 to 700, and then over to Vamos. I gotta say, Sapat, the biggest change a few years back until now. Those years, he was doubtful. He was like, I don't know if I can do it. But now he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm the underdog. People don't see me as the potential champion. No pressure. I'm going to go in fearless.
Yeah, and sometimes that, like, kind of being in the moment, losing out on it, but sticking through it, it makes you a little fearless. You're like, what else can go wrong, right?
Morale is very important, man. Having that confidence, as this guy's doing 6-7 as well. Yo, Vamos right now, if I look at them again, if I look at Falcons Mena, I think it comes down to also Falcons Mena leaning towards their utility jungle picks that got them the wildcard win. The Akai pick was fantastic in the wildcard. Here as well, you can see why they picked it up against the Atlas. But I feel like if you look at this game again, you see that massive gold lead, you see that massive XP dip between the junglers, and you can see why it's going to be very hard for an Akai this meta if you fall behind. If you get all this early neutral objectives, all G, brother. But if you lose just a bit, which happened, I don't know how that happened, by the way, Natko stole the turtle once, and then the second or third time was Eudora.
The only reason I don't want to clip it is because there's so many times he just retreat early. He literally retreat early, and there was like about 100, 200 HP left. Yikes. Eudora stole it, and Claude stole it.
Well, you actually looked at a couple of clips that caught your eye. We have some telestration you're going to do for us, Lefel. Break down what you saw on that game one.
So I got two clips here. First of all, we got to look at the first mistake that really happened where for Vamos, like I said, over-eagerness. Right now, I want you guys to see here the positioning of Air 44 as well as Sapat. They're not on the same page. It looks like they're going for different targets here. Maybe the idea was Eric could solo kill the EXP lane here, and then Sapat, he just wants to zone away, making sure that the two members of Falcon does not arrive. But the problem is, as we play the clip here, we can definitely see the damage is not enough, as well as we see the Akai really pushing Sapat out of the way to the point there he had to use his flicker. And this is all while the turtle is going to be the next contest. This is not great coming in from Vamos, but it does look like they have a good idea that we just want to win the fights. We don't care about the neutral objectives at this point, and we can see it's heavily punished here, where looking at Falcons lineup, you can see that they are a more team fight heavy composition with a lot more AoE and a lot more crowd control. So that's the first clip here that we see, but we also got to look at the second clip of where Vamos really turned things around, but it is also off of the mistakes coming in from Falcons. Thank you very much, Marco, by the way.
Yeah, great assistance there.
Yeah, right now we see Sapat already use his bravest fighter, so he actually doesn't have a great way to engage the fight. But look at Aero 404. At this point, it really does look like Vamos, their idea isn't for those neutral objectives. They just want to go for the kills. As we play the clip here, we see that Troll is moving forward. They don't have full information of where everyone is, and then they just go for Troll because they want to eliminate the crowd control. That's the biggest aspect of why they lost in the previous fight. So they go on to this, and then we'll see here, actually Boyet had a slower retribution time. If I can release for a bit, hold on, 1, 2. Okay. hard for me to pause during that moment. But you can definitely see Vamos, they got the turtle, but that was not their intent. Their goal was to get for the kills, and they were able to do that. So good on Vamos. And then I feel like that's just something that Falcons has to look out for.
Great showcase and great assistance there. Assist of the game. We don't have MVP right now. We do have an assist of the game. That was Mirko, assist of the studio segment. Guys, I mean, that was to me also kind of the thing that Vamos made sure they were going to do, which is set the tempo. Yep. And I like how they also went to their strengths, which is we may not have the best team fighting team, but we can get individual picks really well. And when we do that, we can win the team fight.
Yeah, I think also, if we're talking about that team fight composition from Falcons Mena that Lefel pointed out, we have to take a look at Falcons Mena's eagerness to be the proactive team. It seems like for the entirety of that match, they were just leaning towards, all right, we're going to punish Vamos when they make a mistake. A few times it happened, but a lot of other times you could clearly see when they needed to push that turtle fight earlier, they didn't want to. On the Arlet, on the Cho, you need to jump on the Guinevere before the Guinevere jumps on you. And because they were just too reactive, it caused them to lose a lot of those early fights that got the Akai super far behind for the late fights.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do to change things up. Coming up, though, for you, just a reminder that we've got Rhino Day. 2 games and 1 champion. Sorry, a brand new interactive effect. That's what it is for Rhino Day. And it's now available. Check it out and join the celebration. So a brand new interactive effect. Rhino Day, baby. I love it. So it's close to Rain Day right there. It's not.
Yeah, you know what?
I was like, am I doing something for MLBB?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
Rainy Day.
Well, I'm definitely down. Go check out Rhino Day. That'll be fun. And I think Mirko, too, when we start looking at game 2, what can we look at Falcons Mena bringing into this next draft that helps them in these moments? Because clearly they didn't suffer from having a good composition, but they did suffer from being able to execute it. And how do they solve that problem?
I think it comes down to, again, in the game they were too reactive. I feel like in the drafts they were also too reactive, right? Instead of going for their own prio picks, they were just reacting to it. They see the Atlas, they go for the Cho and the Akai. They see the Claw, they go for the Bruno. They're just trying to counter, getting these good matchups, but ultimately not having a composition that works together overall, or not even playing into the metagame that well, right? So I think the big mistake coming into game 2 that they should fix would be try to be the proactive one. Steal these prio picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on them.
Prio picks going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of 3 have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a 3rd game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, Lefel, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wild card was not easy and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams and sometimes you can't have the same mindset for all 16 teams, right? For example, we saw just now that Falcons try to play more methodical, play more slowly, play more reactive. But against a team like Vamos, this is a game that who starts first, they will most probably win unless they just miss a lot of ability. So I kind of feel like it's difficult, but you can't look at Vamos like Team Liquid. You can't look at them like SRG. Maybe against Vamos, you have to be slightly bit more disrespectful. Be like, I'm just going to go fight for you because you're not that good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, not to throw shade to Vamos, but this is the reality. When you're going up against competition where many different teams are here, you can't have the same mindset. You can't have the same strategy against every other team for the simple fact, not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls. Again, Mirko.
Back to back. Oh, I don't know. I mean, they played it so well, Vamos, in that game. They will even like double down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks, maybe even stealing blue side, which they did. Fanny Ban and I believe the Hirara. This is the question though, right? Do Falcons Mena play the Hirara? If the Hirara is left open, I feel like first pick should be the Hirara, but then Vamos just get their hands on the Eudora Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Hirara was open. I don't remember them actually using the Hirara.
That's the thing. I mean, Wildcard was different, though.
Yeah, no, they would use a Hayabusa. They would use a Eason Shin, maybe even a Nolan. So, yeah, we definitely got to see how it really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side for Vamos when it comes to Phoveus. Phoveus is something that they do not want to deal with. And now Vamos themselves ban out the Atlas. So they're really respecting Troll here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I feel like that's setting up just in case if Era 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout out to Era 404. He is basically an assassin main. But going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle. And I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth, because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to draft for the team when you have such a willing player to do whatever it takes, whatever hero he needs to win the game.
And for Valdo, it's looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in a similar position where they have control. You're noticing that ban right there. What do you see him?
Yeah. Hirara banned out.
And that means they can't use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They banned on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later on. So Falcons Mana, what's first pick? Is it the Guinevere take now that the Atlas is gone?
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of surprised at was that in the early phases, we don't see any Eve at all. And I still feel like Eve is one of the stronger picks here.
Juicin actually could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned, right? Hilda, Atlas, as well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos like they want a very fast game.
And this is just already very, very tough. They banned out the Fovea, so at least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP Gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya. There you go. Freya first pick for Falcons Mana. Now Vamos. Do they still go for the Eudora, though, is the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an Eve can protect yourself. Eudora, you're probably hoping for your roamer to back you up just a little bit so that you have enough damage to make the Freya a little bit scared. But I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons Meta going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of presence there from
very early.
I love it. And the Eudora. See, I know it sounds strange to the people watching, you know, but I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick, and I've heard, shout outs to my source, that this is first pick, like this is first phase prio. It's not just that one time on blue side. It's really good against assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents if you want to go assassins, and that's what we see here with Ling and Eudora.
And I feel like that's also just a takeaway, just to make sure that this Ling is going to be able to survive. So this is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bands, you know that it's going to be Assassin. You're just wondering which one. And considering it is Broken Walls, they still go for the Ling. I'm very excited to see how Air 404 pilots this, because it is one of the heroes that he used quite a lot in his amateur days, but we haven't seen his Ling on the pro field just yet, just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long time. And now the Cho, I can understand. But the Valentina, quite early on, we'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Beleric pick for Vamos, right? Oh, no, they just go for the, obviously, just the winning matchup. And
just all the power picks for Vamos here.
Because I'm thinking Falcons Mana could still pull off a Yi Sun Shin and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So, all right, fair.
Zekeef, Nako. Obviously, two important players for Vamos. They both had good games, a good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace, how do you feel about this, Lefel? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcons Mana was a little slower in terms of those fights, despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe 2 more gangs, they'll be able to deal with Nako. I mean, like, it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons Meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, you know, game number 1, it's whatever, it's a warm-up game. Now we actually got to lock in. With this kind of draft, they have a Freya. Any draft that Freya, you're supposed to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see. But I think Vamos already knows that, and they're already having a lineup that can fight early, honestly.
Could also be the Harith pickup for Vamos later on, a signature pick for Natko. Moskov gets banned out again. The Cloud Snatch Away is also still there. I think for Falcons Meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was going to be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short-ranged. So it just comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no, right? Because if they don't, that means they're going to have to go back again, maybe on a Guinevere or some utility, another utility pick. They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like are they going for Fredrin?
I honestly...
I don't like it.
I hope not. I hope not, because then if they pick up a Fredrin, their mid trio doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure, and now the Minotaur is there as well. This is going to be pretty interesting, because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flask of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say because the Flask of the Oasis is, the heal is great, but the more important thing is actually that cooldown, right? Once you get a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have dealt with the Minotaur much easier.
And it's so good because, all right, the Harley comes around and Vamos were leaving so it is a Freya in the gold lane. Alice goes to XP. Now Vamos, do they answer the Freya with a carry or do they flex the Esme into the XP, or sorry, into the gold lane? Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was showing up in scrims. I didn't know we were gonna get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good. Seen a few in-ranked games, but yeah, honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ult of Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Vamos Drive is that they have multiple win conditions. If the link doesn't work out, you got the Melissa. If somehow the Melissa doesn't work out, you still got the link. So it's very interesting.
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well. As game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. Vamos, if they win, they take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much, man. Me and Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa in this game too from Vamos. Gideon, is this very Vamos of them?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, honestly. And if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFole's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also reflects the exact same thing. They want to make sure that this early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Hawkwood as well as Zcreef. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game. And then by early mid-game is when you're expecting them to start, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks. I want to see whether they can improve upon that.
Ooh, nice little aggression here from Troll, but Era 4-4 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of, especially back in MWI, right? We saw the Ling come through. Oh, okay. And it's one of the things, again, where you can actually kind of hyper snowball on this hero, and it's sort of a risk in itself, but in this case I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell, the Eudora pick, because like LaFell said, once you get that Flask of the Oasis locked in and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, the Deadly Magic, it's almost there. One more auto attack, but he can't actually get it. And now the Tempest of Blades comes down right onto Boyet. First blood instantaneously. Arrow 4-4 showing some mechanics. Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that. That one, that's just ego. That's just by the way.
Yeah.
We both don't need this.
Let's just hold on our flickers. Let's use them, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw, the support from the whole team synergistically for Vamos is what's so important. They really have to work with their kits together to make this, where then again, you kind of just rely on Natko to do his thing in the lane, scale up on the Melissa. We don't see the Melissa often, but we've all been there. Once that Melissa scales up, gets the items that she needs, like, it is very annoying to deal with her. That go away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Let's see how this fight. The Deadly Magic's already out. Sipot takes the damage, but Throne Ruin catches onto 2 in the backline. Hawkwood in trouble, can't run away. No Flicker dies to Sano as they start running down the individual members of Vamos one by one. Era 4-4 thinking about it. Oh, the getaway just in time to deny the angle, and Sanji has to get away. despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyet's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range here. So turtle secured for Vamos. They'll win the objective, but there is some fight here from Falcons.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm curious about what Natco is going to go for his build, because he is doing phenomenal in this lane, like really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets after using her ult actually is just a little bit bigger than the get away from me coming in from Natco. Well, unless they start spacing them out, but he's playing this lane perfectly.
Yeah, he is. So support, Troll wanted to visit, gets spotted out. The rest of the team from Vamos down there protecting Natco. Again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcons men kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan, I think, is the main question here, Gideon.
Well, I mean, the arsenal is ready, the flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natco can only trade back against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos, it's about trying to deny Troll. If they can put Troll, make him lose his flicker, kill him early, get the way of the dragon out, it becomes a lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyet or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game plan for Team Falcons men also might be, again, for Cuffin. This Valentino was talked about quite a bit in the draft, now that's come through twice. And, most likely from the other side, what ultimate's he going to take? Probably the Minuan Fury, right? Try to set things up. Not sure if there's much else that he can utilize there, but that's one of the things. If it's Troll trying to get a pick, and let's say he's, hold on, bottom?
Yep, this is guaranteed kill here. Natco tries to get away, but Sano says, it's all right. I can still throw my abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on Natco. So good play made there down in that bottom gold lane. Perfect timing for this turtle to be up too. He's going to be back up, but they'll try to blitz this.
Oh, Troll right immediately on top of Clockwood. Even though he had some peel, it's just not good enough with Throne of Ruin on top of him. Air 4-4 now cannot join this fight. He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades already up, looking for a trade onto Sano's side. The kick already came back up, and immediately Natco gets punished for it. They're looking for anything, but unfortunately the timings are all wrong. Supa getting dove by 4 underneath the turret. Oz Esme, and finally Cuphead secures that kill.
Phenomenal fight there from Team Falcons, and I don't know, man. Natco's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now by Troll. Definitely not feeling too good. And just when we thought, as we look at the replay here by STC, you can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight, Natco just revived, dies again off of the kick, and so now you're further behind. So that same scaling that we see in Game 2 is not going to replicate what we were able to see from Natco in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that Vamos might be allergic to getting Purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations. The more reliable spell usually is supposed to be Purify, but at the same time, that makes you a susceptible target. Everybody is going to target you as soon as your abilities are down. And that should be said about everything, because now with quick rotations here, Sano should be able to take this top tier 1 without much contention.
Okay, turret down, Sano is able to do that. He is a menace to deal with. He's even got the Vengeance, which kind of just helps him, dealing with if he decides, like what we've seen with the Freyas most of the time, they're able to go 1v2, 1v3 in some cases, and you get a start like this for Sano, you're going to be a big obstacle in the way for Vamos to deal with when it comes to these team fights breaking out, especially when we get past this next turtle, then the Lord. So now it's Vamos' idea to, how do we make this work? Troll has been doing a great job just either zoning out, like being a threat, utilizing his kit, and whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh, wait, Tempest of Blaze, they've already thrown out some good abilities, and a combo Boyet, and then into the Minoan Fury. Oh my god, it's a massacre! And now Sano looking to clean up the backline. Throne of Ruin does not connect, and Zeke, if he knows he's done for. Gets the heal just in time, and now Supa and Air 4-4 need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them up, but luckily they've got the DPS from Natco's side. Oh man, the reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers. They are dropping in hot.
Oh man, they have the clear signal to drop in. They went through. Unfortunate they could have capped out the kill. Last one on Sanji, but he is an Alice. That is a quick turnaround for Vamos. I mean, granted everything that happened there, they did have to expend a whole lot. We're talking about battle spells, the ultimates that they needed. They took him to the bouncy house, right? That's what the Minotaur does, man. He sends everyone into the air. You get thrown up there. That's a clear signal for Arrow 404 on the Ling to come in with that Tempest Blades and pick up some kills. So again, it's the nature of making these kits work synergistically as they now focus on Sanji here.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at the way that they're zoning out. Like, what is Sanji supposed to do? If they play a traditional front-to-back, Vamos wins that every single time. So Falcons are trying to just snap their elbows, break their joints to kind of open up the formation.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point. An attempt from Boyette.
Oh no, the flank, it's good. Sano's trying, no Fury to try and buy a little bit of time as Nako repositions. Subot trying to peel the best of these camp, but they've already lost Clockhood, and now Arrow 404 needs to make the difference. Way of the Dragon already kicked, and the Terrify as well, but luckily able to get the Blade of Tempest in time. Nako needs to be a threat. They take out Troll, and they should walk away from this, but they get Sano on the way out.
Oh man. It was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa. Throw the Ruin into 2. Can he actually get enough to kill him off? 1 HP! And Sanji gets Natko.
What happened with that fight, man? We went back and forth. I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons Mena ends up capitalizing a couple kills. That's better for them than that would have been, but still. What a bloodbath it's been. Lord's coming up in 10. Both teams showcasing they just want to fight it out. This Throne of Ruin initiation able to go ahead and take out Natko. Delaying them a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons Mena.
Man, that was definitely a never back down, never what moment. Both sides just refusing to let the kill score get anywhere past them. 1.4K, no big deal. But if they get one more kill than us, nah, we're gonna throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to. I think they just have that vision on him again. Trying to keep tabs on Arrow 4. Mind you, he has not died. Look at this.
Oh man, it's gonna be Bruiser Harley, and finally some damage, and that's the third item with the Divine Glaive. Let's see how they play this out, because Arrow 404 is definitely going to be able to get that Lord first. Considering the positions of Falcons, like, they've got a widespread net, but they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that Brute Force breastplate under that wizard robe, man. He's like, I can't be getting all these hits.
How much you want to bet it's underneath the hat?
Probably is for some odd reason, right? So Lord secured. It's going to be marching its way with Vamos here in just a bit. But that's something that Falcons Mena can go ahead and defend against. They have to be able to go ahead and clear this out. Do they have decent clear? I think that's the big question. When you look at the heroes they have, how long can they clear out waves and defend? Maybe this one's fine. You know, first Lord push, they will lose some tier 2 turrets. But ultimately, defending in the base, is this a composition to actually capitalize on that?
Really, it is, and I think the only one who has decent wave clear in the later stages has to be Sano, but that's a big risk. He's melee, right? So if he goes up to touch that wave, Vamos is looking to capitalize on that wave. Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen. Conceal. He finds it. Nakto's head. Throw the rune onto 4 straight into the descent of Valkyries, and now the backline's getting attacked. Arrow 4-4 looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10-10, and now it might be 11-10 here as Boyette finds Subot.
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see.
Oh my
goodness. With the conceal as well. Finding Natko again. You know who? There is no go away from me if it's Troll's Cho.
Dude, Troll, he is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong in both.
Yeah, right now too. Lord was basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't really able to get too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcons Mena that they were able to go ahead and stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of that, again, leading into this next objective is where they want to go ahead and focus on. A winner crown is picked up. Sanji has been doing a phenomenal job on the Alice, man. He's been able to set up Troll again on the hunt.
Oh, man, they find an insta-kill, and Natko just disappears into dust. His Clockwind is the only damage dealer next to the Blade of Tempest, which you haven't seen me use yet. Arrow 4-4, he was too busy clearing those waves, and it's forcing Falcons to make a choice. There's no wave to deal with right now, and they might lose an inhibitor on bot side for nothing. All for this purple buff.
Okay, choke out what you can, continue to find Natko. Vamos has to do something about this. They can't just let Troll continue on coming off from that backside and then just kicking Natko. When you lose your gold laner like that, your damage is really expended. Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there. But man, losing the Melissa, especially if you're supposed to be popping out all of that damage in these team fights, it's a big problem to deal with. And Troll's been just everywhere. When you don't even expect him, he's just giving information like this to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they got to bring those phones closer to their eyes, unfortunately. It's really tough to see the conceal, especially when you're so close to a wall. It just looks like just a moving shadow. Arrow 4-4 losing 50% of his HP. Not great. He needs to heal back up by auto-attacking.
They want to blitz.
Oh, here comes Throne Ruin. They want Blade Tempest already comes up, and they called it with a flicker. Arrow 4 does fine. At least the Lord, but Natko, he's able to start kiting them out. This was the problem, and Owen Fury catches onto one, but the backline Asano needs to get at least one, but it's too late. Clockwind, really good peel. No flickers being used by Zkeep or Clockwind as the rest of the team now takes advantage of Falcons.
Yeah, again, I don't know if Falcons meta just kind of got scrambled around with trying to keep tabs on Arrow 404, or, that's the nature of having a Ling, but then this was a really good play. As we look at the replay here brought to us by STC, you can see this. They blitzed that Lord. They made the quick decision to go for it. That Go-Ami was already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko protected finally.
Yeah.
And to be able to stay alive. Again, that's what I was talking about, man. The damage.
Look at the poor man. He's just, he is force-feeding him water, but luckily he's still...
Like Gush.
Hey, look, it's a very different sound here. I'll tell you. Wait until Gore gets picked up and I'll show you the Mystic Gush. But in the meantime, this is the big problem with sieging, especially with Melissa. One of her greatest strengths is throwing muddles past the wave so that Falcons can't walk up and you can poke them out early. Conceal out, okay, Deadly Magic too, but Zkeep, he's already in that front lines. He's paying attention.
Okay, Cuffin's got the Minoan Fury. Are they going to go for this mid-turret?
Minoan Fury coming out. Oh no, but the back line getting attacked already. Zkeep is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Boyet down to the ground, and they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Oh, it's only Troll alive. He's going to try to clear out the waves. He kicks Arrow 404. Uh-oh. There's nothing he can do off that.
No, truly nothing. And that's the danger of Ling in these assassin matchups. Ling is so good at one-shotting you. You can be the most mobile hero in the world, but if you don't got those iframes, it's a dangerous game of ball.
Very tough first match there for Falcons meta. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases, again, where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. You're talking about a 10-0-4. This is probably, in the past couple weeks that we've seen the Ling come through, this is the most deadly Ling we've seen.
Oh yeah, no, this is standard military practice versus guerrilla warfare here, right? The rigidness of this composition is what makes it so good, but on the opposite end for Falcons, they gotta figure out ways to really get creative in getting those backlines, and to be fair, they were great. Sanji and Troll, by far, amazing engages into the backline, and that's what dragged this game out for so long.
Yeah, this is, they had their moments in the game. As you're looking at the highlights here from STC, there was multiple moments where it looks like they had this game in their hands. They were able to go ahead, take the team fight over to Vamos, but then they also got into these instances where I think their head was on a swivel too much. They had to look around too much, and then they just got in this position where it was like, man, how do we keep track of Arrow 404? Because when we're caught in this team fight that's being breaking out, as you see us looking there, it's like, hey, we forgot there's a Ling on the other side. This guy's going to shred through us, and we're so hard focused on Natko. But then, again, when Natko can survive, and Arrow 404 can roam around and do his thing in the skies, basically, you have free reign.
And that's the thing. I think that right now in Mobile Legends, the meta needs to understand, yes, it is risky to have a singular win condition. We need to see multiple win conditions in a composition baked in naturally.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
An amazing opener match coming up from Team Vamos, and right now with us on stage, we will be having a quick chat with Error 404. How are you?
Very good.
Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game, because prior to the game, we saw an interview with you and Eterna, and you looked very stressed. You looked very tense. Now that you won your opening match in MSC with a 2-0 clean sweep, how are we feeling?
I feel very relieved because we got to close the game 2-0.
Now, I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian fans back at home are definitely happy with your win today. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game. We saw that in your opening match, you picked Eudora twice, and the Ling came out, played perfectly. Talk to us about the Eudora pick first.
I think we got it from other teams in scrims, so we just started practicing it and we use it today. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an effective mid laner moving forward?
I think it's a really meta pick right now, Eudora.
Okay, now next question. The Ling. How are we feeling about the Assassin picks making a comeback this MSC? I know that you're an Assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because I'm an Assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Oh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the next match as well, and we will do our best.
Aw, thank you very much, Error 404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break down what happened in this amazing clean sweep match. Throwing it back to you guys.
It's my time to show my heroes. Error 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcon's meta, because there's something that they just could not compute in that win. Unkillable was the Assassin heavy jungler, and they take the win 2-0 Team Vamos against Team Falcon's meta. Mirko, Lefel, and I'll go to you first since you are our Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos that was, to me, it left no questions, right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92%. Vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be a lot more even, and Arrow 404 showed that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. People do know me as the Malaysian man, as they call me that for
MM.
Yeah, MM for a few years. But yeah, I gotta say that was exhilarating because I think, Mirko, we're on the same page here, where we haven't seen the Assassins for a good 2 to 3 weeks. Seeing how Arrow 404 pilot that link, that was refreshing. That sets up MSC so well. We see tank junglers like the Gwyn, it works out well. And then you see the link, and then after that first match, that's the best way to open up MSC, because now you know it's uphill from here. The meta is going to look so good.
And you got to remember, it was a Fanny and a Hirara banned out. So already 2 Assassins banned out. Then we see the Ling contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell and I was already disappointed because, hey, usually on Melissa, you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one trick. Not really, but I play the hero a lot. But then we look at the game again and we see the build path, and it's different. It's no longer just the 3-item power spike of attack speed.
Here it is.
Here it is. He goes for... So it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed, but I've heard that in scrims, the reason they don't go for Flicker and Purify is because they go Corrosion into crit. So I don't know if in this case, they saw a lot of tanky guys, so he wanted a bit more shred, or what's the case, but... Again, if you go crit, if you go Flicker, Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see. Because I still think it was interesting to see Flicker instead of Purify anyways against the Cho.
I mean, maybe also because, again, it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget to change. Because,
maybe.
There are some human errors.
That's
but
true.
I feel like after that game, maybe Coach Valdo is talking and is like, that was fine, but against other teams, we might get punished. So let's remind ourselves to change the spell when we get into the game.
And I feel like now the interview with Boyet, it strikes us a bit different. Now it's like, yo, you didn't have enough practice. So if you didn't scrim too much, you don't know what the meta picks are, right? And the Eudora, the Melissa, it definitely messed with them.
And when you know you're getting kind of beat in the macro and kind of the decisions before the game, you're kind of like, wow, wait, are we ready for this? And now it does kind of make it seem like they knew they were going to have to go back to the drawing board, study up a little bit, and get ready for their next match. Good thing is we still have more games for Team Falcons Meta. They're not out yet, but it's a great start for Team Vamos as they take the 2-0. Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming. Well, you thought it was 92% to 8% that Guangzhou Gaming would take the win over Team Falcons. And of course, Falcons in that 92 percentile. We'll see if that is going to happen as we come up with that as our next match. Of course, Vitality Rippers and Team Spirit Ignite closing out our day as well.
I mean, like, I'm with the crowd for saying 92% for Team Falcons Field.
I agree.
Let's just say they are one of the champions to win it all. I want to see how, with this as a matter here, Kyle will perform, because that's also back in 2024, one reasons why they made it all the way to the grand finals.
I'm just so excited to see Kyle, Niall, Kyrie, all of these guys on Assassins, man. I am so excited, seriously.
It is going to be fun. It already was very fun. And if you've got that right, we want to know. And especially if you want to see if you can get it right next time, join the 92, join the 8, see if you're right. Check out our tournament pick'ems, esportsworldcup.com/play. Scan the QR code. You can let us know if you know who is going to perform in these upcoming games. Up next, we want to show you a little something from our game Acecraft, which has a brand new co-op mode called We Fly Together. Check it out. We'll be right back.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy, half for half and blow the house down! Ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, not only can you watch EWC and MLBB MSC at EWC 2026 with all of our YouTube and Twitch official channels, you can also become a co-streamer and join in on the action. If you want to do so, make sure to check it out and go to our creator program, which will allow you to not only earn some cool prizes, but also help to build an audience with the great content that is available here to be put on Showcase. So if you're ready to join, check out that QR code, scan it with your phone, and become a co-streamer. We'd love to have you as well. And if you just want to watch, that's okay too, you know, if you want. But hey, we'd love to have you here. Rain Day back on the desk with Mirko and LaFell as we start to preview our next matchup in today's 4-game series. And we've got Team Falcons yet again, this time PH versus Guangzhou Gaming. Fellas, just some initial thoughts on what it looks like to see Team Falcons after missing all of the international events last year, finally back on the stage versus Guangzhou and their first international here.
Well, I think, they fixed a lot of the errors. They reinvigorated the roster as well coming into this. I think Team Falcons PH are looking very, very strong coming into this. Yes, they did lose in the grand finals, but I think it was also a different meta. In the current meta, I really feel like Team Falcons PH has what it takes to do what they did in the past. MSC 2024, the first time at EWC, they made it all the way to the grand finals.
Something that I do have to say, where I feel like I talk about this backstage, it kind of feels like they're trying to go back-ish to the 2024 meta, right? Because in MWI, even the grand finalists are the same. And that's why for Falcons PH, that's where I'm like, wait, hold on. This is looking like familiar territory for them. So I'm actually looking forward for Team Falcons PH to be surprisingly, unsurprisingly good here.
So same finals, but a different champion this time in MWI. So Falcons, SRG, and Falcons winning this time?
No.
Is that the script? Is that the script?
Hold on.
Malaysian man.
I mean, like, it went all 7 games, and at the final game, the $1 million pick happened. We'll see if that happens again.
I mean, there's $1 million on the line here as well, so anything can happen. Falcons PH about to take the stage. This roster filled with great players who want to make their mark here, especially at MSC. We mentioned Guangzhou. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But for the 92% favorites from your votes in the chat, it's time to hear from Flap as we got a chance to catch up with him prior to the start of the set.
We're now here with one of my favorite EXP laners. It's Flap. Welcome back.
Hello, guys.
How's Paris treating you?
It's all good.
Did you like the food? Did you like the hotel? Everything okay for you?
Yeah. This is the best.
Oh, this is the best. And we are with one of the best, right? So, Flap, we haven't seen you in quite some time. I think the last time we saw you on an international stage was MSC 2024 runner-ups. What's different for you this time around?
The difference is that I'm more hungry to win this championship.
But you had breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, making sure. How did you prepare for your next match here against Guangzhou Gaming?
We just trained in the hotel. Yeah.
Train in the
That's
hotel?
pretty much it.
Anything else? So you know specific to Guangzhou Gaming that we should know about?
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yes. They're ready. We're ready as well. Flap, good luck. Thank you so much. Over back to you.
Flap, a 2-time M-Series world champion, M2 and M5. He's got to play a big role in today. Mirko, Falcons are going to do well.
Absolutely. He's crucial to Falcons winning. And what the heck? You might be right. What's going on with these players when they get interviewed by Eterna? Who is that? That's not Flap.
Hey, I mean, here's the thing.
Flap does the thing. He always taunts and poses.
Eterna's posing some problems.
Hey, you don't know. Eterna behind the scenes. She's a girl boss. She intimidates.
You know what? She might have just arm wrestled him right before that. With 2 hands as well. And then he was like trying to catch his breath and just get ready to go. I think that could be it.
That could be it.
That could be it, honestly. You guys haven't seen Eterna. Like, she's strong.
Yeah.
She's like, what, 82 kgs now?
Yeah, she's strong for a twig.
Oh my gosh, we're having some fun here on the desk. We got plenty of time to talk Falcons, and we got plenty of time to talk Guangzhou as well. As a roster, these guys have been really effective, and obviously coming from China, this is a very important story for them. Yes. It is their first international event this year, and I think this is an opportunity, hopefully, for them to not only be a hope for China, but also to be starting a path which they hope to finish as they improve as a roster. We had a chance to catch up with May again, so hopefully he can get some words down with Wolf and Eterna.
Eterna here with Team Captain May, and of course we do have Wolf here to help translate this coming into this next matchup. So first and foremost, what was your reaction coming into this, knowing that you are going to be up against Team Falcon first?
我是挺开心的，因为能对阵世界冠军菲律宾的世界冠军，而且他们的教练其中之一是我们 GZG 之前的 coach。
He said that he's happy and he's glad that he's able to go against Falcons, knowing that the former coach of Guangzhou Gaming before is currently is currently a coach of Falcons, which is Coach Ren.
Okay, so they used to coach you. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Ren?
Yeah, Coach Ben.
You have a message?
对 Brand 说。
我希望比赛能互相发挥好吧，就是我很珍惜这次对战。
He said wishing good luck to both teams.
Okay, wishing good luck. And you know, speaking of Filipino people, you also have a Filipino player on your team, right? You have Sai. Did Sai mention anything to, you know, beat the Filipino team Falcons?
CY 不是对面人吗？他问这是 CY 有没有说啥，就想把一个人或是啥。
哦，他说他想赢 Super Marco。
He said that he wants to defeat Super Marco.
Oh, okay. So he just personally wants to defeat Super Marco. Fair enough, fair enough. You're going to get that matchup later on. And of course, as team captain, what are you going to say to your fellow teammates before this next matchup?
你作为队长，你有没有什么想跟你自己队友说的？
我觉得就放轻松一点打吧，因为比赛有很多。
He said that he's just chill and enjoy the game, just knowing that there are going to be a lot of competitions.
Okay, so we can feel confidence, we can feel, you know, chillness coming in from this team. So once again, good luck, and we're throwing it back to you.
I think he passed the Eterna test. I don't know about you guys. I think he did well. But maybe that's because of the translation that had to occur.
He has a friend, yeah.
Gave him a chance, and he had a buddy nearby. All jokes aside, there's no jokes in this matchup. There's a very few tougher opponents that Guangzhou Gaming could face in an opening matchup than the Filipino Titans of Team Falcons PH. But if they are going to prove that they deserve to be on this global stage at this level and that they can make a run, Mirko, some would say this is the type of team they have to beat.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we got to see a glimpse of what Guangzhou Gaming had in their arsenal at M7 wildcard, and they were the favorites to actually win it. Unfortunately, they didn't, but they stole the show a couple of times. Modi, fan favorite of the chat. Everybody loves Modi in the chat. He's amazing on these playmakers in the XP, and I feel like him and Maze, they're going to have to work double time here if they want to get a win against Falcons PH.
LaFell, what's the most important matchup here? Is it Modi and Flap in that EXP lane? What do you think is the need for this game's focus to be on in terms of who wins or who loses this matchup?
I mean, it does look like this is the meta where we're going to be looking at the EXP as well as the jungle here, because here's a general rule for Mobile Legends. If your EXP is losing, your jungler is losing as well, because your EXP laner really opens up the map. And when the map is open, your jungler can get a lot of farm. And by proxy, you're making the other jungler weaker time by time and time again. So yes, Modi is an excellent player, but Flap, man, two-time M Series champion. Like, that guy is an icon in Legacy. The EXP. If somehow Modi can take down Flap, now that's the bigger statement. Like, that's one of the things where even if you lose, it's fine. You can say you beat Flap.
And that's also, I think, the different stages of where these teams are at. So many of the players on Falcons have trophies in their trophy cabinet. It's kind of completing the cabinet now with MSC, because this is one of those trophies that many of the players do not have, right?
Yeah, not gonna lie, a bit annoying.
A bit annoying?
A bit annoying. They have so many trophies. Could, you know, like
give us some.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would like for them to share, but it's okay, because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah.
That's why they still have to beat Vitality. They haven't done that.
Yes, you're right.
Yep.
Vitality champions for sure. This one
undefeated at EWC across 3 years and M Series across 7 years.
Never lost a single game.
Never.
Wow. Well, and the hometown org at this point, with Paris being the home of this MSC. I mean, that was one of the things you guys talked to me about as well, learning the game this week and having the privilege to speak to you guys about the importance of this tournament. One of the things that was echoed was the fact that this is in Paris now. It wasn't always global. And the fact that it is, it adds even more to the importance and the impact of winning.
Absolutely. I think you heard from the players as well, man. They feel like it's the best. Flapteasy literally said it's the best because, man, I think for them, it's just a dream to visit Paris at the start. They would have never thought that MLBB would bring them here, and to compete here at the biggest stage for MLBB in front of the world, in front of millions of people watching. That's the dream. And for Flap, that's why he's hungrier than ever.
And speaking of Team Vitality, speaking of Na'Vi, speaking of Team AG, and all of those orgs, they're playing for something maybe even bigger than just a single championship. They're playing for the Club Championship trophy. We've got Chris ready to give us an update on how things are faring so far.
2 weeks of competition have passed here at EWC, and the Club Championship is well underway. And well, as you can see from behind me, the totem is starting to fill up. Still plenty of games still to go, none other, of course, than MLBB, the MSC, currently ongoing. So that should be interesting as we do continue on. That's what you guys are all here for. Irrelevant of that, though, we do have an update of how things have been working out across the board the past couple of weeks. Right now, it is Na'Vi who are leading the Club Championship with 1,750 points, but they're only competing in one game this week. Vitality, however, who are currently second, only 300 points behind, are competing in all 4 games. So that's a massive moment for them to potentially catch up and see if they can do something about it. Falcons are another team who we have been talking about plenty, currently only sitting on 600 points, but also competing in all 4 games this week. A really interesting one, actually, that they are competing in, a wild card that came through for Falcons through the qualification stages to get here and play in EAFC, is MS Desari, one of the owners of Team Falcons, formerly a FIFA World Champion, of course. He's going to be going through it and see what he can do when things do come down to it. Let's see how we can do at EAFC. That's a hell of a story to continue with. But yeah, I'll be giving you updates across the Club Championship throughout the rest of the week.
Thanks a bunch, Chris, and also reminding us all that Falcons are back-to-back winners of the Club Championship. We'll see a new Club Championship winner this year. We'll find out. Stay tuned for all the action. We'll keep you covered with what's going on in the CC. Now, as we head back to MSC, on the desk, Mirko, as we preview this lineup, what to you stands out as the biggest narrative? Again, we've talked about Falcons being winners. We've talked about, them representing the Philippines. We've also talked about the story with Guangzhou Gaming. What rings the most important here in game 1?
I think it comes to just understanding the meta right now.
Both teams.
I think it comes down to understanding the meta. We saw earlier a big contrast of one team really pushing all of it, all of the meta picks from scrims that they said as well into the stage, and the other playing it very conservative, playing it with the old picks. So right now, I think it comes down to who has adjusted better, Falcons PH or Guangzhou Gaming.
And you mentioned that the coach of previously Guangzhou Gaming is now the coach for Team Falcons, Vren. How does that play into maybe feeling comfortable, LaFell, that they kind of know what's going to show up for Falcons, or for Falcons feeling that they know some of their opponents?
Yeah, it's good for Falcons for sure, because at this point, they know the identity of Guangzhou Gaming, and that's also the other thing. Like, meta is very important, but you cannot stray too far away from your own identity, because you might end up making mistakes just because you're breaking out of your habits. There are some habits that's good for you to break out of, but some of them is so drastic to the point where you're getting out of character, your passion is not there, and your decision making might be the worst. So for Guangzhou Gaming, I do believe they need to follow the meta, because if not, they're gonna get stomped. But at the same time, you gotta follow your identity, which so far, coming in from the China region, it's all about that gold lane. They try to make the gold lane the strong lane. We'll see if they can do that.
And that is going to be difficult from what I've just saw. I mean, with Error 404 dominating the game like that, you can just see that Assassins in the jungle, Mirko, I mean, if they're played at that level, they are going to need to be dealt with.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, especially when Kyle Teasy's on that lane, that Fanny, any of Assassins that he can get his hands on. Again, we saw Fanny and Hirara banned. If we see a Hirara game, it's going to be ridiculous. But also, though, I'm glad that we got to see the Minotaur in game number 1, because if it wasn't for that, I think May is going to hesitate a bit on that pick. It is a pick that they've actually found a lot of comfort with, playing it a lot in the M7 qualifiers for the Chinese teams, and coming into this, I still think it makes sense with the identity that they have. Play around team fights.
Yep. By the way, I gotta say, Mirko as well as Reed, this is gonna be our second match, but I'm already seeing that the bans are gonna be something the coaches are gonna have trouble with, because now with the Assassins coming up, a lot of Assassins has to be respect banned, and that will become a problem. When you know a team can't use these certain Assassins, there's gonna be a big difference when it comes to the bans here, where certain teams like Vamos, like Falcons, maybe even Team Liquid, making it so that they're gonna win the draft just by proxy of a threat that's not even there just yet.
The winner of this match will face off against Team Vitality versus True Rippers, our next match's winner, while the loser will face the loser in an elimination match. Remember, we are going into an upper and a lower bracket for both Group A and for Group B. So that will be maybe different if you're used to certain upper brackets and lower brackets that combine these groups. No, it's going to be different. So Group A, the teams you're seeing here, are going to be playing against other Group A opponents. So every single match is going to impact every single other match. There's something to learn from every single game that we're watching here, especially if you're one of the teams that didn't do well. It's going to be waiting in the wings like Team Falcons Meta previously against Team Vamos. Guys, I just got to say, predictions. Do you think Falcons is taking this one to start off?
Yes.
They're coming in stronger?
Yes.
Yes? Yes. Is there
pretty confident, yes.
Very confident, yes.
Yeah, no hesitation, yes.
If Guangzhou's going to steal it, what do they have to do? Quick thought. Is it just get a better draft?
They got to shut down Kyle.
Is it overperform?
But that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
Okay.
They got to shut down Marco, Kyle, Haji, Ogren, and Flap.
They got to shut everybody down. We'll see if Guangzhou Gaming can impress yet again as they face off versus Team Falcons PH in our Game 2.
Yes, my friends, that is the setup for our second matchup for today. But first up, quick recap, right? We have two dark horses to open things up for our matches here, Rose, at MSC. And happy for Vamos. They got it in.
Yes, indeed. Hala Vamos for the Malaysians back at home. That was an incredible series. 2-0. A lot of amazing picks off the board. But now we enter the second match of the day where we will be seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes, this is a pickup in its own right. It's a fight between a giant and newcomers in there. I can't wait to get this one started.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Falcons Philippines. The last time that they were on this very stage, they went all the way to the grand finals. Now the question is, this time, will they be able to start their journey on the right foot after not being in MSC 2025?
That is indeed a lot of pressure on their back, but of course, no game is complete with only one team. Please join me in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! From heartbreak at M7 wildcard to the main stage of MSC, their journey has been a treasure to witness. As the rising tide lifts the ships of their region, their goal is clear. Show the established powerhouses that there's new challengers for them to fear.
Ooh, this matchup is going to be interesting because like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the grand finals, meaning they are veterans, they are contenders. However, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they are the newcomers. Will an upset happen in today's match?
It's the cool part of it. Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou, please place your keys, please, Team Falcons. Remember, captains, to shake your hands before this game starts, and we'll see it. They're gonna go to the middle, and well, the handshake. It's all love and care, but in the server, it looks different. Let's send them then to our desk to get our game started.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. Man, it's a fun green room with those two. Some great talent and some great games starting us off here for MLBB, MSC in Paris, France. 16 of the best teams in the world vying for that $1 million prize pool. Now it's time for China to see what they can do against some of the all-stars of the Philippines representing Team Falcons in our second series of 4 for today. As we kick off the draft, we've got Mirko and Lafell with me.
Hey.
And guys, this is important. If Guangzhou's going to do it, you guys said maybe an uphill battle. The audience thinks so too. 8% only thinking that they can get the job done. They're going to have to do something in this draft to surprise Falcons.
Look at him, he's locked in. Tied his hair real quick.
Right now, I do have to say, if you're new to MLBB, one of the reasons why I feel Falcons Philippines will win this one is, in the current meta, if you lose the first 2 minutes of the game, it's actually very hard to come back into the game just by how the jungle has changed in terms of the values and everything like that. And Falcons Philippines have, I would say, all across the board, one of the best laners in every lane. Flap is amazing in the EXP, Super Marco is amazing in the gold, and it makes it so that winning those lanes is going to be very difficult. And I'm just worried if Falcons just wins the first turtle fight, and then they just start controlling the jungle, and then it just becomes an unfair battle.
Yeah. I'm a fan of that up until I think like a point that I want to talk about would be, I think the first 2 minutes. I don't think the first 2 minutes dictates the entire game. We saw it earlier as well for Falcons versus Vamos. So I think we push it back to maybe 6. I think around Turtle 2, whoever gets snowballing from there, then it gets really tough to come back. But even then, I'm not too sure because we've been seeing utility versus assassin. We've seen a weird, off-meta assassin in the Harley against a meta assassin. I want to see how it looks like if it's like a Fanny versus Ling, if it's a Fanny versus Hirara versus Ling, or heck, even a Nolan, right? Because then I'd say there's going to be a lot of room for comebacks.
I'm just thinking that we won't be seeing the Fanny. Like, unless...
Yeah, probably not.
Unless the jungler is, at best, a B tier at Fanny, I don't see the Fanny letting out of the bans.
How common is it, as we take a look at the map reveal, hold that question for the draft, will it be another Broken Walls? Or will we get a mix-up? It's Expanding River this time around. LaFell, your thoughts on finally a new map here?
Yeah, Expanding Rivers make it so that winning in the lanes is going to be that much more important, making it so that you can go to the neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord much, much faster. So now the lane matchups gets even more punishing, honestly.
So if you're winning lane, you have even more access to the jungle, basically. You can snowball that.
Can rotate around very, very quickly. So I guess we'll find out again what picks get picked up for both the teams here.
Very interesting here. Looks like Falcons is going to be the first pick, betting out the Belleric as well as the Claude. So this looks like they got a lot of information going up against Guangzhou Gaming, and I guess that's good for them considering the old coach from Guangzhou went over to Falcon. So this is the advantage that we see, that we don't need to ban meta picks. We just got to ban the picks that you know how to play.
Talk to me about the Eudora. You were excited about that. You got a little inside info on that. I'm not knowing where it came from. I'm not like teasing you about it and saying reveal, but clearly has been an impact. 2 picks already. You've seen her in every game. You expect to see her here?
I think so. If both teams are planning to go for Assassins, it's great to night pick. That's number 1 against the Assassins, but it's also very good against the Assassins, right? You can lock her down. So the Atlas gets banned out there. Final ban. I think we will see more Eudoras. Maybe not first pick, though. I think first pick here, Hirara got banned, Fanny got banned. Even the Freya. The only pick that we've seen banned out that finally gets open here would be like the Phobius Jusin. So I'm thinking maybe those 2 for Falcons for first pick.
Personally, for me, I feel like the Zushin is still a pretty strong pick, but considering how many dashes, the amount of mobility in this game, it's not a great time for the Zushin. So that's why I'm not going to see a lot of it. Ling first pick here. We got to see Eudora. If not, this Ling is going to be so free.
Yeah, Eudora Phobius could be the answer, but they go Esmeralda. Esmeralda Eudora?
Yeah, I think they just want to win the lane, picking out the Esmeralda. Quite good in the lane, but is not an answer towards the Ling. So a little bit of disconnect here where unless they win the EXP so hard, you start controlling the jungle, it's going to be pretty difficult. And a very early Harif where, again, coming from the region of China, they do like their gold laners. But my worry is, if they pick up a Moskov, I can see it. But picking up a Harif here, they're not having any crowd control for this Ling. I don't even think they have enough burst damage for the first 12 to 13 minutes of the game to deal with the Ling.
Are you happy if you're Falcons to try to grab Eudora yourself?
I'd say yeah. I'd be down for it. You know, the Eudora,
just to deny it on the other side?
It's great on the deny, but it's also great with your assassin, right? Because usually when you're on the Ling or any other assassins, you need a bit of burst damage, and bro, give me some time, friend. I was gonna get to the Brody.
You gotta get your points in,
I'm sorry, man. I was answering the Eudora pick.
I know. That was me. I messed you up. I messed you up. You would have said
it's okay. Harith Esmeralda gets picked up. This is the question on the Falcons roster. We know at M5 they play strong side gold lane so well, and this is what we've been talking about as well, the Brody pick and the Dyrod. So you have physical shred, and then you have double carries on physical damage.
Bursty as well.
Oh my God.
I gotta say, Raid and Mirko were on track for 90 unique hero picks at MSC, because we're already second match, and we're seeing a lot of new picks here. Guangzhou Gaming goes with the Hilda. Good and bad here. The Hilda should be good to pressure the Ling, but going up against a Dyrov likes it when you have a lot of armor, because there's so much that he can take away, and at that point, Ling won't be punished. Ling will have enough damage to take you down.
And it's a winning matchup. I've been saying this from MWI. We've been seeing an MWI CC to answer the Esmeralda, where in reality, for me, I'm like, where's the Dyrov, right? This guy just got buffed. My boy's playing it in ranked. It's pretty good. It just smashes Esmeralda in lane. Even the Hilda's gonna find a lot of difficulties walking up.
It's not
because
great.
Your physical defense gets shredded, and you have 2 bursts right there with you.
And you're talking about win conditions. The Dairoth and the Ling, both 2 characters that feel like if they get going, it's going to be hard to stop them. So a lot of...
All 3 of them, honestly.
Yeah.
And then the Eudora gets banned out, right? So they're taking away another burst damage hero.
I gotta say, this is one of those games where Falcons can end it very easily because Brody is one of those heroes back in the day is just a turret destroyer.
Got a world championship skin.
Yeah, world
That's
championship
Marco.
skin. Like, here's the thing. The moment your eyes are on Ling, you're like, this is a problem. We gotta, wait, where's our turrets? Wait, why is he in base? Wait, did the game just end?
10 minutes?
Too many things to focus on.
I gotta say, Brody is gonna steal so much turrets. The Ling can steal so much turrets. This is already a nightmare in terms of micro, but more importantly, the macro. Like, there's so much magic gonna happen in this game.
So you mentioned Moskov. Is the answer something that's global, something that can help on those rotations when you have someone pushing a lane and you need to get over there quickly?
That's why it would have been a better pick over the Harith, really. Because, like, I see the Harith, I see why they went for it. Again, Guangzhou Gaming, they're known for team fighting, but they needed something to answer the side lanes. If you know Falcons, they're definitely going to try to play those side lanes. They're definitely going to lane or play for lane dominance.
Yeah.
And they got it on every single lane. XP, it's a winning matchup. Gold lane, it's a winning matchup up until the Harith gets all the free resets.
Rain, I gotta say, for everyone that's not super familiar with the MLBB draft, this is very uninteractive, where you're just picking up heroes that you want to use without considering the opponent's pickup. So it's basically like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but you only go for rock. You don't change the paper, you don't change the scissors.
And you'll win a little bit of the time. But in a best of 3, when an opponent's knowing a little bit about what you do, it may not be enough. And that's the worry here for Guangzhou Gaming.
I don't think Zushin is the answer. Like, where's the damage?
I think right now Falcons just go for the Gord Kalea, right? Like, you already reveal all your cards here. You just go for extra burst, so it's good against the Harith. You have that range to bully the Juicin in lane. And it's an answer to Esme as well with the Shred.
So my question is this. You have one more pick, right? And we're talking about them playing rock. How do you salvage this draft? How do you get the win condition? Because Guangzhou needs something that they're going to be able to rely on.
Right now, their biggest problem is early game damage.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's weird to say the most damage that we'll see in the early game is their roam, is their tank. And sometimes it's enough, but most of the time, it's not. Now they have a Lilia as well as the glue. They already have a damage problem. Now it's worse because the glue cannot die, and Lilia level 2 can take down basically everyone from Guangzhou, so this is a mismatch in draft.
I thought they would take the easy road of just Gord and Kalea. Instead, they read past the pick. They know Guangzhou Gaming only have a utility jungle left in their arsenal, and they go for Lilia, someone that can stay in the mid lane, independent, bullying both, while the glue roams everywhere.
Marco, this is the kind of draft that, in my eyes, creates despair. Like, the more you look at it, the more you fight against it, as the time goes on, it's like, wait, our chances of winning is going down and down and down. This is a draft that will make you feel very sad.
And now it's forced. The Nolan pick out of Guangzhou Gaming. Nolan, notoriously horrible pick against a Ling, and especially a Brody that can kiss you.
Dairoth versus Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Flap and Modi. That Dairoth looking to cause havoc, but if it doesn't, well, they've got the Ling as well. 4 new heroes picked up to add to our unique hero total for this tournament already. Series 2 starting off with a bang. We'll see if it's China or if it's the Philippines who can take game 1.
Thank you so much. We head on in to the land of Dawn, and we're excited to see how this game is going to be played out, because for the first time in a long time, I have never been so confident in Falcons just cleaning up kills. They have so many ways to clean up fights, but it's all up to Haji and Kyle to make things happen.
And I, for one, am pretty sure that they can accomplish just that. Team Falcons and their mechanics, no doubt, they could carry that out, but Guangzhou Gaming, they forced out an early flicker from the hero you expected to be most aggressive in the early game.
And this is the scary thing about this game, right? Because you're looking at everybody, there is no particular winning matchup, right? Especially in those side lanes, unless they find a big mistake. So they do need the extra bit of support. Guangzhou, especially for Mei and Xing, all they gotta do is maintain control of mid, and it's gonna be super difficult for Ogwin and Haji to have that impact that we're looking for.
Yeah, at the very least, they're holding down Mei in mid, so he's not able to really get out of there as much and go into Kyle's jungle. But that's a lot of pressure already on their mid duo.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Guangzhou, right? That's already 2 big battle spells out super early on, and now they can start going for the invades. Look, Kyle is just taking so much damage from Mei.
Never mind. I just said Mei couldn't just really go straight into Kyle because of what Haji and Ogwen were doing, but with the amount of support that they've been providing one another, with this rotation you've seen firsthand from Guangzhou, things to be somewhat favoring their side.
Yep, even the battle spells is also telling us the exact same story. Falcons, they want this early game to be good for them. They want to speed things up. Right now, CY trying to bait something out as Recall is very nearby, but I'm also curious, right? Because from Guangzhou's POV, I would have imagined that they would have gone for like maybe, I don't know, something a little tankier early on. Like now they're stuck with this Nolan. They too have a certain degree of a timer.
Yeah, so maybe that's also why you see them really trying to pick up the pace and make sure that everything goes right in the early game for them, because they somewhat picked up on jungler that also has to keep up, but at least they're holding majority of the positioning here in the turtle so far. Flicker's already forced down! Ogwen actually falls to the hands of Guangzhou as first blood, and it seems to be going all the way over to Guangzhou. It's only Kyle left, and even Kyle doesn't make it out alive. What a start for Guangzhou here.
Zipper, we need a replay of that. That was a beautiful fight coming out from Guangzhou. Like, it is... Ogwen was already looking to actually put that final nail in the coffin, but keep your eyes here as Mei flickers out and baits the entire team into an unwinnable fight with Xing, making sure that Lantern Flare was up the entire way. With Turtle in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, this is by far a really good start.
I wonder what information and preparation they've done, because again, Guangzhou, you know very little about this team. Even the heroes that they've used in their recent qualifiers don't tell you much about their playstyle. But what has changed? Why have they seemed to adapt so well to the current meta despite them picking or having these heroes which Falcons attempted to counter?
Well, I think, you know, it's a lot of research, and I definitely think, you know, the length of the MPL PH definitely played a part of that.
That's true.
Unintentionally, but here, when it comes down to the meta, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. What is not only the meta game for the game, but specifically for the tournament? We need to see that develop throughout. But with the lead that they have, 4-1, I'm expecting Guangzhou to play more reactively, right? Yeah. They want to make sure they punish the Falcons everywhere they go. They need a man-to-man defense and make sure that Haji doesn't scale too fast.
And honestly, that tournament meta, I feel, is something we won't really get to figure out until maybe day 3 or 4.
I mean, we can speculate.
Because day 1, first 2 matches in series have already shown us so much of the more unorthodox picks already.
Well, is it unorthodox, or are they just ahead of the metagame? We won't know until day 2 or 3, but in the meantime, you can see both teams high contention for this mid lane. It's less about the side lanes. The side lanes are kind of independent until we can get the mid trio to move in their direction. Guangzhou going to take that first move as they send supports to the top side.
Yep, at least for Falcons and their sides, they're doing really okay. It's a Brody and a Dairoth, which you pretty much expect to win their lane, and so despite Falcons not really winning out massively in terms of their mid, they're not really in need of that much rotations, but that's the thing. Guangzhou might just really take advantage of this entire situation, but it's already Ogwen here up top, already trying to somewhat provide a bit of help. Does catch Sai, but it's gonna be Ogwen all alone this time. Now he's trapped against 3. Do they have enough damage? Do they have enough burst? That's a Crimson Beacon in and a stun. Guangzhou eventually take him out, and Super Marco looking like the next target, torn about memory, but he doesn't find anyone. But he still survives. Just a bit, it's an outplay. 2 goal laters go down.
No way, no way. All the auto attacks just weren't big enough. He didn't have the physical damage. It is unfortunately, a magic marksman dependent on skill cooldowns and abilities. That's gotta feel so bad. When you thought you were about to kill him, guess what? Quantum charge, walk away.
Okay, here goes the replay. So he was definitely left all alone there. I think he kind of survived it for a bit longer than we expected him to, but what a play. Even the coaching staff thought it was unbelievable. For the second time around, what? Super Marco not having a great time now.
Recall said, team, we're not going to let this happen again. Let me show you how it's done on a Nolan. But on the opposite end, we're not seeing Falcons waste too much time here. If you notice that the gold lead, despite it being 2-7, for some reason it's only 900. By this stage, you're expecting somewhat of a 1K, a 2K gold lead.
Oh, Black Shoes already forced out too. They get to find Haji and land another stun, forcing out the flicker. There goes Flap trying to defend, and they outplay May in mid. A small win for Falcons this time.
Really nice play coming in from Flap as well. Now you're seeing that the traditional lane roles, they're starting to get mixed up a lot, right? What is Dairoth doing up here to maybe try and help Ogwen and Super Marco? He reveals himself, but all of this is so that Kyle can scale up a little bit faster, taking the wave as well.
Yep, they're at the least maybe trying to slow down a bit and maybe go for the farm, because clearly Guangzhou Gaming have taken charge of the early game, and that's exactly according to plan so far. So maybe less of the direct one-on-one counters, and now we see more of the 5-on-5 rotations come into play. Recall though, very confident right now on this Nolan, forcing out the Black Shoes again.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no reason to actually contest for the turtle, because they know for a fact, hey, Nolan, his retribution is coming up, but without his ult, that's fine. That means he can't really get in and out as effectively. But when they're rushing it down, that's where it gets scary, and now they look for the opportunity.
That's the flicker from Ogwen. No Crimson Beacon left for XYang, but Recall! He wins out on the objective yet again. Falcons now trying to go in. Kyle also using the Tempest of Blade. Super Marco joining in the fight, and they already have taken out 3 members of Guangzhou.
And that's a huge mistake coming out from GZG. Falcons take advantage of the fact that they were just too close together. 3 people got caught in the snare of the globules. The damage is good coming in from Recall. Oh, Super Marco, is he going to burn to death? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, that was close though. And at least Falcons get a bit more space, because it felt like earlier they had to work hard for this space, and they had to juggle between switching lanes here and there just so they could really find some more objectives across the map. But even despite losing that objective, and I believe that was the second turtle that Guangzhou have already secured, they've at least gotten a bit more map control.
And now the question is whether or not they've developed enough of a lead. And whatever they had before instantly dissipated in one singular fight. I love the fact that Haji is immediately going for that Wishing Lantern. It's perfect for getting rid of these annoying pokers like May, who wants to be in his face, or maybe even Modi, who again hasn't really been able to participate as much as we would like to see.
Yep, does run the Vengeance too, so we hopefully do get to see him later on in the team fights, because I feel like that will be a great help to Guangzhou Gaming in terms of actually getting the wins. But Flap, oh no, getting bursted down here by Recall!
Oh, nothing that Flap could do. He flickers a little too late, and honestly, I think a lot of his abilities got cancelled out once he got spun into multiple directions. That being said though, Guangzhou looking to try and take out at least one of these turrets, but they decide not to. They give up on it. They see Ogwen and they're like, not again, not again.
Nope. This is such a statement you're seeing from Guangzhou, especially Recall. 5-1-2 on the Nolan, when in fact it was a pick who was chosen last. You thought it was just some sort of pick that they were forced to pick up, but the Tempest of Blade just being forced out, and now Guangzhou just confidently standing in front of Team Falcons.
Yep, this is going to be a really awkward position for Falcons, because again, they were the ones who wanted to play for the earlier stages. Yep. Now they're highly dependent on Kyle to finish up a lot of these fights, or at the very least, Ogwen to try and create that space. Because so far, Super Marco, he's not getting as many auto attacks as he would like.
Yep, now they're forced to group up. It's always just Kyle away from the team, and that's the kind of play that they're maybe forced to do at this point. But now it's different. There's an objective that's coming up. So Team Falcons would have to be very, very careful about this. Flap cannot go down first, similar to what has been happening a couple times already in this game.
That's going to be the Malefic gun purchase here. Now Super Marco has the range to start hurting people from afar. Question is, are they going to be able to get into the pit? Because Guangzhou, they've got a really good control around it.
Oh, Gwen goes in, flickers in, but it gets bursted, and now the Salmon Force has a response to from Sai. They're just flushing Falcons out of this Lord Pit, and they're taking control. Black Shoes too, forced out by Recall. Tempest of Blades, but can they get more? They find May, and that's going to be a 1-for-1.
Not too bad, but the fight's not over just yet. Guangzhou, understand that, hey, all right, we may have stuck a little too close together, but this time around they spread apart instantaneously as soon as they saw Ogwen walking up for a potential engagement. That being said though, at least for GZG, dear lord, where did he go?
How did he know? That was okay. I think Falcons now are at a much clearer advantage.
Well, they may be at a much clearer advantage, but I don't see this being a free lord just yet. Like, they're going to try for it, and I want to see what the response is going to be. Because for now, CY is in a pretty good position if he can get that Holy Crystal.
Okay, Falcons are starting this objective right now, but Ogwin has a good idea of where majority of them are. Modi jumping in, Kyle just securing it with the Retribution, and now Falcons want to go in for the fight. Zai already using the Zaman Force, but he gets bursted! It's a double kill for Kyle. He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, he tried a little too hard. Modi, unfortunately, making the mistake, walking into the fight without the vengeance. And that stun from Super Marco is such an effective tool, if not at least the mini stuns from both Flap and Ogwin. At this stage, Falcons, based on the items that they have, can really start pressing the advantage when it comes down to structures.
Oh, fortunately, Haji got to quickly press on that black shoes. Mei, though, looking in danger and will go down in the hands of Team Falcons as Xying only had to Crimson Beacon out and the Lord is still up.
Yeah, they don't have an answer to Ogwin right now. Blue can kind of do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get one shot, can ruin somebody's day. Ooh, look at the damage! The recall getting blasted from halfway across the map.
And the black shoes are back for Haji if in case Guangzhou actually forced that fight, but they're not really going to do so. They just focused on evening out majority of their resources across the board. That's going to be all outer turrets already taken down, and in the blink of an eye, you're already seeing a 5k gold lead in their hands.
Now, let's talk about how they're getting this, right? Before this, barely nothing. A lot of team fights, keeping it simple, kinda even. GZG, mega lead in terms of kill score, but doesn't have that 5k lead like Falcons have right now with a singular kill. And a lot of this is about time efficiency. With GZG's movements, they're sticking together. Notice, top quadrant, all 5 of them are there. Nobody's dealing with that bot wave. And that's why Falcons' overall macro is more efficient gold-wise in comparison to GZG.
Yep, that's why even if you thought things were kind of slowing down, that was just Falcons playing their game. And now it's going to be Modi bursted by Flap. Now that you see them grouped up, this is exactly how they want to utilize this lineup.
Yeah, and it's great because, again, the one combination people don't think about is the shred specifically from Flap. If Flap and Marco work together, no matter how tanky you are, they're going to cut your armor in half, if not more, now that he has the Malefic gun.
Okay, Conceal. Could there be another flicker play? And there you go, Mei! Barely surviving this. Winter Crown already forced out, and the flicker too, but they just want that base turret. Guangzhou are not gonna force the chase.
No, they can't. They can't afford to. Unfortunately for Guangzhou Gaming, until Sai is, I want to say not just the Holy Crystal at this point, because Ogwin is too big of a problem. I'm trying to figure out how can they bait Ogwin out, or at the very least burst them down, both of which not very good ideas considering the priority list.
Because at this point, the only heroes from Guangzhou who maybe can go for some backline plays are just really Recall and Modi, or unless Xing just really wants to go full commit and Crimson Beacon in and they just all jump on Super Marco, but will that be worth it? Because at this point, again, the shred you mentioned, the armor just going down as soon as you approach these heroes who could deal massive damage and penetration. And not to mention an objective too coming up just in a bit.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I will admit that at least for Guangzhou Gaming, they made sure that Haji slowed down, but now we're already in the later stages of this game. Slowing Haji down is not possible. He hurts.
Yep. And look at just how well they're guarding majority of the map right now, but Guangzhou are still pushing forward. Recall, though, is about to show himself up top, and that might be enough room for Falcons to be a bit more aggressive with bursting down this objective.
Oh, it looks like they're trying to sell this fight.
Oh, Ogwin and Flap trying to zone out the members as Falcons just secure this objective, but Ogwin still finds one. Do they want to push through with this fight, though? Haji providing the damage, and it's going to be enough. Super Marco's already called a killing spree, and Kyle on the backlines, finding Xing as they take out 3. It's just Modi and Recall. There goes the fracture, but it's gonna be okay.
They've been dancing around and they know they've got an endgame angle. Unfortunately for GZG, the biggest problem with their composition is they don't have the best wave clear. They have to commit a lot of bombs to make it happen.
And now they surprise with yet another flicker, and Modi could not tank the damage anymore. It's gonna be a near wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming as Recall's the only one left. He's trying to defend, but he can't. And Team Falcons with a 10k gold lead, close out game number 1.
That was clean. I gotta admit, there were moments there in the early stages that I was worried for Team Falcons, but they show their experience every single time. If you're looking for the most efficient map team for Golden EXP, these are the boys you need to look at.
They were untouchable, at least for the first few moments of the game. So much in the mid took place, but we kind of forgot about their sides, and a lot of how this game eventually would pan out revolved around whether or not the sides got the early that they wanted. At least for them, they actually did.
Well, I thought it would be a little bit more, to be fair, because these are like overwhelming odds with the Dairothon as well as Esme, and the patience from at least Haji for taking so much damage from Mei. You can see that in these clips, it's always Mei who's in your face in the early stages of the game, but it didn't tilt them, and they made sure to say, you know what? You're gonna man-to-man defense, we're gonna play your game, we're just gonna play it better.
Yeah, let's just go macro from this point onwards. Everything that they did was macro. And yes, Guangzhou, I think they were winning out big on kills, on team fights, on the smaller advantages on the map, but we don't really see them convert it into much. Like, they didn't really get as much map control afterward. They didn't really get to rotate into or convert it into more structures. Oh, that's us. Yeah, surprised of everything that's happening too, but that, I guess, just goes to show how interestingly, Falcons just really turned things around in this game.
Yeah, it is great. It is great overall, but the question is, what is going to happen in game number 2? We're going to be throwing it back to the desk and see what they think about this.
Thank you, Gideon Brigida. Great cast on game 1. Falcons, PH find a way to get the win, and it was a win indeed. They dominated later on in that game, but it wasn't domination early on. You saw Guangzhou find a way to kind of surprise them in the beginning, and I think that group style of roaming the map helped them early on, but it started to show up as a weakness in terms of the gold and trying to claw back into that game later on, Mirko.
Yeah, it was tempo control, obviously, with Esmeralda again. Early on, the Dairoth had her number, level 1, level 2, but then after that, Modi just constantly cleared out faster, rotated quicker, got that falling star moon set on 3, and unfortunately for Falcons BH, they got caught off guard. But after that, I think it's just signs of an elite team where they're losing early on. They lose out on almost all the objectives, kills as well. At a certain point, it was 2-7 on the scoreboard, but it was only a 900 gold lead for Guangzhou Gaming. So Falcons BH, even though they were losing, they had control over the game.
It never felt like it was an insurmountable issue going up against Guangzhou. Falcons always seemed like they were in it.
I mean, like, I would say that is something that Guangzhou has to look forward to after this, because it's clear that they do have the mechanics, but how do they extend the lead? That is what makes you into a good team, into a great team. How do you make a 200 goal lead into 2,000, right? So I feel like they got very excited, getting a few kills, especially around those objectives. But one of the clips we saw earlier was how the Harif was willing to die to get the kill over to the Brody. It would have been great, because knowing that Brody was going to recall anyway, right? If he stays, he's going to die. So instead of sacrificing yourself, clear the minions, get the turret, and that's how you extend the lead. So I feel like that's something that Guangzhou have to look out for, because there was a lot of wasted opportunity where they 100% should have gotten more on the map, but they just don't have that experience just yet.
Those little moments, 54,000 to 43,000 gold. It wasn't that way, but it became clear that Falcons were going to take the lead of this game. Ogun caused a lot of thoughts to be centered around him and how he, can't believe it, that SpongeBob skin coming in. It's so funny.
Patrick is amazing.
I was like, excuse me? What is going on? That glue was being played. But obviously caused a lot of attention, and that was one of the game plans. Didn't work out on a few of the dives, but after that, really forced Guangzhou Gaming to play around him.
Yeah, all this game, I feel like Oakman's is going to play the distracting game, right? He went for the classic itemization, though, of the glowing one and the cursed helmet, and that's why he was so squishy at the start. Every time he went slam, pass, it would either be I get the mount or I die, straight up, right? So he ended up being a diversion so that the rest of the team can actually get a few of these picks here and there. And for the most part, it worked out, because Kyle on the Assassin, on the Ling, was sent into these side lanes to farm up so well. That was also one of the reasons why they were able to keep the gold lead from skyrocketing away from Guangzhou Gaming.
How much of this is just a style? Because, we had Gideon break down why this gold lead was starting to happen, and he was pointing out that side lane was not being farmed, and that Guangzhou were just grouping up. They wanted to take fights like that. They wanted to roam all 5 on all sides of the map. Is that something they can afford to do against Falcons?
Honestly, no. I feel like you can split the map. Maybe you go for a 3-2 formation, because we saw wherever recall is, wherever the Nolan is, they can either get a kill or make the opponents low enough so that they have to back. There was few ganks onto Flap where I feel like, okay, you got Flap, and now what, right? You gotta either control the jungle or get those objectives. So I feel like that's just something that you have to understand, right? you know that recall can give you the advantage. So what are you going to do with that advantage? Because against a team like Falcons PH, Liquid, SRG, even Vamos, if you give them time, especially up against a Ling, once Kyle got that Blade of Despair, then that was it. The damage coming in from the Ling was just too much for them to handle.
You have to, again, remember that that's the reason he went for just pure damage at the start, right? Very unorthodox Ling build, just going rushing BOD, but it's because you already have physical shred, you already have consistent damage from the Tyroth, and then the Brody, and then the Lilia as well. So it was just a mix of damage, constantly going at it. He just wanted to go for those last hits, and that's why a couple of times you saw some surprise moments where I think Xing just got blink completely taken out with just one ability, one Defiant Blade. So it's the small things. And I agree, there were a lot of throws from Guangzhou Gaming when they were ahead, forcing in mid. I remember diving onto Haji for some reason. Mei dove in, lost, died there, and completely lost control on the map.
You know, another star, I think, moment, or had a couple of moments from Guangzhou Gaming was Nolan. Nolan actually had a pretty good, he was 5-1 for most of that game. Last person alive, defending the base, tried to make something happen, but couldn't, LaFell. You know, he's an important part of Guangzhou Gaming's strategy if they want to win this.
I gotta say, so far, looking at that previous game, the draft might change how this will look like, but it does seem that if there's anything that Guangzhou wants to exploit, it's the front lines. Take down Ogwen as well as take down Flap. Because the thing is, once those are gone, you should hope that the discipline for Falcons PH to respect the damage coming in and not force a defense. Try to use that, because in that earlier fight, I just don't like them sacrificing themselves for nothing.
Yeah, I agree. The sacrifices definitely, they got to fix a lot of those. But I think going back to the Nolan pick, I feel like in this position, it doesn't matter how well the Nolan plays at the end of the day. Because that pick in itself was already forced out, right? We saw all the assassins banned out. Fanny Hirara in the first phase, the Ling first picked, and then the Hayabusa taken out in the second phase, where then you are left to play either utility jungle, which will already be countered by the Lilia, the Glue, and shredded down by the Tyroth, or you go for an assassin, which can clear fast, can get an early snowball, but will ultimately amount to nothing. Because again, in that game, Nolan, you're up against a Lilia, Black Shoes instantly. You're up against a Brody that can stun you and lock you down. And then a Ling who literally is the counter to the Nolan. It's tough.
Day late and $1 short sometimes for that last pick. And I think obviously Guangzhou Gaming trying to pull out, it could be a rabbit out of the hat. They might need more than that. Might need a tank out of the hat to have enough firepower against Falcons, because they came to play. There was no doubt that these players want to show up like we know they can on this global stage. MSC looking for one winner for that $1 million prize pool. Falcons on their way to be it. One more win that will put themselves in a strong position in this group with a 2-0 start. But of course, Guangzhou Gaming trying to come back and claw their way to make it a best of 3 and force that final third game. LaFell, more of what Falcons have done seem to be probably the plan for game 2.
I don't know if Mirko agrees, but I was hoping for much more coming in from Falcons here, because yes, they win, but even as analysts, we're like,
interesting.
It's not going to be enough just yet, because you got to look at this tournament as a whole. Guangzhou Gaming, they've shown that they are strong, but there are some games you need a statement game to show that you are far above and beyond the competition for you to go to the grand finals. Because at this point, it's not about beating Guangzhou, it's about getting that momentum, that tempo, for you to make it all the way to the grand finals. And I hope this is kind of like a wake-up call to be like, okay, there's mistakes here, 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 and here. We got to fix this before we get to the grand finals. Because personally for me, I want to see a bit more coming in from Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, for me, unfortunately, I see where you're coming from. I agree to a certain extent, but I think just going off of the experience of all these teams, you know, Falcons, PH, TLPH, just the Filipino teams in general, there are so many times where in a tournament they would look weak early on, but then they would just adapt and improve as time passes by and as the tournament goes around. So I think that's another, this should be another example of that. Falcons, PH, TLPH, all the teams, I think here in their first day will still be kind of like reading out and gauging out what the meta really is, and they'll still be going for weirder picks. And then later on, we'll have a much more, we'll have a better understanding on the meta.
Same as Navi in MWI. But yeah, I feel like in terms of the meta, I think it's flexible.
True.
It's really just about, I guess, the micro and macro, knowing when to go in and out. Because Dyrov is not a hero that's in the meta a lot. So it's one of those where you kind of punish yourself.
You know, interestingly enough, a lot of MOBAs have this sense of one really strong counter pick that's like you can't deal anything with. That could change your entire game. Do you feel that that's available, at least in this meta right now, where you could see a lineup come out like Falcons PH, and you see a last pick or two last picks from a team like Guangzhou Gaming, they go, oh wow, we can't deal with that. We got 5 good heroes, but we cannot deal with those 2 once they get going? Or is it more of the fact that you're kind of needing to draft this lineup that sets up you to be successful from the very beginning, and then having members of that final pick complement it?
Yeah. I think it's possible that one pick can just be like, all right, we're done. But that's a very rare case, especially on an international stage.
Yeah,
so where we'll have that would be usually in the laning phase, right? Like the Dyro thing and the Esmeralda. But then that's where the others come in and help her out.
And I imagine that's because, again, this is a much faster game. When it comes to MOBAs that can last over an hour, we had Dota 2 on the stage, right, just last week. It's a different pacing, it's a different timing, it's a different scale. When you're here, you need the tempo, you need to be available in those first 5 minutes, those first 10 minutes, because those turtles, that Lord, it's gonna maybe change and secure your victory right away.
Though I gotta say, here in the Mobile Legends ecosystem, we have another thing to consider. It's not sometimes just one hero. Sometimes just the draft does not have the answer against the composition that opponent has. For example, we've had teams draft a no crowd control kind of draft where you're going up against a lot of fast moving assassin, mages, marksmen, and they're like, how are you going to stop that? How are you going to... They're just dancing around, and there's literally nothing you can do. We've had teams where they have so much crowd control, but 0 damage, so you're just fighting for 2 to 3 minutes, and nothing happens. So that's also a balance we have to see in the drafts.
When you have a team that is so good at being aggressive, do you try to match that and say there is no version of Peel that we can provide that's going to stop them? So the best chance is actually try to hit them back.
Sometimes it's better to fight fire with fire. Some other times, you might have to just double down on Peel, right? And right now, I think for Guangzhou Gaming, the route is double down on meta. Because again, they had a pretty good composition from the start of the game. They had tempo, they had the snowball, but unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on the leads because they didn't have any pick that could deal with Kyle on the Ling, constantly clearing those side lanes, right? So again, with the Nolan, you aren't able to 1v on the Ling in the side lane. With any of those picks, you're kind of like forced to group up. That's why we were talking about the Moskov. I think the Moskov, just that one pick added into that kind of composition, and they'll be pretty good.
Yeah. Dangerous grass picked up for the map. How does that change things, LaFell, if at all?
Well, it really helps out a team that really wants to be aggressive, and it forces you to never autopilot because you're playing a normal map, you know where the bushes are, but sometimes it just disappears in your brain that there's a bush in front of you, you just forget about it.
Oh, man. Goodbye to Assassins, I'm guessing here. Fanny, Ling, both banned. I believe the Hirara should be coming out next.
Yep, and we have a fun fact here. Sunday, formerly known as Ahao, was the world champion in a different MOBA. And will his winning formula help Guangzhou Gaming pull up an upset today? I mean, like, it was pretty good at it early. But again, it's all about utilizing the advantages that you have.
And it's also about timing. And I think certain players, we see this across multiple games as well, I'm sure in MLBB, fit different metas better. And you could play the meta, but sometimes it's not the meta you would prefer to play. It's not your style. It's not where you feel at home. So having a winning formula in one game, in one meta, may not translate over to what we're seeing now, which clearly has given us a little bit of a different look here as we see our bands start to come out for Game 2, Falcons versus Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, back again to that point though, hey, I've seen a lot of different coaches come in from different MOBAs, and it's always a clear template that they bring into the team, right? Early games, great. They have these templates where this is where you need to group up. This is how you get prio over your laner. This is how you get prio over the map itself. But then it's the mid and late game where we get to see a little bit of that question mark. And it's because compared to other MOBAs, this is a lot faster, like you pointed out, Rain Day. And because it's a lot faster, it's almost like they're coming into it with the mindset of, all right, we're going from gear 1 into 2, 3 constantly, but in MLBB, it's kind of like you go gear 1 and you kind of have to skip the next 4 gears into 5.
Yeah.
Something to note as well, the longer the game goes, the less that the coach can really impact on the decisions of the game, because that's why certain shot callers in Mobile Legends is so highly valued that even if your mechanics isn't that great, but you have a good head over your shoulders, your price is just gonna skyrocket. So
shout outs to V.
Shout outs to V. And this is why, honestly, we're going into a game where teams that have incredible mechanics as well as good coaches try to end the game as fast as possible, because I would say after 10, 12 minutes, it can get chaotic, and that's where the point surprises happens. And Harara first pick here for Guangzhou,
Whoa.
and now an early Akai as well
And
as the Eudora.
Oh, God.
We're getting spicy over here. Aurora finally let through, and Eudora back again for the 3rd out of 4 games with the early Akai.
Yeah, that's why Falcons were happy with the trade. They're like, all right, go for the Hirara. We'll take the Eudora. We'll lock her down completely, and even the Akai pick. Now, we've seen more Assassins do well, find success over the course of the last 3 games that we casted or that we analyzed for. But the Akai works when it's still against the Hirara, man. It's just so difficult for the Hirara to walk onto these neutral objectives. So, Guangzhou Gaming, I think they got to build for a strong side goal.
Yeah, and also just to note for the fans watching, just because a hero got nerfed doesn't mean it's unusable, right? Akai is still very strong. It's still a top pick in the jungle. It's just not as oppressive during wildcards and basically during wildcards, because during MWI it's already been nerfed. So now Guangzhou answer with the Claude as well as the Eve, and now the Harley picked up. So this is Akai Roam?
I think so.
Yeah.
I like it more than the Akai jungle, not gonna lie. I agree with you, it's not entirely out of the meta in the jungle, but I'd prefer it to be somewhere else, especially considering right now it's all about having those fast clearing jungles, and Akai did get kind of nerfed in that aspect. The Barats gets banned out. Very interesting.
Why so?
Okay, so I've also seen this in scrims. The Barats is usually an answer to the Arlet or the Paquito, so I think Falcons might actually be eyeing an Arlet here, knowing that, again, they already have an Akai. It's very good to stop that. The Brody gets banned out by Guangzhou Gaming, another pick that can actually bully the Claude, but if you see the Eve, you're already kind of thinking it should be no problem.
Yeah.
Either way, though, it is what it is. The Uranus is the final ban for Falcons.
Yeah, so it looks like Falcons is trying to set up for a strong pick in the EXP, and now the Clint has been banned out as well. So for Guangzhou, I would say their opening is pretty solid, but they still need someone to be a proper frontline. If possible, push the Eudora away so that it doesn't become a problem for either the Claude or the Harara, because they got a lot of damage coming in from Guangzhou, but I feel like if one of those pieces is missing, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Lane pressure with Moskov, able to have that global rotate to join in on the fights. That was one of the things the casters picked up. Gideon mentioned that was a problem for Guangzhou. Grouping together, not being able to kind of 4-1 or 3-2, as you mentioned, LaFell. Moskov going to open up some things and some playmaking potential, as we have 2 more picks here coming from Guangzhou Gaming to close out their draft.
Yeah, especially now we're in Dangerous Grass. They need a dedicated pick, doesn't matter Roam or EXP, just to be able to open up the map, because Eudora as well as the Hardy can take advantage. And there's the Grok. We don't see him a lot. Still a very strong pick.
Paquito.
And finally, the Paquito shows up. Esmeralda is not there to like be a true counter, but at this point I feel like there's still quite a lot of picks that can deal with Guangzhou.
I think it should be just either the Phobius or the Arlet.
Well, yeah, the Fovia is still open, yeah.
The Arlet, you're going to get bullied quite a bit by the Paquito, but then you're just relying on the stuns coming in for the resets with the Akai and the Eudora in your team. If you want to take more into your hands, you would go for the Phobius, but instead, they go for the Sora.
I gotta say, Falcons PH...
Just for dive?
Falcons PH, at least for this matchup, looks like just more damage, right?
Yeah.
A good offense is a good defense. So a lot of firepower coming in from Falcons for the first match in game number 1 and game number 2.
Because it seems like with the Sora pick here, it's more of like, all right, we don't care about the lane anymore. We're just going to go for the team fight, because the Paquito is usually an answer to the Sora in lane.
And at this point, why would they? Whatever works last game could work again. Confidence for Team Falcons PH trying to close it out over GZG. Let's send it over to our casters, see what they think as Gideon and Brigitte join us for game 2.
Thanks so much, Reindeer. Let's jump right into this. We are ready for battle, of course, but right now, it's about trying to figure out how to get underneath the skin of each of our competitors here. And so far, currently at match point, it's Team Falcons who are leading that charge. We want to see how GZG is going to try and turn this around.
And I agree. I would want to see more from Team Falcons as well. It was already brought up by our panelists. Initially, I think heading into this tournament, you were really expecting them to be one of the cleanest, but game 1, GZG pushed them to the limits by just a little bit. So this time around, though, things seem to be pretty different, draft-wise especially.
Oh, what a sneaky little invade here by Kyle. Able to take a camp out. He figured out the starting path and was able to take at least one of these camps. This does mean that it's going to be a bit of a delay. However, we're going to see Recall here going to try and contest this. It's dangerous stuff, and admittedly, they played it well. Even Haji getting into the right position to see it happen.
Yeah, somehow equalizing the advantage in the early game, given that Kyle did take away one green camp. But a quick look onto the emblems as well. There seems to be the mid duo taking that PYT.
Interesting stuff, but at the same time, I'm liking the way that Falcons are actually playing this right now. Flap gonna take a bit of damage here. What's that? I felt like that was a kill angle.
Yeah, if it weren't for Oakwood.
Yeah, but even then, I think that should have been a solo kill, right? Empower jab into auto attack would have been like more than enough to take him out here, but now.
Oh, this is something unexpected. Xing did not expect that, but it was still Guangzhou who actually picked up first blood. They find Haji in exchange of Xing, but it's a double kill now for Kyle, and it seems like they got the better trade.
A much better trade, in a matter of fact, and May understood. Again, this Grok can be a game changer. The problem is that it's very timing based, right? You have to maintain control over tempo. It's not a fight on a dime type hero. You really have to kind of set the plays and really find the right angles. At the same time, with tempo. Oh, whoa. All right. So we know that Kyle's on top side.
Okay, and now, you know, the Modi's just holding this bush. We're seeing dangerous grass in a while, and now it's Falcon starting it up. But Recall and the rest of the members are going to be here too. Flap trying to look for an angle. It's not going to go in for the setup just yet, and there you go. But it's still Recall actually winning out on the retry battle. Blazing to it, already committed here by side. SOD will not connect, but Oakwood still goes in for the knockups, and the flicker from Flap. They still actually find X-King, but they might just get traded out. Unfortunately, the heavy spin will keep them safe. The knockups, however, close call for Oakwood right there.
What a timing by both of these supports. They both knew we're about to hit level 4. Just give me the right timing. I just need to reveal one extra person. The tech charge alongside with a heavy spin. Life-changing spells. And now you get to see how these compositions actually want to play the game now, right? Falcons, understandably, hey, even though it's a skirmish, we can't risk losing these big spells before the most important fight. But look at Kyle, repathing down towards the purple side, knowing that Hirara is on the orange buff side.
Yep, I think the only small win really that we could really consider from that was the fact that Recall still got the objective. Other than that, the team fight, the post-turtle takes seem to have really favored Falcons, especially as Recall has lost on so much resources at this point already. Fortunately though, he's not really as behind, but you can see that Kyle is really having such a good start.
Wait, keep your eyes out here. Flap might find an angle. If he gets on top of Xing, it might just be over. It doesn't reveal him, but he's going to walk through. Good check. Good game sense.
Yep. They're not they could not afford to lose out on any more. At least Modi, I think, would be communicating every single time he feels that Flap isn't within the area. Another gold grab. I think that's the second time Super Marco stole it away from Guangzhou.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Committing it all just for these small advantages. That's what separates the boys from the men. Oh, CY's in so much trouble.
Okay, there's a Purify still, but he still gets caught in the heavy spin nonetheless. The damage from Haji is going to be enough. The question is, does Oakwood get out of this? He might just, but not with the real-world manipulation being laid down.
Okay, that's actually incredible. That's actually incredible for Falcons. No RWM. They get to technically contest this for free, but can they do it right now? Flap misses everything.
Yep, he doesn't get to find a setup, and still Guangzhou will be the one securing this objective. Kyle will not make it as he just focuses on this green camp, but that's knowing that they didn't have the real world, and now Guangzhou might get more. They might just find Kyle. Fortunately, is still alive though, but Xing picks up the kill. Now they're gonna go for the chase. It's Mei and Xing trying to get back under their turrets. Another barrier laid down, and the flicker to get out.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That Fork Lightning. Oh no, wait. Does he have? Okay, he does have Body Slam, but CY chasing this really isn't gonna get much until he gets that Trinity build. But my goodness, getting to see the Fork Lightning being spammed like what, 3 times? I know that they changed the cooldowns to it so that you can like chain it together much easier than last time where you needed to be like level 11, level 10 around there to get it consistently. But now here at level 7, I mean, Haji is doing it consistently too.
Yeah, and at least for Falcons, despite what happened earlier on, it didn't really they didn't really lose the advantage. Like, they still have the advantage in their hands nonetheless, despite Flap slipping up on that setup and them actually not being able to contest for the objective. And maybe that's one thing Guangzhou can just really try to capitalize on. The fact that even if the Akai is on the other side, the way that they just get in and out of these fights and still have these utilities to really rely on, such as the tech charge and real-world manipulation, might just give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think GCG, they got the mechanics, and I think they also have great communication with each of their members, but I think Falcons is much better at just playing patient, and honestly, super tactical. Oh,
Flap is gonna be here, Haji flickers out, but they find themselves under the real-world manipulation, but they're not gonna fight under that anymore. So that's just resources burned again from the side of Guangzhou pre-turtle.
And here I was complimenting GCG about, great communication, and yet, they could have, I don't know, used their ults at the same time, or find the engagement a little bit sooner, but that's fine. It happens, especially in high-stakes games, and especially when you're playing against a team like Falcon. You know they've got plenty of history.
Yeah, Kyle shows up here in mid, and Ogun will be at least positioning here in the turtle. But Guangzhou have a lot of information. They know what to expect and where they could potentially come from. But does Flap start things off again?
I think it's about the big question.
Oh, it's gonna be Mei instead who gets caught now. Tech charge does land, but does he go down in the deadly magic? It's not gonna be the case. Guangzhou once again take the objective for themselves, and it's Flap just trying to run for his life, but X-King does not allow him to get away. And this seems like a repeat of game number 1, where it's not Kyle going to the other side of the map, but instead it's just Super Marco at this point.
Only naturally, right? Because when you have the access to the SOD, being able to close that distance with the rest of your team on mutual objectives is sort of the point. But I think at this stage, Super Marco, he's probably going to start rotating after clearing this bot side, rotate over to mid, and then immediately, oh wait, actually, does he need to? Nah, he doesn't need to. The Lord is going to spawn on that top side. He's staying down bot.
Oh, but half HP. Guangzhou Gaming have been really good in terms of these pokes and back and forths as well, not really granting the massive advantage to Falcons despite the slight sloppiness, I'd say, especially pre-objectives. But at least they're somehow grouping together and making sure that they somehow, at least, the next team fight we see, get to communicate and layer their skills better.
Yeah, I'm noticing that GCG, like, the gold lead isn't too far away from the Falcons, right? You can play a little disrespectful, but I've noticed that they don't really invade, do they? They just sit around the river a lot of the time. Thanks for bringing up the items, because I am curious to see how far along the track they are. Chastised Pauldron already purchased by Mei, and now that the rest of the Falcons are looking to get this tier 2 side, we're just a little bit of gold off before Super Marco is actually able to complete the Trinity. DHS and he's done.
Yeah, I think the only time we really got to see them invade was when Mei was on the Hilda, and it was just Mei as the Hilda. Like, there wasn't really help that came from the other members as much, and that's naturally what you expect. But this time, on the Grok and Eve, it seems to be a bit different in terms of their gameplay, or maybe Falcons too are just overwhelmingly good in controlling the map.
Maybe, but I think the Falcons need to recognize that, hey, GCG are really good at chasing you down, so they cannot take that initial impact. If it's too much damage and they back away, it's just as good as a wipeout. So I think that Falcons are being extra precautious on the way that they need to maneuver around these fights, knowing that the tech charge is probably their best form of counter-engage, and the real-world manipulation, it's a box, so you got to start thinking about angles.
GZZ are just blocking off the entries for Ogun at this point, forcing the recall for Super Marco just to get here, but now Modi all alone. How did it end up like this? There were just 3 members surrounding him at that point, and he was all alone. Now GZG are down 1. Recall shows up. Flap trying to keep him in check. Mei still has the ultimate, but Ogun uses his first. And now Falcons are just going to go for Hero. Super Marco's here to help. Sai using the Blazing Duet to get away, but the SOD is going to land. Super Marco goes in. Flap 2 helping him make or get some kills. But that's just them pushing GZG out as they focus on the objective.
That has to be one of the biggest whiffs of all time. Zipper, don't put up the replay on that one. I swear to God. Recall dying there? Like, why would you use your iframes to try and bail? Like, you can't stop the spin. That's the problem with a heavy spin. You can't stop it. Oh! Doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah.
But sure, boy, was that flashy. That looked cool.
It was cool. And they got tier 2 turrets out of that too. Unfortunately, you have to take a look at the replay.
God damn it, Zipper! I mean, just look at Recall, right? There's no reason for him to actually dash into this to get the extra little bit of damage. If they wanted to do something earlier, it's got to be the RWM. The order was wrong, and unfortunately for Recall, he should have known. Don't go into the heavy spin. You can't cancel it out as easy as you think it can.
Yep. And now they have to deal with the Lord, who is still up, by the way, marching down bot as Falcons will just try to focus out on the other remaining outer turrets. And Recall shows up yet again in this spot. Fortunately has the iframes, but now it's Falcons winning out big. It's a 5k gold lead all over again. At least they have Holy Shields, because earlier when they had this Lord, their Holy Shields were already down.
But still, it's pretty good. GCG, if they can just clear out these... Oh, the conceal.
Oh, Flap's gonna go in. Does find one. Real world manipulation used as a response, though. Kyle's just gonna focus on X-King! Deadly Magic definitely gonna take him downside. Doesn't have enough damage with the Blazing Do It just yet, but Recall will finish the job. They find one in exchange of 2. Kyle being chased by Modi, but this is not enough. Super Marco goes in! SOD threatens them, and they cannot chase after Kyle anymore. Modi, though! Can they actually do this?
Almost.
No.
Oh, he outplays it! He gets the power, but still dies in the end. The KDA machine says no!
Wow, Owen picked up an Immortality too. Were they expecting the team fight to last a bit longer than it should have? Another Deadly Magic onto May. But this is going to be a Croc, so they're not going to take him down.
Yeah, typical Paquito things, am I right? You know, it's just like Suyo when you're just about... You get that first kill, and then you purchase the Sky Piercer. Same goes for the Immos, right? It happens at times. But for the time being, we can see that, like, they've got good damage here. I am curious to see what they have. Thank you for the item, Zipper. 3 already done. Malefic Gun on the way through. Winds of Nature, good purchase here for Super Marco. They understand that it's going to be up to the Blazing Duet to kind of make up for the lack of damage.
Yeah, so we see that how surprisingly Modi lasted a bit longer than we thought, apart from the fact that, yeah, Haji's skills were mostly on cooldown, I'd say, but this is looking really devastating. The damage that you can expect from Kyle is really massive, and now Etienne gets caught by Flap once again. It's just Flap doing all of this pressure onto the back lines, and he surprisingly nearly took him down. May will be the exchange for this, but Kyle trying to go for the chase of the back lines too. GZG now have left Recall all alone against 5 of Team Falcons.
Literally 1 HP, and the crowd's going wild for this one. Wasn't expecting them to survive, expecting at least a 2 for 1 trade, and they get denied even that. An 8k gold lead as Falcons have taken this mid-game all the way to the late and are looking to punch a hole straight through GZG.
Yep, it's just Kyle on the Lord. No threat whatsoever from the side of GZG. At least Sai can still hold on to this Purify later on for this upcoming siege, but it's looking scary. The way or the ways that Falcons can just attempt to go in for a dive.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Modi though. Although the build is a little more defensive, not looking to take full advantage of the kit in multiple different ways, I think getting a War Axe might actually be profitable for him. He's been playing a really good peel. Yeah. He saved the life of Seeing, and I think they got it. Oh!
You just mentioned him. You just mentioned his name, and he nearly went down.
Don't worry. If it's not for Modi, it's May who's going to block the damage. They are working in tandem with each other.
They have to at this point, because they're the only ones that GZG could really rely on when it comes to the all-out team fights. Kyle is going to hold this bush. Recall has no idea, and the Lord is going to march down here as well. They get this turret for free, and now Oakland goes in. Already down half HP though, so you got to respect the damage coming from GZG.
They're dancing around this, and they understand, man, the waves are not exactly in the best position, and unfortunately, in comparison to Guangzhou's Gaming's lineup, it's a lot harder to get the siege down.
Oh, Recall goes in. Oakland already very low.
They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
They're gonna back away from this.
Yeah, because the Purify was still up too, even if he went for the tech charge there.
I'm realizing. I thought they got rid of the eye. Or maybe this is like a spectator thing.
Oh, yeah.
That we get to see the eye, but they don't.
Yeah.
this is nice. This is a little quality of life change that we've been asking for that now being implemented onto our, at least for our observers.
Did they take out the eye or just the delay when you see?
It is the delay on the eye as well, but even so, let's see where this is going to lead to, because right now Falcons have been bouncing back and forth between top side and bottom side just to get every buff underneath the sun.
Okay, the threat of the tech charge is there, but the damage from side too, shredding down open to bases. Immortality already popped. The setup from Flap, catching two with the follow-up damage coming in from Kyle. They're definitely going to take out more. Modi falls first. The iframes are not going to keep Recall safe as Super Marco ends it from the sides, finds a double, and just waits for the waves to come crashing in the base.
A chop to the neck. Trying to break the neck now, trying to go for the throat. Seeing, what can he do? What do they have access to? They could try, no, not even the RWM is accessible. And Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0 against Guangzhou Gaming.
With the wipeout at that to end game number 2. Falcons were just everywhere. They could not find the best setup for Guangzhou. They had to worry about all these backlines, these surprises that had to come in from Team Falcons.
But this is a learning experience. It really comes down to the little things in the game that slowly add up. I wouldn't say that this is a complete defeat for GZG, but a huge learning experience for what is to come later in this group.
Yeah, the fact that Falcons haven't had the cleanest of games in their debut here in MSC already goes to show the potential that GZG actually have in this debut match.
It's some good stuff and a very good showing so far, as our second series of the day has been exciting just to see what our professionals are pushing the meta towards and what they've been experimenting. And I kind of like it because now they're showing multiple flex picks, and even over and going on the Sakai opens up opportunities for other teams to say, hey, this could be a drafting technique we can utilize.
How long have we been wanting for different picks in the mid lane, right? You get it in the first day of MSC, where the Eudora seems to be showing up more often than we expected it to. And the flex picks on the picks you're so used to seeing in certain roles as well, the direct counters, the draft sequences. There's just so much to understand and uncover here in MSC. What is that?
And it gets you every single time. You should expect it these days, especially now that the meta is heading towards Eudora. Because now, there's so many things Eudora can do. The extra movement speed, the multi-stun, which has been changing a lot of these fights. Like a surprising amount of AoE that most people don't associate with Eudora because it's been too long. Now, we're going to head on over to the stage to have an interview with our winners, Team Falcon.
Hey guys, Rose here with Super Marco up on stage after a 2-0 clean sweep up against Guangzhou Gaming. Super Marco, welcome back to MSC. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. He's shy. Now, Super Marco, I want to ask, how different is the Super Marco this year compared to the one we saw in 2024 that made it all the way to the grand finals?
I think still the same because I'm still motivated and I'm eager to win.
Wow. No, that was a really good answer. Okay, let's discuss game 1. Because in the first game, we saw that the first few minutes of the game was primarily dominated by Guangzhou Gaming. So did you guys get shocked, honestly, at how aggressive they were in the early game?
I think they just maximize our errors in early game. That's why they got the advantage.
And how did you guys manage to keep yourself composed and come back for the later part of the game?
We just maximize their errors. That's why we came back. Yeah.
You guys capitalized on the mistakes that they played out in the game, which honestly boils down to experience, if you ask me. Now, Super Marco, 2 matches into MSC, and we have witnessed some very, very interesting picks that has debuted this year, like the Brody coming out from you. So I want to ask, what made you guys decide to pick Brody?
I don't know. Brody's just meta. There's no other reason. It's just meta.
It's just meta. So why didn't you pick your Brody skin? No? You just don't feel like using it today?
No, I don't want to use it.
Why?
I just don't feel it.
You just don't feel it. Now, I did hear that some players don't like to use their own skin because they said that they feel like it's cursed somehow, that when they played on the international stages, they do end up losing. Is it the same case for you?
Yeah.
There's a curse. All right, we shall not ask further. Super Marco, is there any words that you want to say to the fans that has been supporting you guys?
Thank you sa mga... Thank you sa mga pumunta sa venue tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan online. Sana supportahan nyo kami next match.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the venue and of course to those watching at home, and he hopes that you guys can actually support them in their next match. Congratulations, Super Marco, and thank you very much. That's it from us here with the post-match winner interview. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose. Some time with Super Marco there on stage. The fans, you could hear him. They were elated to see him moving on. 2024 Grand Finalist in Team Falcons, back again to try to claim the title and fill out that trophy cabinet. I'm Rain Day, joining you back here on the studio panel with Mirko and Lefel to close out our second series of the day. Mirko, it was all Falcons all the way. They did do some different things than what we saw Team Vamos do in the earlier set, but it was the same result. Just pretty much a team that seems like it can go far in this tournament right now versus a team that's still trying to figure out how they want to succeed in the meta.
I think it's the same again, right? We saw the early game, we saw the template. When it was still template early to mid game, they know what to do. They know exactly where to position themselves. They know when to gank, how to get prio. But once it gets to a stage where they have to be a little bit more creative, when it's hands off for the coach, when it's no longer template, they're lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to rotate. And I really feel like in this game especially, a bit naive a couple of times, you know, walking past some of these bushes. May not opening up for CY. Dude, CY, that one moment where the Claude walked up through the bush, I was like, oh my God, why is the roamer not opening up?
Mirko, this is why I say in dangerous grass, it catches you whenever you autopilot, because I play as a roam, and sometimes especially I'm colorblind. Dude, I'm colorblind, right?
These are issues, right?
I mean, like, these are issues.
Yeah,
like,
real issues.
There are things that make you overthink. Like, for example, even questions, right? Players are struggling going up against Eterna, and now Rose, even Super Marco's like, I did not get this in PR training. They didn't tell me what to do when they asked about the skins, right? Look at his face. He looked more scared in that interview than in games. Like, oh my God, why do I answer about the skins?
She wouldn't let him go either.
She wouldn't let him. She's like,
I know Rose now. She's not.
I got you.
Yeah, why? Say that again.
Exactly.
A little louder, please.
So here's the thing, right? In game, I feel like quite a lot of players have been investing a lot of time in trying to establish the meta and all this kind of thing, sometimes to the point where you overlook certain aspects. And that's why Dangerous Grass is something that I really look forward to, because especially if the game goes long, somehow the grass just disappears from your mind. I don't know what they call it in science, but it's probably no grass in your face.
Maybe. You know, maybe it's like wearing a watch where you kind of stop feeling it after a while.
Yeah.
Blends into your wrist.
And then you just check your phone for the time.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. Wait a second. I got my watch on. Guys, 18-6, 15-minute game. I'm struggling to try to figure out a question to ask you guys that could have an answer to support Guangzhou Gaming or a team on this back foot so far moving forward, because it just seems like there's total control over our leading teams here.
Absolutely. You know, Falcons PH, not only do they have control in the mid to late game, but I feel like in the drafts as well. And now this, I think, brings it back to our questions that we had in the draft. Why not Arlet? Why not Phobius? Why did you go for the Sora? And mainly, they needed a second setter. I think in the XP lane and in the roam departments now, we're going to be seeing a lot more CC-heavy heroes, guys that can stay up front, they can be the initiators to open up for the other damage dealers, right? And I think that's what Guangzhou Gaming lacked. They went for Yves, they went for Hirara, they went for Claude, and then the Paquito. So it's like, who do you want to carry? Who do you want to initiate? At that point, it was Mei doing everything. Opening up, initiating, peeling. Everybody else was trying to deal damage, and when everybody else is doing, you know, individual tasks, you don't play together as a unit.
Although I do have to say, I like what I saw coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like those are mistakes that is very much fixable, right? Yeah. Look at other teams play, get some bits here and there, maybe one or two scrims, and I feel like they would catch up very, very fast. I feel like the micro is there. Now it's all about priority, the draft, as well as how you move around the map, which is a lot. But hey, we're playing for $1 million in the champion slot, so you just gotta go all out, because everyone here is going all out.
It's very difficult to be a team that goes the entire way in a tournament this big and never loses. And so what that means is getting comfortable with taking a big lesson after your loss is going to be important. In fact, maybe necessary to go all the way. And Guangzhou Gaming, and when you look at Team Vamos going up against Team Falcons Meta, there were lessons that were applied to both of those teams. If you guys now were taking a different role, so we're going to be switching out our talent for our next series, what are the lessons that you've learned so far? What are your takeaways after seeing 2 series as we kicked off MSC?
I still think it's a draft. I still think it's how do you look at it in the draft, right? In match number 1, it really just feels like they were leaning too much on identity. They didn't really respect the meta. In match number 2, it's more on the side of, all right, we know the meta. We want to go for damage, but it's just too much, and we don't have anything else to fill in the gaps of the composition.
So in terms of the draft, looks like Eudora as well as Ling is going to be very, very prioritized. But also looking at the game so far, the mistakes is going to be magnified by quite a lot, because Vamos, they saw one mistake where Falcons made and then they just roll with it. Same as Falcons here. They saw 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Guangzhou and then they roll with it. That's why even in the interview just now, Super Marco was like, they capitalized on our mistakes, but eventually we waited for them to make a mistake and then we capitalized. So I completely agree with Mirko. The draft is going to be very important, where you can get wins and loses just based off the draft, but also try to minimize those mistakes, because they just make it super big.
A great heads up from 2 guys who talk MLBB for a living. Now let's talk about what's coming up next. For those who are sitting back, relaxing, not doing any work and just enjoying, unless you're, trying to be a co-streamer. If that's the case, then you're scanning that QR code and trying to start your stream up. Team Vitality and True Rippers. This is a true matchup right here. Indonesia coming through, and Team Vitality representing France. Here in the hometown of Paris, France. This is going to be a big one. Team Spirit and Ignite Gaming following up afterwards as well. Make sure if you think you know who is going to take the lead and win those series, you get your pick'ems in. That's right. You go to esportsworldcup.com/play. You'll have a chance to let us know if you can tell the future in MLBB. And if you can't tell the future and you just want to deal with the present, well, right now there's a pretty cool collaboration that you've been seeing a few teases of in-game. And I'm talking about my boy Guile, maybe some Ryu. It's Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy. Half for blow the house down.
16 of the best MLBB teams from across the world have traveled to Paris, France for a chance at $1 million and raising the trophy, cementing themselves in MLBB history, and hopefully a little bit of glory for whoever they're representing. This one is a big one because we've got hometown Team Vitality going up against Indonesia. Incredible stories here to kick off our third series of the day, and I want to welcome you back to our studio. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host here throughout these 2 weeks of MLBB action at EWC. And of course, I'm joined by some amazing faces who know this game, and you know very well also Rinmar and Trex. Rinmar, it's great to have you here, man. You've been watching these first couple of series. I mean, we've had some great games so far and some strong moments from teams that are clear competitors here.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from the meta. Trex and I were talking about it behind the scenes and on the way here. We were expecting excitement and unpredictability, and we got that.
It is exactly what we've got. We've seen things like Eudora pop up. The Ling is back. So many. I mean, we saw Brody earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, we're at a place right now where the meta can go just about anywhere, and we are literally just getting started.
One of the great things about this kind of conversation, too, is the global aspect of these matchups. And sometimes you don't get to see these regions go toe-to-toe. Now we get a chance to do so. And it is our Crunchyroll story of the day that we are going to bring up for this third series because it's India's international debut versus hometown heroes. Rinmar, talk to me about the impact both of these teams have in terms of their fan bases, in terms of this matchup.
Oh, of course. So with True Rippers carrying the pride of an entire region, finally getting representation in Mobile Legends Bang Bang international tournaments. I'm so excited to see them in action. It's going to be a tough one. It is David versus Goliath. It is, who's that guy who rolled up a stone over and over again? It's going to feel that way.
Atlas?
Was it Atlas? Yeah, Sisyphus? I don't know.
He holds
Atlas
the world.
is the one who holds the world, and that's what India's going to have to do today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're the hometown of Team Vitality, but I'm excited for them, and I'm so happy for India to finally be here. Welcome to International MLBB.
I mean, Trex, it's hard not to talk about some of the bigger picture items here before we start getting granular. You mentioned Eudora, but I mean, really for Indonesia, how big is this moment?
This is huge, right? I feel like they're coming to a place, not just a place of, we know how strong Indonesia is, but Vitality in general. It's the Cinderella story. What were they? I think they were 6th, or they were 5th place coming into playoffs.
Yeah.
Have a lower bracket run, take the championship, and now they're sitting here on the stage of MSC, welcoming India with open arms, ready for this first match of today. I mean, it's a big day for them, and it's a big tournament for them, because if they can get great standing in this tournament, if they can win this tournament, it's a huge statement, not just for Indonesia, but for Vitality in general.
Yeah, Vitality coming in alongside Indonesia, looking to represent both dreams and contenders. It's not just about getting here, Rinmar. It's about what can you do when you get here. Both these teams now have their work grounded in terms of, can we get a win? Can we jump out to a strong start? Because so much of how you begin a tournament like this can give you the confidence going forward to perform.
Yeah, and for True Rippers walking to the stage, I'm pretty sure they understand the magnitude of the series they're going to be going up against, the competitors across them. But it's good for True Rippers that, yes, they're also representing India, but then they also have 2 Indonesian imports with them. They have Rehansha and Ians, who both came from Indonesia's development leagues. They're hungry to prove themselves alongside players in the region who's been hungry for this opportunity.
Yeah, and Team Vitality also just coming in from, having that org represented here in France. That's got to feel big for them. You see the team members on the screen here as well. We actually had a chance, like before, to have some time to speak with Team Vitality's Moreno to talk about what they were feeling heading into today's series.
I'm now with Moreno, the maestro, for his upcoming match. We're going to talk to him before we get into it. Moreno, you're coming here with so many fans and, expectations from the Indonesian fans. How does that feel for you?
A bit heavy, but I just enjoy it as a team. I don't feel the pressure was so high, even though, a little high, but I'm just enjoying. Because it's our first time to go to international as a main 5 and as a champion also in our region. That's why we go here with our confidence.
He had to slip that in as champions from the region. And, Moreno, honestly, despite you guys being champions, it looks like the popularity, out there from the viewers, it looks like they're still in favor of Onyx. How does that feel for you?
To be honest, I don't really care, but it's just a fully statement for me. You guys cannot underestimate us because our team first timer now, but I think we can do better here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Don't underestimate them. So, coming into your next matchup, you're up against True Rippers.
Yeah.
What do you think about the team?
I think they just good because they have Indonesian player, 2 players from Indonesia. We just, for me, we as a team just respect them, but we just beat them.
Okay, respect, but they want to beat them.
Yes.
So I'm assuming you have enough data on them, right? Did you get to watch their matches?
I think, to be honest, no lah. I think they more data from us. Sorry. Maksudnya?
Yeah, you're right.
Maksudnya?
They have more information on you compared to you on them.
Yes.
Yes. Is that a challenge for you? Do you think that's going to be a disadvantage?
Might be, but yeah, like what I said, we don't care. We just focus on our team.
All right. Last question. Any messages to True Rippers?
Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. That's Moreno. Back to you guys.
Moreno, the maestro, representing Team Vitality, MPL Season 17 champions, the first for the organization. Trex, your thoughts on the fact that he knows his opponents have more on them than they do on their opponents, and he's okay with that.
I mean, he has to be okay with it, right? He has to come into this confident, he has to come into this prepared, but there still always has to be a level of respect for these new teams coming in, these new regions coming in. That's where the upsets happen. That's where the chaos can start. And my question is, the question on my mind is, can True Rippers be that underdog that come in and kind of flip the table a little bit today?
Yeah, and I think the team cams, them in their holding areas, pretty much paints the picture of the underdog story against a big giant in Team Vitality. Team Vitality has an army of coaches, their staff are there, the players are there, and in True Rippers, it's 5 or 6 dudes with the dream and hopes of an entire region who was just begging to finally make it here, and here they are.
One of the things about the story of, Indonesia and this representation finally with True Rippers is that you get to highlight stories you haven't been able to highlight before. One of them that's top of mind today is Sensei Kimmy, who the region refers to him as, who not only is a professional player here, but moonlights, you could say, or his other job is studying physics and helping to educate underprivileged kids. You talk about the impact of winning $1 million. Somebody like that in the position that they're in could help a lot of people, but it's going to be earned as well. And we had a chance for Eterna to sit down and talk with one of the members of True Rippers about how today is going to go.
And we're now with Asuna from True Rippers. Such a fresh face. How are you feeling?
Hello. Yeah, I'm feeling good, I think.
You're feeling good? Feeling excited?
Excited, a bit nervous also, but yeah, that's it.
So are you more nervous about playing or being here on the interview with me?
Think about this interview.
Is it me? Is it me or is it the interview? It's not me, right?
It's the camera and
okay.
I'm just nervous about the camera.
Okay, he's nervous about the camera, but he's not nervous about the game because it's going to be very exciting. You are you are the first representative from India coming into MSC. The fans are going crazy about you. Does that add pressure to you or motivate you more?
It's more like motivating because I think I got all the fans who supports us, like don't doubt us much. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do they usually say to you?
Like they always support us, that they don't care about the result or anything. They just say that it's first time for India, just do your best for everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to all the Indian fans out there. Coming up next, obviously, you're going to be up against Team Vitality. I think they are crowned as one of the favorites, and you're a bit of an underdog here in this matchup. What do you think about that?
We'll say that, but yeah, it's a little bit nervous to like play against them, but yeah, we are prepared though.
Prepared. You have a lot of data on them?
What?
Do you have a lot of data on them?
Yeah, we have done many watch their games and everything, read their drafts, and our coach is doing everything really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty
So
confident about it.
you can beat them?
Of course, we can try. We'll try our best to beat them.
Okay. You have a message to Team Vitality now?
I think just good luck, guys. We'll be there.
Okay. Good luck, but you will beat them.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Awesome energy. Thank you so much once again. And back to you guys.
The man was nervous, Eterna, and you made him answer the question 5 times in a row. You know, you could have let him off easy, but no, if you're with Eterna or Rose, you're going down in an interview. That's all I got to say. You're losing the interview. You are not getting out easy. Fellas, I mean, that is kind of the cool part about this because they said, we don't really expect to win. We're happy we're here. We know our fans are happy we're here, and I think that's good, but it kind of also, does it help relieve some tension knowing that what we do is hopefully like a bonus, like we're playing within the idea of like house money, like we don't really have too much to lose because we're already here?
Yeah, definitely. It was a statement just making it here in the first place. Growing up, my parents never told me, hey, you have to win this spelling bee. Hey, you gotta win this tryout or whatever. Just do your best, son. And look where I am now.
Yeah, nowhere near a spelling bee.
Yeah, but you know, I made it someplace, you know?
Trex, what about you?
I mean, I feel like, yes, you come in without any worry. We've seen a lot of teams on their last breath knowing that it doesn't matter whether they go home or not, do some great things before.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they still have drive, though, because you still need that hunger.
Yeah.
You still got to want to win. And right now, True Rippers are just kind of a blank card for all of us, even us as casters. We don't know how they're exactly going to play. Yes, we've seen some of their games, but what's their mentality going to be on that stage? Is it going to be carefree? Is the pressure going to be on? Are they going to be nervous like they're talking to Eterna? You know, exactly how are they going to walk out there? And that's going to be, you know, this game 1 is huge on how we see True Rippers for the rest of this event.
It's going to be interesting. The winner of this plays the winner of Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming, which we just witnessed. The loser plays the loser of that game. So a lot of information being gathered and a lot of information now that we will find out soon. If you think you know better than us or you want to try to get ahead of the guests, make sure to join our esportsworldcup.com/play pick'ems. You can scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here. Before we head into opening up with these teams, just kind of some final thoughts. Again, are you feeling like this is going to be another 2-0 on the day? Do you think there's a chance with True Rippers? Just excited to see what's going to happen.
This feels like one of the setups of many great Indian films. You know what? I am maybe one of those people thinking True Rippers gets a game, shocks the world, but Vitality still comes back and reminds them who they are. 2-1.
I'm an underdog guy from an underdog region. I want to see True Rippers go out there and rip some things up. So hopefully we see it. Hopefully they put up a fight. Maybe even take the series.
I like it, man. It's rare that Americas are an underdog here, but MLBB has just made it happen. Trex and I looking back, you know, we got nice to a little bit, but he left us, you know, with the Philippines. Like, we're losing people here. Guys, if you think, again, you know, make sure to get your pick'ems in. It is an amazing story. The hometown of Team Vitality going up against the new representation from Indonesia. We'll see who takes the cake.
Oh my, that match too was an amazing match to watch because if we recall correctly, Milosh, Guangzhou Gaming was in the lead in game number 1 and suddenly Team Falcons PH was like, nah, we're gonna clean sweep this.
I'm sad to say this, but the experience won out. Of course, you want to cheer for an underdog, but in this one, it was not meant to be. The beauty of it is, though, underdog stories and dark horses in general do not end with us here in our group stage, especially not on day 1, as we've crossed the halfway point. We're on the way to game 3, and this one on its own has a huge story to tell, I know, for a lot of fans out there.
Yes, sir. So, mentioning a match 3, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the hometown heroes, Team Vitality. This is a team that trusted the process with a championship that took years in the making. As the hometown heroes make their MSC at EWC debut, their resilience will be tested.
Big day for Vitality and their fans also here joining us in the arena. Today's only day one, and you can notice they get loud. They did get loud at MWI. They're going to do it again here at MSC 26. Though the game cannot begin, especially not without the dark horses awaiting in the corner. Let's welcome them, please. True Rippers! The torchbearers have arrived. And from viewers to participants, the inaugural ML Masters champions step onto the international MLBB stage for the very first time. Will their in-your-face aggression be the winning factor? My friends, we are about to find out. Big moment for them, big moment for India also here. First time participating internationally, Rose. There's a lot of pressure.
Yes, definitely. But I feel like this match will ultimately be very exciting because, like I've mentioned, both teams are debuting in EWC. A lot of fun picks to go around that, I'm sure of.
Very much so. So, my friends, please, you may go place your keys. Team captains, please go ahead. True Rippers, Vitality, place your keys in their positions. Take your seat. And remember to shake hands at captains because it's all about friendship and love before we get into the server itself. And there it is. Respect between our two team captains. And it's time for us to get into it. Who can take this matchup? Vitality, True Rippers. We'll break it all down on the desk before we get into game.
Thank you, Milos and Rose. A big moment for India's first debut here at MSC. And of course, when you look at Vitality, these guys have an incredible sense of, I think, confidence going into this one. But we'll see if that confidence is going to be earned, Rinmar.
Yeah, I think it's great here that for True Rippers going up against a confident team like Team Vitality, their styles aren't so different in the sense of both of them are just going to be looking for aggression. At the center of the map, they love to make sure they get to build advantage, and True Rippers is very familiar with that. Maybe through that angle, they could find a way to slowly chip away at Vitality.
I mean, yeah, be ready to go toe-to-toe. Maybe take advantage even of the aggression.
Yep.
A lot of times you see the more veteran teams that have been doing this longer, try to push in, try to bring that to your face. And if True Rippers are ready for that, maybe build a composition that can kind of absorb that initial shock. There could be something there.
I like the point that you mentioned, though, feeling relaxed and feeling like you've done enough to get here. You still have to somehow combat that with the drive. And as we narrow down into what's coming up next, the draft's certainly in about a minute or so. Rinmar, how do you do that practically? What does, a team like this in True Rippers need to do to maybe get ahead of the draft, which is where Mirko previously was saying a lot of these games have been won and lost.
Yeah, when it comes to how True Rippers played in their Master Series, they love to make sure that they have an EXP laner that can get out of lane relatively quickly, go into the river, and try to build some advantage there through the roam and mid, and then just continuously bombard the opponent with, hey, well, how come you're not laning? This is the laning phase. You should be taking more time with your minions. Suddenly they're not, because they know they can get leads through making sure that their jungler is safe and even more dominant compared to the opposing jungler.
Pushing out the space with the XP lane, and obviously the jungler has more room to roam. Same idea for you, Trex, or what is, if you're at Vitality, don't know as much about True Rippers, how are you drafting to make sure you don't fall into that trap?
I think you play your game. I think it's harder to say in draft right now just because of how sporadic everything's been, the new picks. We're going to see exactly how it goes. We do have Flying Clouds coming in as the map choice, but I think in terms of gameplay, they have to just come in confident in what they're going to do and be ready for any surprises that True Rippers might bring. And that's where I think draft is key, because that's where new regions coming into MSC, coming into MLBB, you start to see things get a little crazy. Maybe a surprise pick, maybe a cheese pick, maybe a comfort pick for one of the players that no one is expecting.
MSC at EWC 26 makes history for India and True Rippers as they represent the region for the first time in an international MLBB tournament. In many ways, guys, it's a chance to measure how far this region has come. This is the first draft that they will be able to make, and obviously bans coming out initially, Trex, to get us started.
Yeah, we got a Freya ban from the side of True Rippers, Jushin, Phoveus on the side of Vitality. Nothing too crazy. The Harara coming off from True Rippers as well. We haven't seen the Harara get picked up. It's pretty much been on the ban field so far, right?
Yeah. Question now is if the Fanny ban is going to be showing up here. We were talking about it. Fanny getting banned out more consistently so far in our matches today has changed the picture of the drafts compared to MWI just a few days ago. So that's an interesting element now compared to our previous tournament here at EWC. You mentioned Vitality wanting to play their game, and True Rippers, they're reading into it, they're checking them really well. They've denied the Freya, and they've even banned out the Guinevere here, which in the jungle for Eons could have been an option to mess up what Vitality likes to do. Vitality likes that aggression, and we know Guinevere as one of the best stoppers in the game through the jungle.
It could also show something in the hands of maybe Vitality wanting to be one of the first teams today to possibly go utility jungle, maybe pick up something like the Fred, maybe pick up something that we haven't been seeing too much of that the Guinevere can go well against. First pick on the gun, Vitality. First pick hasn't really been probably anything major. It's been all over the place, right?
Yeah. Been very mixed up. Today we've seen heroes such as Ling get rushed, but we saw this earlier in Vamos versus Falcons. Yeah, the Atlas getting picked up, opening a chance for True Rippers to pick up a Valentina as their response, similar to what we saw earlier in Vamos versus Falcons Game 1.
We saw the Eudora picked up second as well. The Ling also a character that had been hero that's been prioritized. And there's the Ling as well.
Yeah, the Ling has been on fire along with the Eudora, probably the two hot picks of the day.
Are you on the Eudora train? I mean, do you see the...
At this point,
yeah. How can you not be?
It's honestly insane. I'm sure everyone else has been telling you already, but the fact that Eudora is in the meta right now is unheard of. This is... Because the kit, there's no flicker, there's no movement. My only worry about the Eudora and how in the future it could fall off, again, you can't really get the Purify on the Eudora. You have to go for flicker because she doesn't have any type of dash in her kit. Going up against something like the Atlas, there is danger there, right? There's ICC. So how does Vitality counter the Eudora? Maybe that's the answer. High crowd control, and that's the same answer to the Ling, right?
Add more dashes as well. You mentioned crowd control, and anything with an Atlas getting rushes the first pick paired up with high crowd control through the jungle, a solid kit in the mid laner who's a mix of crowd control and a lot of mobility through the Valentina. I'm already thinking no matter what Asuna decides to pick up as a battle spell here, it's not going to be a fun time for the Eudora. True Rippers, one thing they could have worked on a little bit more, and hopefully they did leading into this day, is that their priorities in the team fighting, not leaving their backliners a little bit too much. Sometimes their frontliners and their junglers are diving way too deep that their formation gets broken easily. Hopefully they fix that, because Vitality's formation, it's all dive, all aggro, baby.
GZG had a couple of moments in that last game, which they will end up playing. The loser of this will end up playing, where the Mei was pretty isolated. Now, granted, they were going up against a Moskov that could take those isolated fights and kind of surprise you. But that's something that obviously you would think True Rippers are trying to avoid. So just a composition that they can team fight with, but also not get caught out.
I'm liking True Rippers draft right now. I think it's clean, and I'm not crazy about the Valentina pick, honestly, this early on from Vitality.
Why not?
You still get the stiff arm of the stun from the Eudora. Yes, you have the dashes, but you're not CC immune when you're dashing in on that Valentina.
True.
You don't really have a good ult to steal right now. Yes, you could take the Eudora or something like that, but really the big win with Valentina is looking for these high utility ults, big crowd control ults, something like when you're up against the Farza or the Yve or something of that nature. Earlier today, we did see the Yve go against the Eudora. Don't think it won. Pretty sure it lost earlier still. But I kind of like that answer. Beat it with range, beat it with some sort of control. Vitality, yes, it's a solid draft, but I don't know. True Rippers is looking good for me right now.
Ooh, I feel like the Valentina came out because Vitality is probably expecting that the best options in the EXP lane for Aeons later, Rehansha later on, would be something along the lines of Yuzhong, Arlot, not Arlot, Lapu-Lapu, Alice, meaning that's three best options for True Rippers. That's easy steal of ultimates for the Valentina. That's why you see heroes such as the Esmeralda, the Uranus taken away, that if you're left with EXP laners as your best in the pool who have high impact ultimates, then the Valentina pick suddenly looks better. But I get your point, where right now it seems like Valentina might struggle early.
So what do we see from True Rippers? Do they go for something not as high utility, something that's as much to steal? They go for the Alice.
There we go.
Clean pick. A little bit of crowd control to help kind of support the team of True Rippers. On the side of Vitality, they still need a gold laner. Do we see something like the Harith come in here? Is that a possibility? Decent dashes to possibly escape the Ling?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Let's see if they'll be comfortable enough with fighting under the AoE of the Ling and the Alice. Emon could make it work, but I think to be safer, they'd need something with a little bit more range. Even just playing it safe with a Claude wouldn't be such a terrible thing, but I think Emon, one thing he might be saying is like, hey, but if I go in and the Eudora still has her stun up, I'm wasting my Purify. So he said, you know what? All right, I'll give it a crack. Let's try it out.
And the Bakito as well to close out this draft. One last pick here for True Rippers. You said you liked their draft, Trex, but now you've seen the completion of Vitality's draft. What does True Rippers need to pick up here if they're going to keep you in favor of what they've done?
Need a big roamer, right? We need a big... Do we go big crowd control? We've seen the Minotaur get picked up, but then you give something over to that Valentina, which we've kind of worried about. Oh, wow. Now that's actually... You're not giving too much over to the Valentina. You have some dash to the back line. You have some possibilities. I mean, it's still, you already have nice crowd control with the Alice, so this could be workable.
Yeah, with the conceptually high diving composition that you're up against, Badang loves going up against those kind of lineups. Yeah, you get that stiff arm. You get that stiff arm up.
Well, those are the set matchups here so far, and it's two drafts that put MPL Indonesia winners up against India's best here in True Rippers, and their first chance at a performance where that trophy in the middle is at stake. $1 million prize pool, but this is just the beginning of that uphill battle. It is going to be True Rippers versus Team Vitality. Let's kick it over to your casters to start game one.
Thank you so much, Terrain Day, and we are officially about to start this debut series from India's finest up against the Indonesian champions, Team Vitality. And it seems like we've solidified the Eudora in the meta so far, at least here in day one, together with the Ling.
That they did. Brigida already an early flicker being burned out by Asuna, but that's fine. You know, that's what you got that for. This is usually what we see in the early game anyway. Some pressure in the mid lane. You want to go ahead and burn out some battle spells, or if you can essentially get a first blood, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the emblem setup. So far, again, Ling has been hyper scaling throughout today alone, day one. Paired up with Eudora works so well because you can set things up, but I love the Badang pick. As you can see, even the emblems that is rolling here for Kimmy, like you've just got good movement speed, good setup potential. Speaking of Kimmy right now, whoa, a little bit too much, burning his own flicker, first blood to Vitality.
I mean, the Badang is a really great pickup if you're just really looking to disrupt, if you want to interrupt whatever engages the opponents might do against you. But in those kinds of scenarios where they're just all going in at the same time, it's tough. Oh!
Okay, Jens gets the purple buff. They're going to force this fight, it looks like, anyway. Early on, Kimmy picks up a kill, some revenge now for True Rippers. They say, get out of my jungle.
And the difference is Kimmy's not alone.
Yeah, Kimmy's not alone.
Kimmy had help there, so with that fist break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around. Handing them over the very slight advantage you're seeing, but that's not a start that you'd want for a Ling jungler, because you really just wanted to interrupt his farming. You don't want him to get those early kills, but now you somehow got him involved in the early skirmishes this game.
Oh, okay. Maestro's up to something. Moreno's got his own Tempest Blades. Turtle's going to be up first objective, but I think True Rippers wants to go ahead and just take their time with this. They know positioning is in their favor. You got half health on your jungler. Ians doesn't want to take this fight just yet.
They're going to hold this though. True Rippers are at least going to position themselves here, but this is an Akai that we're talking about. An Akai trying to fight the objectives, but there you go. Finn finally shows up.
There it is. There's a Throne of Ruin already used. Tempest of Blades comes down too. They'll just go for the fight. Moreno uses his own, and now Niall will lock down him there. Emon comes through with a Blazing Duet. Couple bodies drop in over here into this fight, but the fight for the turtle looks like it's going to go over to Vitality.
That was too much crowd control from Team Vitality, and we were just highlighting the impact of an Akai in the objective fight. Oh, wait!
He's 1 HP. Oh, Moreno's around the corner, goes in with the flicker to capitalize another kill.
That's a massive win you get to see from Team Vitality, taking the objective and multiple kills across the board against True Rippers. Asuna will be here though. I don't think they will get to find any trades from this rotation that you're seeing. But Vitality are just so quick to convert. They're just so proactive across the map, winning it out. And now you see how much gold they've secured for Eman, which you would assume is not going to be the best possible matchup, considering that he is up against the carry, who, by the way, is also a master assassin.
Yeah, wanted to basically go 1v1 in that lane, try to get the upper hand for Garcia, but you know, this is one of the cases, right? When you build this kind of composition that's supposed to snowball, and especially for your Ling, again, if you get delayed, then the whole team's affected to an extent, right? And you're talking about 2,000 gold lead. It's nothing too crazy. It's still early on in the game. But my main concern here, Brigida, is that next turtle that comes up. True Rippers definitely wants to get in a better position when it comes to actually taking the objective. And it seems like Team Vitality is just willing to go ahead and force a fight, you know, try to get the upper hand in terms of fight.
Yeah, because I like that they're confident. They try to position themselves first, but hold on, Garcia's all alone here.
Oh, Garcia's got no flicker too. You're just not going to be able to escape this. An easy pick up there as it goes over to Eman, plus the damage on the turret. Asuna too late to the fight.
All right, so this time around, going back to what we were talking about, True Rippers, at least they do make some attempts. They try to position themselves early on. They have the slight advantage because, again, they do have their very own sources of crowd control. But the thing is, I feel like Kimmy is starting to become a much vulnerable target for Vitality because they have much more crowd control. Hold on, though, Ganail.
Okay, I was going to say, what are they up to? They get the flicker out, though, from Garcia. So, again, a battle spell used. It just came off cooldown. And now you're not going to have it. Plus, your tier 1 turret goes down in that gold lane.
How much gold has he possibly
lost
in that moment? And how much has went over to the hands of Eman, who's now 2-0-1 and who took all these energy shields from that turret down bottom? It's Vitality clearly having the advantage here in this upcoming objective. Asuna couldn't even go anywhere close, not even Kimmy, because I feel like they're really playing from behind. And this is an objective that they are going to give up. No trades across the map whatsoever too, so it's as if True Rippers are now forced to play reactive against Team Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of have no choice here at this point, Brigida. They gotta either potentially look for an all-out play, but so far it's just been responding to what Team Vitality is doing. Rahanshaw too, 1v3, gonna get thrown back away from the turret, burns the flicker too, and goes down anyway. That's just how much of a lead Vitality has right now against True Rippers.
Oh, I'm not sure why they went back as well. It was possibly trying to take their attention for a much longer time, since True Rippers were trying to look for trades on the other side of the map, but I feel like even then that was a bit too much time because they would have gotten it either way.
Oh, Kimmy goes in with a lockdown, but it's Eman. Doesn't even pop the Purify, but now he's going off. Tempest Blade's going to be used. They're going to force a fight anyway, and he'll get out. Purify used. Here's the conceal. Does Vitality choose the fight? No, they're just going to push into the jungle further.
That is not the easiest target to catch if you are True Rippers. Going up against or trying to lock down the Claude on a Purify with the BMI, with only just the Badang to rely on for crowd control, because not even Asuna could come close. Garcia!
Oh, Garcia. Just not having a good time in this game. A fatal links once again. It's Kimmy the target. Eman's in the area, but it's a double for Nile. And this is the thing of Vitality just choosing their targets at leisure. This is the problem for True Rippers. They don't really have an answer to this tempo that's been set by Vitality.
Yep, wherever Eman is, that lane is just so active. You draw him a couple moments ago down bottom, and now it's already the tier 1 going down. And you see him up top, and now even that goes down. And Rihansha could barely survive this. Ian goes in though.
Goes in, comes Blades, but you want to get out of there. Shogun's right here. He's charged up, goes in with 1-2 punch, and will take out Asuna under it. But can Kimmy get a kill? Converted over? No, he can't. So it's again just True Rippers scrambling, looking for anything across the map. They're going to lose a tier 1 turret. This turtle, 3 for 3, should go over to Vitality unless they just wait it out for that Lord to come through.
Yeah, and they could no longer anticipate the angles from which Vitality are actually coming from. Shogun isn't being checked at all. He's just free to go in for these very aggressive plays, even 1v1, considering the amount of lead that's already in their hands. It's 5k. I feel like a majority of it is in the hands of Eman as well, by the way, but you haven't seen the Blazing Duet in action just yet too. So that just adds to multiple layers of the threats that you have to think about when you're going up against Team Vitality. True Rippers. At this point, is it really just counter-engage that they can rely on? Because they have the Badang, they have the Alice, they have set up potential, but their scaling is just mostly gonna take some time.
Yeah, Shogun doing what he wants to do here up on this bottom side. Ians will go ahead and survive. Half health, he's actually gonna go use the Retribution. Lord's already taken too. Tempest of Blades used. Shogun might get caught, does have to burn the Flicker, and he's able to escape. Even with the conceal, here comes the rest of Vitality, though, to counter punch. There's the lockdown from Nile, their own version of Tempest of Blades, but from Moreno, and fighting under the turret with Emon blazing to it, shooting everywhere he wants to, and now Rahansha as well. They'll clean up. Rahansha can't do anything but just watch the team get decimated under these turrets. He can't escape, trying to get away with the Gleam, and just barely will survive.
And that's the damage from the Blazing Duet that we've been talking about. So much has been forced out of True Rippers in just that single fight without even the Lord by their side. Now they pop the Holy Shields down bot, and the Lord will get a much easier access to their base turrets. True Rippers, they're falling behind significantly. That 5k gold lead we've been talking about earlier has now doubled the amount, and Finn goes in once again.
Devastating here on the defense. Kimmy gone in an instant, as well as their turret. Lord is still up here. Conceal going to be used. Finn off the off angle. Emon's going to jump in with the Blazing Duet, firing off on Garcia and Rahansha. Gleam there, trying to escape. Thrown a Ruin used as well, and now here comes the Tempest of Blades. Can they turn it around? A kill's picked up, but Emon will just fire on the base as Vitality will take game one.
The Lord has not been dealt with, and True Rippers lost sight of how important it is. They were unable to defend, and Team Vitality, with such a clean performance from the laning all the way to the late game, if it was even the late game, took this game away from True Rippers in a very dominant fashion.
No late game inside of that one, Brigida. Under 10 minutes for that game one. You know, Vitality, again, it's their own journey from all the way through Indonesia, the professional league there, up to this point now here for MSC. And you could see it in game one against a team who's also new on this stage, this international stage. You know, this is something that can be looked at as a big lesson learned for True Rippers. But if you break it down, it's one of the things where there's so many things, so many boxes that True Rippers has to check off here. I mean, from the get-go, as we look at the highlights here from STC, you can see how this all started. There was an attempt off of this of, you know, get up our jungle, but then they kind of lost track of the map and, you know, keeping Garcia basically covered. I mean, Garcia a lot of times didn't have even a chance, you know, to survive in that gold lane.
I think this just poses multiple questions for True Rippers in terms of that game and the approach that they really want to go for. The lineup, you could see that they probably want to just go for counter engage or maybe a bit more of the punish quote-unquote attempt when it comes to playing against a team like Team Vitality. There are just so many dives. They have multiple ways to also respond, but at the same time, it came to a point where they were just too behind that they couldn't even respond anymore, and they were just constantly run over by Team Vitality. And there's just so much that we have to talk about in regards to what they have to do to get back in this series. So let's leave it to the panel as we throw it back over together with Rain Day.
Thank you so much, Brigida and Naisu. I mean, what do they need to do to get back in this series? My goodness, I might be like, you know, trying to figure out theory of relativity before Einstein took a stab at it, because it could be a little bit of an unsolvable problem right now. The fastest game we have seen so far, true dominance from Team Vitality, and True Rippers just trying to stay engaged, but it was a tempo problem.
Yeah, it was a huge gap in experience and skill overall. You saw them, they're great with the counter punch at the start. They were able to punish the aggressive start of Team Vitality, but it was that first turtle that we were talking about behind the scenes where you really saw, it's like, man, if only they just held on to some key skills to wait for Vitality's counter go, maybe that could have been better, but now they just went all in.
Yeah, I think what we wanted to see from them was what we saw in that very first counterplay that they had. They kind of let Vitality come to them. They got a quick play against it. There was one other point where they were able to do the same thing when Vitality was up in that top lane and they went for play on the bottom and got a tower. But outside of that, they were just scrambling. It was always chasing after whatever Vitality was doing, following Vitality's tempo instead of setting their own, and falling into just about every trap that Vitality wanted them to.
And it's really hard for a team to come into a position like this and try to set the tone, trying to set the stage when you know that the stage has been occupied by teams who have been there, done that, and are on their way to try to repeat. And so you coming in as a newer team and with a big representation of India on your back, how do you have the confidence to do that? And I think we saw in the interview that maybe they didn't right now, but maybe this game will show them that if you don't bring the confidence, it's going to be a fast exit.
Yeah, I feel like with them having the thought of, there's no pressure on us, and then trying to find that confidence, it felt like they were overcompensating with just the wrong timing of where they're going in the map or what play that they're trying to make specifically. So pro players in MLBB have already spoken so many times before where because they were at this certain mindset, they didn't realize they were overlooking something. Whether it's when they use their skill or when the opponent has used their skill, they've lost track of that. And I feel like that's sort of what happened with True Rippers.
I think there's hesitation there. You're kind of going, yeah, okay. What did happen with True Rippers then?
A lot happened. I don't know if they just weren't mentally ready for this game. I think when a game goes like that, when a game ends in under 10 minutes, there's not a whole lot to say.
No, there's not.
You walked in, you played wrong. I think at this point, we need another game before I can really say maybe they just weren't ready for this. Maybe there's still a lot on the table that they need to perfect. The draft looked good. These are playable picks.
Yep.
We saw very similar drafts from earlier teams that won. So the draft wasn't exactly the problem. I think it was coming into that game, there was a lot of small issues, not having vision on Shogun when he got that big play from them. Their mid lane, Eudora just walking off on her own, no one checking bushes. They were split up. Vitality was running out as a unit. TRX, everyone was kind of doing their own thing.
I do think with Team Vitality, though, the difference maybe in Series 2 that I've noticed, and Rimmer, I want your thoughts on this. Team Falcons PH had a pretty similar level of, when the game was over, dominating across GZG. However, they did lose that early game, and they were down for like 5 minutes before they clawed back. Team Vitality looked like they stepped on the gas, and they never let go. Does that signal a little bit of the strength of what this team might be bringing to the overall conversation to you, or is it more about just what True Rippers are allowing them to do?
I feel like it's more of what True Rippers are allowing them to do. The most glaring play for me was with that first turtle was they fought way too hard, way too early, not even respecting the fact that the Paquito was on its way to join the fight. Once the Paquito of Shogun showed up, it was pretty much over. They wanted to get some early little trades of health, but then that just ended up punishing Kimi on the Badang even more. And once they lost Kimi on the Badang, once Shogun joined in the Paquito, the math does not math damage-wise. The team with the Paquito will out-damage you in the early game.
To extend on that point even more, if Vitality was up against possibly certain other teams, or when we see some of these top regional teams go up against each other, even with an 8K gold lead, you might not try to go for a base end at 8 minutes, right? You might take the inhibitors, play it safe, and back off. Especially when we saw the Ling come in and get a kill. They didn't care. They're like, I know that he was being kind of nice in the interview, but Vitality was very confident that we are going to get the better of them. They were kicking down doors. They were running in base, even after losing a member. You'll see it later on in this tournament. A lot of teams won't be that aggressive if they feel like the match is even.
And I think that probably tells us a little bit more. It's kind of like show, don't tell when you talk about film. It's in the same way, it's like they were kind of showing that they didn't really respect True Ripper's defense at this moment in time. Doesn't mean that they can't show us something better. And I think that's what True Ripper's task is now, to go in and say, listen, not a lot to learn. We lost completely. They dominated completely. They feel like they can do it again. So how do we now start working a strategy back to give us some hope? And if I look at you, I mean, what would you think? Is there an answer?
All right. Maybe if I was coaching this team, I'd have to talk to my roamer and mid laner real quick. I'll take a quick talk with Kimi and Asuna. You mentioned a great point earlier where it felt like at times they weren't connected. Like they both wanted to do different things at different times just so that they could regain some sense of control in the map. I think it's best to start there. And then Rahansha, I feel like Rahansha's doing all right. We mentioned the early EXP lane exits to help your side of the river. He was able to achieve that, but it always starts with a roam mid trio. Roam, mid, jungle, how well are they rotating together? We focus on that.
I agree. I mean, I think right now, and that's the problem that we're seeing from the side of True Rippers, some of that rotation was off. There was a few times that I'm looking, and the one fight that they did win, it was on, right? All three, the jungler, we saw the big setup from the Badong. After that, once we started seeing Vitality attack those off lanes, it was either Eudora coming down to bot by herself with Badong somewhere else on the map. It was all of them caught up on that top lane, split up from the rest of the group. Repeatedly, Vitality was running 4-1 once we got into that mid game, to whereas on the side of True Rippers, it was like 2 at top, 1 in mid, 1 at bottom, Ling's over trying to clear lanes. There just seemed to be, there wasn't much glue holding them together throughout that game. And when you're losing that bad, sometimes it's better to just sacrifice the arm to keep the body, right?
Yeah.
Let that bottom tier 3 go and group up to defend the rest of your team. Let a couple towers go to not lose 2 or 3 members, and that's where True Rippers started to fall there.
Yeah, you can hope that this is maybe just a feeler game, right? Maybe this is just something they were needing to get out of their system, get the nerves out as well. It is a big deal, and going into this next draft, they can hopefully do something similar, but it also like raises a bigger question for me, because we look at like Eudora and Ling coming out. I mean, to the meta for today, you could say perfect 1-2.
Yeah.
Yet when you get a good draft and you still perform like that, Rinmar, is it more of a conversation like, do we even try to like hit meta that well if we're not comfortable on how we're playing it? Do we try to get more of these comfort picks for us so that we feel good on our heroes?
Well, from a coach's perspective, you'd want to be able to tell your players at least one good thing to latch on to.
Yeah.
It's like, and that thing is right now, it's like, hey guys, our drafts are all right. You guys were able to handle that early game response really well. Let's just fix this and this and this. Hey, the 3 of you talk a little bit more. You start from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, maybe we're being a little harsh on True Rippers, right? It is day 1. I've seen a lot of teams come in day 1, mess up, come back day 2 without all those jitters. This is their first time on a stage like this. This is their first time against a team like this. And yes, you can do well in scrims or you can do bad in scrims, but nothing prepares you for getting on that stage and facing up against a champion of some of the top regions in the world. Because yes, you're right, they had a good draft. And everything we're saying came down to small bad decisions. And one of the big things that small bad decisions comes from is nerves, is pressure, is the comms are off, everyone's shutting down. So I think at this point, the best thing we could say for True Rippers is, just pull it together, guys. Just pull it together.
It's a big deal. I mean, you talk about MPL, obviously Indonesia, and winners of that and Team Vitality. But one of the things with regions, especially, and we know this in the Americas, Trex, where you don't have as many representatives, you don't have the highest quality of competition, you have a few stars that maybe make it and you put all your hope on. That is tough for a region to develop because you don't have the same level of day in, day out, high level competitors. And so you got to say, yes, we have to look at this maybe through a different lens. Everyone at home still rooting for True Rippers. If you come in, everyone in the crowd waiting to see what's going on. A stare down. I like it. Just saying, I'm not looking away. Neither should you.
Man didn't blink.
He did not blink. He 1 to him, 0 to the cameraman.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. What's cooler than being cool?
Ice cold.
All right.
Yeah, True Rippers, I mean, the energy is, we got to do something different. There is not much to talk about for that one. And I think that can be disappointing, but it also can, set up a conversation here. And that's why I try to give you guys the hard questions. I'm not going to take the E equals MC squared. I want you to look at these drafts and say, can you do any better? What can you do? Can you make it difficult for Team Vitality?
I was looking at their bans, and honestly, their bans are great. They took out the Freya because of the Phobia's first ban by Vitality. It was the sensible choice to take out the Freya for True Rippers. They banned the Hirara and the Marcel. I wouldn't even hate on the Badang pick because we saw the potential of it. As tricky as it could have been to run, early on we saw that glimpse of, oh, so this is what this lineup could have done. Oh, this is what they look like when they're together. I think one thing that went really well for Vitality is, besides Finn getting his comfort pick in the Atlas, Niall's timing with the Akai on the every heavy spin was great. He wasn't always using it to engage. Most of the times he was using it to play defensively. All right, thanks True Rippers for using all of your skills. Let me punish you with my heavy spin, and then there's no way you can get away. So Vitality did a lot of things right.
I think True Rippers maybe came into that game one. You see the Ling get picked up. You see the Eudora. It's an aggressive lineup, right? To whereas Vitality, they took the utility jungle. They took the slight slow play. They had aggressive EXP laners. I think True Rippers maybe came in thinking, maybe we can beat them in the micro.
Yeah.
Maybe you come from a region like that, and you see it the same with NA. You see it with a lot of, outer regions in a sense. Great micro. They want to go for those team fights. They want to meet you face to face because that's what we're good at. We're good at brawling. Maybe Vitality needs to take the slower play in game number 2. Look for a more, we can kind of just bounce you off of us in the beginning. We look for a mid to late game. We try to slow things down in that first 4 minutes.
Yeah. I'm all right with that too. Weirdly enough, there's a certain level of speed in taking it slow sometimes, where you're going nice and it's easy, then suddenly you go in for the surprise, you put the pedal to the metal, next thing you know, your opponents are wondering, wait, you weren't like this for the first 5 minutes, where is this impact suddenly coming from, where is all of this momentum coming from? And teams that aren't used to going up against teams like that will almost always get surprised by it, and similar to what we saw in game number 1, get run over.
Dangerous grass, our map choice. It was Flying Clouds in previous game 1, so we'll have a little bit more cover towards that base and some of the areas on the map. See how that can help either slow it down or speed it up with those surprise moments Renmar was talking about.
Heroes like Hilda always doing well on Dangerous Grass. Some of those more on-the-ground assassins instead of things like Ling that can kind of really take advantage of the extra hiding spots, right? So this time, True Rippers will be on the blue side. First pick. We saw the Atlas get picked first last game. We've seen the Atlas get first picked before. Yeah. It's probably been one of the more popular first picks. You don't reveal your hand too much, and it's just a great roamer right now with the crowd control, the amount of movement it has across the map. It could definitely be a first pick here from True Rippers.
Yeah, considering that they banned out the Valentina, I feel like that's exactly what they're setting up for, unless they have another pick in mind. If they suddenly swerve us all and pick an old surprise first pick and the juice in just because they want to take it away from Moreno, because this Valentina ban could be two ways, either because they want to set up an Atlas, or they saw Moreno and the Valentina said, I don't want any more of that. But then are they more onto that mindset of taking away some of Moreno's best picks, one of them being the juice in? Hopefully it's not that, and hopefully they're setting up for the Atlas.
They ban out the Ling. So Jushin's still open. But with the Ling gone, you do at least take away some of that aggression. But Vitality doesn't need the Ling, honestly. Yeah. They've already shown, we can beat you with the Akai, and we get the swing back. So if they do take the Atlas on the side of True Rippers, Vitality still gets Akai, Jushin, something like that. So Vitality looking good on the swing back with the 2 picks from Red.
If it is Akai Jushin and they go Atlas first, what do True Rippers respond to make it difficult for Akai to have the same level of impact they had last game?
Oh, that's more of an execution question now. You're going to be able to poke it, constantly take away its health. A lot of the great impact that Nile had was because True Rippers already used their dashes or already used their skills that could stop the Akai. So a little bit more on the timing within the game itself.
So in that question, is it just also prioritizing, if this is our weakness, we're getting caught out? Heroes that have a little bit more mobility or have more abilities to deal with CC and still stay in the fight and be relevant?
Yeah, that could work too, but then again, it's like, how are they going to use it? How are they going to use all those tools that they have? If their timing is off, it's going to go to waste.
Honestly, first pick Jushin. Jushin's able to kite away from the Akai if Vitality wants to go for it. I know we were kind of like yelling about it, but then you still get the Atlas on the side of Vitality, but you pick up Purify on the Jushin, and then you can kind of play around. They end up going for the Atlas, so there it is.
Yeah.
We talked about Moreno on the Jushin. Do we think it's a definite lock, Renmar?
Oh, if they do, that's gonna be a bit of an ego pick. An ego in the good way. It's like, it's that Vitality ego. It's like, I know we're better than you. Let me show you some of our old favorite tactics of like packing a sprint on this Jushin, giving it a Sky Piercer, and then suddenly it's just gonna go crazy because you gave it way too many kills early on. I could see them doing that, honestly.
2 picks coming up for Vitality. Atlas taken away this time for True Rippers, who start with that. Let's see what Vitality do to respond.
With the way that Vitality won last game, they could also completely steer a new way. And Harara was left open, so we are going to get to see some aggression on the jungle of Vitality. as their second pick. Selena, this is exactly what I said. After winning game 1, we could see them take a complete left turn and kind of switch things up here.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't the juicing, but this definitely goes into that school of thought of, yeah, let me just show you how much better I am than you. That's a hell of a pick. You do not see Selena come out this early. This is coming from a team that... Oh, wait, no, I just realized. Coach Panda is with Team Vitality. The last time we saw him in the MSC stage, he wasn't able to fly out. But that was the meta of Atlas at Rome. Selena was one of the picks he wanted to pick up because at least you could set up some traps so that you could get vision. Now, this is surprising to me because the Uranus is one of the responses to the Selena in the sense of, all right, go ahead and waste your Abyssal Arrow onto me so you have a strong front line. But then they pick up a Yi Sun-Shin. This requires them also getting a strong fighter type in the gold because if they go double carries, it might be too greedy.
Freya's not open.
Yeah.
They could go for... Call me crazy, but they could go for something like a Ruby Gold.
You're crazy, but that's good.
But honestly, the Harara wants to dash in, the Selena wants to dash in. Something that can stiff arm those heroes that want to get up close and personal. It works great along with the YSS. If you want to see at least a fighter in the gold, something bulky in the gold, it could be an option for sure. Beleric gets picked up by the side of Vitality. This is a roamer we've had our eyes on. Is this a first showing so far today? We haven't seen the Beleric yet, I don't think.
So far today, yeah, it's been banned, surprisingly enough, yeah. It's gotten banned out more. Oof. What are they going to pick up at the gold? Actually, that's just my biggest question right now for True Rippers. What are you picking up at the gold lane?
Unless they swap YSS to gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like unless they really go a little bit back into the meta and then suddenly bring back YSS in the gold lane.
They have the option. They have the option.
They have the option, all right. They have the option.
We'll see Sun Chen, the last pick for True Rippers so far. We've got 2 more to go. As Beleric selected.
God, I'm not used to seeing that face there. I was like, who's that?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Still getting used to the newer portrait. Yeah.
Getting used to seeing that hero anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. We usually see it in a rank game.
Wait, that's a hero?
Suddenly, it's a meta pick in MSC. Who would have thought? 2026, everyone.
Earlier we said fire sometimes needs to be fought with fire. Sometimes you need to cool it down and try to go the opposite direction. In this case, fast game, fast win for Team Vitality. Do True Rippers try to match that pace and out slug them? Or is this better if True Rippers trying to find a lineup that just survives and just builds towards seeing more gameplay?
It depends on whether they believe they just played bad last game.
Right.
Or if they truly think that Vitality's a little bit better.
What do you believe they think?
We're going to find out.
We'll find out. We don't need to find out for you to believe.
I mean, I don't know yet.
Do you think they see it as a mismatch?
I think they drafted very well last game, right?
Okay.
Like I said, I agree with their draft last game. So coming into game 2, whereas it all nerves last game, right?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's tough. I already said that I think they should slow play this game. I don't think they should come in thinking we can just go all out. You're up against Indonesia, which is known as a brawly region. They're great at micro mechanics. They're great at going toe-to-toe, especially with regions like this. They're kind of the stoppers for other brawly regions. Don't get me wrong, Vitality have great macro, but they are ready to headbutt with you a bit. So I don't know if that's the direction True Rippers should go, but hey, they might take it there. They got a YSS right now, so they kind of have to.
Yeah.
Renmar?
Harith, gold. If they decide to go for like a fighter in the gold lane, they will
Give me
not
a
have
Ruby
the firepower. Ruby gold, and then they're gonna turtle it out and just hold the fort down for their YSS with the Selena around, with the Herrera around. That's gonna be a tough ask unless True Rippers are gonna surprise us with a pick here. But no, they'll play it stable. They'll go for a double carry, a Gord in the mid, greedy lineup, but they have the damage.
Maybe that's what they felt. I mean, it seemed like the tempo was they wanted to counter engage, right?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of understanding that they were going to brawl. The choke comes out, and we were going to deal with the brawl. Maybe they felt they didn't have enough damage to properly punish the counter engage from Team Vitality. So a different, but I think clear approach, Renmar, and what True Rippers wants to do in game 2.
Yeah, you can see the idea there. It's just with Uranus games, it's always really good or really bad because your EXP laner doesn't have strong crowd control, but the rest of them do. So the crowd control is there somewhat.
To an extent, yes, you have some crowd control with the Moskov, but again, like, it's more defensive crowd control. And my big worry for True Rippers right now is with how they lacked crowd control last time, they're easily able to get dived on. It's looking very similar.
All right, well, game 2, will it spell another sub 10-minute win for Team Vitality, or will True Rippers be able to even up the series? Let's send it over to Naisu and Brigitte for game 2.
True Rippers cannot let this end sub 10, and they have to find a way back into this series in order for us to get into a game number 3, but Team Vitality, they just came into this with a Selena mid, very similar to what we've been seeing from their women's division, but also a Belric XP lane.
Belric XP, man. I mean, we've been seeing so much of Belric the past few weeks that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna go in the XP. There's an arrow landing, Moreno. Okay, Asuna at least holding on to that flicker. Nice little stun with the projectile. Has that damage on Finn too, but will be okay. This is one thing I have to say though too. Yeah, Belric and the XP, he's running the Revitalize. And so, just as the panel mentioned, you know, over in the studio, they said they like to fight. Indonesia loves to fight, and now they can extend them even further. An arrow's gonna land, you're thrown in the air, you have nowhere to go. First blood in the hands of the Maestro.
Yep, the Belric and the XP lane, I think we are yet to see a successful game from, but the Selena has been very 50-50. We all know for a fact that it has been. In this scenario though, it's been one of the more successful Selena games as she gets 2 consecutive kills in a row.
Brigitte, they said it. You know, this is an ego pick. The fact that Selena was brought up that early in the draft and now you've gotten yourselves 2 kills, you know exactly why it was picked up that early in the draft. So this is a problem that True Ripper is going to have to deal with now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you have to worry about you being spotted out and you having to evade all these abyssal arrows that have so far always been connecting towards the right targets for Moreno. So it's really becoming a statement right here. The ego pick is working wonders for them if ever it is, because the rotations have been completely disrupted for True Rippers. You don't even see them confidently take control nor show up in the river. Just look at how Shogun is holding down all these bushes and making sure that they keep every single member of True Rippers in check.
Let's see what happens here. Again, playing on this map too, dangerous grass, extra bushes to work with. They're gonna force out the rest of the members of True Rippers here for this fight. Mountain Shock are gonna be used too. They're gonna come in for the lockdown, and SOD already thrown out. Good kill on Nile. This is what True Rippers need to be able to go ahead and secure themselves an objective. They have all the room to work with right now as EANS will secure the turtle. Fight's gonna break out. There's the Gush. And True Rippers, they've awoken in game 2.
One of the tankiest members extending that fight, actually leading to an advantage for True Rippers right there. I don't think Nile nor the rest of Team Vitality had enough damage to just take down this Uranus, this Rehansha who's been just standing in the way for so long. Even Kimmy just baiting out some of their attention and taking in majority of the damage too, eventually allowing them to get access to Nile. So this is maybe one of the potential workarounds for this draft, is just really sustaining everything as much as you can, because mostly the damage is gonna come, yes, from Moreno. Like the burst damage, in terms of burst, it's really just gonna come from Moreno at this point in Nile. But as long as you get to tank everything, then maybe there could be a way around this for True Rippers.
Yeah, that way is their tanky front line. Vision used. There's a whole wombo combo for Finn. Another kill picked up here for True Rippers.
True Rippers are starting to be a lot more active than you expected them to be. A really great setup on that Fatal Links, as you've seen, but Rehansha too, the way that he's been moving around, I think it's really big help.
And SOD, again, Suno with a pickup kill. Next one, looking for more in the mid lane, arrow thrown out. Finn joining the fight, has a flicker but doesn't want to risk it, so they just disengage for now. Vitality now in this position where they're second guessing some of these engages against True Rippers, and that's exactly where they want to find themselves currently, because it's just, you don't want to give too much over, right? Yeah. This Gourd, we've seen it before. There's a reason why the Gourd has really picked up in the meta. You get a couple kills going on him. That Mystic Gush is a great zoning tool, but it's also obviously a big damage tool. And that's something they have to watch out for, because not only are you working around Abyssal Arrows for Vitality, the potential for a pick-off with a kick from the Cho, but even True Rippers, this composition has its strengths, and one of them is that amount of synergy that comes with the ultimates plus that gush.
Which is really interesting, because it seems like True Rippers are the ones who are going for the more brawly plays and team fights from this point onwards, but they're setting up for this objective. Shogun finally going to be part of this team fight. We haven't seen the Belleric just yet. Oh, but Finn misses that flicker!
Yep, not the setup they were looking for. Down into the Rapid Dryad to be able to pick up one. Shogun gone. Emon under the Zaman Force. They're still going to be firing off, and if Finn falls again here too. True Rippers fighting Vitality, and Emon trying to get away, but will not be able to escape Ransha. True Rippers, they found their footing.
If you want to fight brawls, if you want to go all out on team fights, then True Rippers are doing exactly just that. They're playing around Ian, they're playing around Asuna. And even if you wanted, or we wanted to point out the fact that maybe this wouldn't be, oh, hold on, Jens.
Jens is going to be able to survive just 1 HP.
Yeah. He cannot go down like that. Just as True Rippers were already getting the advantage. But going back, this seems to be a very straightforward approach for True Rippers, but it's working out for them really, really well. I guess we're starting to feel the demands of hope.
Oh, he's going to go for the kill too. Went in for the kick. Jens able to get enough health back. And Finn is the one to get punished. A misstep there from Finn.
Yep, so maybe we are starting to feel the demands of how skill shot based or how mechanically dependent these compositions are for the team Vitality. You really have to layer them out really well. It has to follow a certain sequence, whereas True Rippers can just be in your face. They could just create space, and they could just allow their damage dealer to do their thing. Team Vitality seems to be a bit more precise in terms of the teamfight approach.
Oh, Emon. He tries to get away, pop the Purify too. An engagement in the mid lane. Zaman Force already dropped down. There's the gush on Finn, trying to escape. An SOD thrown out as well. The Revitalize, though, helps the fight as they fight back, but Shogun goes down. A arrow thrown out, and now Finn looking for more. They re-engage once more. Nile not able to capitalize on a kill unless he can go back into this fight. He looks for the moment. He goes in under the turret, able to pick up a double kill for Nile. Looking for potentially more. And again, he has the Sky Piercer, so that's 2 stacks.
And they've somewhat turned things around here for Team Vitality, at least for now. They're already able to lessen the lead, but Nile is still being chased by Rehansha here. Okay, we'll get the objective, but Rehansha.
Can he escape? Yep. He's going to be fine again. This Uranus very strong, and he's had a solid game so far. Again, 3-0-4. He is the bulwark for the team currently, but Vitality shows some fight in them. You know, off of that exchange in the mid lane, plus an objective, they slowly make a baby step in the right direction, but still, True Rippers up amidst it all. Nice little Rapid Dryad there, used up. Garcia will be able to survive, though. Good thing for some backup up on the other side of the map. They're going to be going once again on Ians. He falls. Top turret. Kimmy could be next.
Okay.
He gets taunted with Shogun. He tries to get away. Probably conceal, but Emon won't let it happen as he takes down Kimmy.
So much happening all over the map. I might want to take a look at the items right now. I am really eager to see what builds have they been picking up, especially for Cho and Belleric, and it seems like they're just going for tank.
Yeah.
But despite that, you could really feel how much pressure they're actually able to put onto the opponents, how much they're able to actually maybe get out of True Rippers, but I would want to see more, especially from Finn. Maybe a more accurate way of the dragon and targeting from Team Vitality, and that, even if it wasn't a kick, was a really good one.
Would you call that accurate? I mean, he got the flicker out, right?
He somehow got the flicker out, and I think that's a win for Team Vitality.
That's one of those things, though, with a Cho, you know, across them, you don't know sometimes if they're going to full commit to it or not. Sometimes you're like, hey, it's better a flicker than a death, you know? So that is burned from Asuna, but still, nonetheless, still alive and still in charge, at least for now. Barely for True Rippers. Again, they got a turret up ahead of Vitality, plus a little bit of a gold to work with. But this Lord coming up in 10 seconds will tell us a whole lot of where this game is going.
And by the way, it has always been here in mid. Majority of the action has been here in mid. I feel like Team Vitality, for one, because of how frequent the fights have been happening in mid, Vitality have somewhat taken advantage of that. They've been doing things on other parts of the map, which has really lessened the lead, but Kimmy...
There's a kick right on the mark. They're going to take out Kimmy after the Fatal Links is used, but he's gone. SOD thrown out now on the disengage for Vitality, so they're going to take an advantage of it. True Rippers will take down the tier 1 in mid, even down a member. Now they're going to potentially get set up around this Lord Pit here.
Okay, so True Rippers, despite what we were pointing out, just really wanted that tier 1 in mid perhaps, but Finn, does he find another one?
Oh, Finn wants to go G-Kundo. Salmon Force drop down. They're going to force the fight once again in the mid as Ians is taken out. And now next, the taunt comes through as Rahansha falls. And now with multiple down for True Rippers, Lord for the taking here for Team Vitality.
It was just sheer damage, sheer aggression from Team Vitality to equalize this scenario in this game. Shogun might just get caught here with the Fatal Links though, but the damage is not enough.
The damage is not enough. The Revitalize is all you need. Kimmy trying to get away, but an Abyssal Arrow will land, and it's a double for Niall again. Stacks on stacks for this Hurrara.
And they will take that tier 1 away from True Rippers just the same. Now the lead, which was in the hands of True Rippers for the longest time, is now over to Vitality, and they also have a Lord. It's been 10 minutes of somewhat team fights happening in mid, skirmishes and scrambles happening here and there, but now it's Vitality who somewhat still have the better grasp of the macro and are now pushing True Rippers to defend for now.
It seems so quick for the momentum to shift over in favor of Team Vitality. Off of a lot of forced fights or, you know, these skirmishes happening in the mid lane. You can see the stacks here too for Niall. He's got that 44 on the Sky Piercer, and, you know, that's deadly to deal with because the way that we've seen the Hirara played is just kind of in and out. You know, you're utilizing the iframes that you have. You have that good amount of damage. You can kind of weave in and out of fights, and now that you have multiple stacks in this way, you're a big threat to the rest of True Rippers.
Yeah, at least for True Rippers, they have decent wave clear. They were also able to at least take control of that top lane so they don't feel as much pressure in terms of the synced up waves crashing. But there goes a Mountain Shocker. They have an idea of where Team Vitality currently are, but they're not going to focus on a fight just yet. But there are flickers in Team Vitality's hands, so they might have to watch out for that.
Again, a play could be made here by Finn. A BOD was just picked up by Niall as well. Finn right there in the mid. Not sure if he's going to commit to it. Doesn't just yet. Again, Kimmy waiting for that flicker to be available so that he could potentially set something up. I'd love to see this, all this time that Garcia has had to go ahead and farm up on the Moskov, to go ahead and turn the tide with a great SOD or, you know, some initiation from the fight from True Rippers, because they've got that potential. They just got to go ahead and get the upper hand. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
Yep. They already have the damage. That's the Trinity already built in here for Garcia, and he also has just locked in the Rose Gold Meteor. So even if Lee, let's say, unfortunately gets to take that Abyssal Arrow, he could probably survive an additional hit or two. But that's the thing, True Rippers, I like how they're being very careful about this. They didn't want to force a fight, especially without Garcia in range. But the Wrath of Dryad.
Wrath of Dryad used. Kimmy can't get away, and there's the setup they were looking for, right on target. As Asuna is gone, 2 down for True Rippers. And it was these arrows once again from Moreno that just brought Kimmy low enough for them to collapse down. Just like they'll collapse on the tier 2 turret. There's a push up top from Garcia. But the base turret and mid's going to be worked on here. The minions will be cleared out. Lord is coming up. Team Vitality will make their way.
They're pretty much left with no choice. I like how they're at least getting trades though. This is different from game number 1. Garcia goes back in though.
And Garcia joins after that, throwing that SOT.
Yeah.
True Rippers will be able to go ahead and hold up on this front side. It looks like they want to go ahead and at least stall out Team Vitality. The rest of the team is up here. Could they potentially take this Lord? They got to dance around these Abyssal Arrows. Niall joined the fight now too. They're going to be going, looking for a potential fight already for the Lord. Everything already thrown out. Moreno's gone. Lord secured though by Niall. The fight still breaking out. Finn finally goes down. True Rippers trying to win the fight here. They might have lost the Lord, but they can take more with them. They're going to go for Shogun. They get the stun. It's a double for Garcia.
And that's when Finn couldn't even land. The stuns wasn't even able to just kick Ian's out of the way to secure the objective. Let's take a look at that replay, because I feel like there was a clear attempt, at least from Finn, to just deny the retribution from Ian's here. He was just trying to chase after him, and he did not successfully do so. But the knockups, the damage, the splash damage that just came from that team fight, which was a really messy team fight at that. It helped so much in terms of how Vitality were able to just win the objective, and that is what really matters at this point. At least they're not able to hand over the complete advantage to True Rippers, but nonetheless, True Rippers were actually able to somewhat balance out that fight. It's not a huge loss despite them not getting the objective.
It was really good usage of the tools they had at hand. True Rippers, I mean, Eons as well, being able to avoid what Finn was trying to do. You know, those little micro decisions around the Lord, staying alive, being able to get being able to stay alive, even if they lost the Lord, it's still potentially to turn it around because the key members stayed alive here. Garcia being one of them. And it's so important, again, his spacing, his positioning on the Moskov. He's done a phenomenal job not dying, utilizing his Purify when he needs to.
Yeah.
But now you got to be the guy to also turn these fights in your favor. And there's a whole lot they can do off the Fatal Links. The Conceal's going to be used, scouting out a potential target. They won't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, and even the entries through the SOD, I think, have been really great for Garcia. It's not like he just goes in and puts himself in a very dangerous position. It's more calculated timing that you're actually seeing from him. Let's take a look at the gold distribution so far, and even in terms of scaling, I think he's been doing great, matching Eman in the gold lane. And the last time we checked, he was actually ahead in terms of gold, so it's really great. But that's a Purify.
Yep, Purify used. They're going to go for the re-engage here. They're going to disengage for now. An arrow is going to be able to land. They're going to force it anyway. A Fatal Links into the Mystic Gush. Moreno off the off angle. Going to be looking for more. Immortality going to be popped from Kimmy. A projectile thrown out, but it's a double for Nile. They're able to go ahead and pick up two, expending a lot of battle spells. And SOD just thrown out. Not going to connect though.
Oh, iframes. The iframes. He just couldn't find the kill.
Finn on the hunt, he goes in with a flicker. There's the kick they're looking for, right into the hands of Nile. Another kill picked up. Team Vitality, what more can they take at this point?
3 members taken down, and they also took that orange buff. To answer your question, they're just really focusing now on resources because we're about to see a Lord spawning in 6 seconds. But let's take a look. That was a clear counter engage. They had all the reasons to do this simply because they already had information. Ians was all alone. They could go for the chase, and Hirara is just one of the best heroes to rely on in terms of that and outputting the necessary damage. They're waiting for this. Are we actually going to wait for an entire minute, though? Because the Evolved Lord will take an entire minute. It seems like...
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Lord secured. Now, at this point, again, it's... Breeder, they're in that situation, right? Backs against the wall. So I don't want to count them out, though.
Yep.
Even with that, that Lord secured, Team Vitality will have to kind of take their time going into this fight because of the nature of the composition. A lot of times, like you said, they're playing around the arrows. They're sort of also waiting to see what Kimmy decides to do with that Fatal Links because they have to avoid that combo, that Wombo combo we've been seeing so much of. Fatal Links, Mystic Gush, and keeping tabs on Garcia. So with this Lord approaching the base, let's see how True Rippers want to defend against it.
Yeah, it's already full item builds for both gold laners, for all damage dealers. I think Nile's just locking in his last and he decides to switch it up and pick up a Winter Crown to complete his build, so there could be more creative angles from this point onwards.
Comes the Lord charging into the mid turret. Fatal Links was already used too. They'll force it anyways, utilizing the iframes. Whoa! The damage from True Rippers. They're going to chase down Nile. He's got an immortality, but he's trying to get away. Good use of the conceal, but an SOD from Garcia will come through, and they still escape, only losing Eman in that fight. It's one base turret down, that mid one barely alive. They should be able to clear it out, even with that charged up minion. But wow, we have to take a look at the replay.
That could have been the play of the game if only Garcia was able to find the kills. But looking at the replay right now, you have to respect the wave clear. You have to respect the damage that Garcia and Asuna are actually able to output at this point in time. The way that Vitality have actually somewhat lined up in that particular sequence really favored the damage dealers here from the side of True Rippers, and now they've completely turned things around. They're the ones who are approaching the base.
Oh, they go in. Fatal Links used. Mystic Gush already expended. Emon back for the fight. Kimmy's gone, and now they're going to get chased down in the mid lane. An arrow's going to land on Asuna. They're going to follow through as Asuna falls, but Garcia is unleashing once again. Comes through clutch for True Rippers to send Vitality back to the base.
The double marksman setup is still here.
Moreno.
Does he want to take that on?
No, Moreno, what are you doing? He went for it, and he gets punished anyway.
That was two late game marksmen you were potentially going to go up against with the Abyssal Arrow nor the trap not landing. It was a very difficult spot for Moreno at that point. But this was the engage that changed everything. It was that Fatal Links combo, making sure that they found the targets, but I think this was also a sequence of miscalculations from Team Vitality as well. Finn once again did not really land that flicker. At the same time, the entries from Moreno and Nile weren't really in accordance to what they wanted to do, and now we see Ian's falling just before the Lord.
Yep. That's a solo kill right there. That's unfortunate timing as the Lord is up. This was the replay, so Nile knew where to go, and he can win that fight. You, as the hero, especially with the stacks, you can win that fight. Now this Lord, and Evolved, mind you, will go over to Team Vitality because the jungler is not available for True Rippers.
So much has been happening here, but it's Team Vitality still being able to take this Lord freely from the hands of True Rippers. So they're just waiting, and they wanted to spawn at a certain moment in time here in this game. As they take away all the remaining buffs from True Rippers, Lians will take some time to get back in this game, but you're looking at an 80 stacks Sky Piercer. You just cannot allow yourself to get too low on HP at this point.
Yep, that's big stacks right there for Nile, and this is what, you know, was starting to happen throughout the course of the game, and that's why he's such a threat, because not only do you do that much damage, you know, even on these tankier heroes like this, look at what's going on for Kimmy already. Immortality going to be popped. They're going to force the fight anyway. A Mystic Gush will come down. Shogun's going to be the trade to the 1-for-1. Re-engage, trying to fight this out. So great choice for True Rippers. Now they have to defend, though. They have to be able to go and defend this beefed up Lord. These waves all pushing in on all fronts.
Yeah.
Only 4 members left alive.
But at least True Rippers took down their main front line. At least Shogun's gone, but now...
Once again, Winter Crown going to be used. Can't withstand it. There's the kick. They're coming in to clean up. Lord's still up. They're going to work on the base here. All they have to do is lock it down. Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a sweep.
It took them a while, but Team Vitality still are able to end the series 2-0. There were attempts here and there. You saw how they wanted to definitely fight back. It was highlight after highlight that you got to see, especially from Garcia, especially from Asuna, and occasionally from Ian's too, but it was just too tough of a task when they had to go in against the team fights, against the micro mechanics of Team Vitality when it mattered the most.
Sure.
And now they will have to go down to the lower bracket, but you know what's next for Team Vitality? They have another intense matchup awaiting in the upper bracket. We take a look at the highlights real quick before we throw it on stage.
Yep.
But it was definitely a much better one for True Rippers.
This, I feel like, again, we saw a bit more of what True Rippers are capable of. Again, this first match on the international stage here for them is a tough one, but this looked a lot more promising than what we saw in game 1 against a team, you know, like Team Vitality, who has gone through so much through the past year and everything else. And, you know, there's definitely maybe some nerves at play here for True Rippers that they just kind of have to shake off, because the idea, the concept is there. It's just, again, some mistakes really build up, and eventually those mistakes might cost you an entire game or a series.
And that's on top of the fact that they had a really scaling lineup.
Yeah.
The damage that you had to await for a Yi Sun-shin and a Moskov definitely took their time. But Asuna, Rehansha, they were pretty much able to hold it out long enough for them to become a real threat against Team Vitality. Like there were moments like this where you weren't really sure if Team Vitality still could have just closed it out, because even approaching the base, even the Lord Sieges haven't been as clean. They had to deal with massive amounts of wave clear, but the moment they were able to take out at least one, everything else followed. And now we get to hear from our winners. So let's throw it over to the stage and talk to Emma.
Thank you very much, my friends. Eman and Team Vitality victorious. What a huge performance for you and the team. But first, we got to talk about it. Game 1, super fast. Game 2, the comeback over the comeback and the comeback. Can you talk to me about how the game has flowed so far?
In game 1, we just to connect to each other and trust each other and believe in ourselves. Yeah.
And game 2, it almost slipped away.
Yeah, in game 2, we just need to know our win con in game 2 so we can get a comeback. Yeah, just like that.
Well, look, MSC 2022, you ended up winning it all. How important is it for you to be back on this main stage, especially now with Vitality in front of the hometown crew, with more and more audience coming as the event proceeds?
I'm so grateful because here in Paris, Vitality is hometown, and just a little bit pressure, because Vitality is a strong contender also in all games. Yeah.
Very much so, not just here in MLBB, but also, already we saw it in MWI, but thank you very much. Next up, you're playing against Falcons PH. It's a tough game. Anything you'd like to say to them for that game?
Just good luck and have fun. We give each other our best for tomorrow. Yeah.
Very much so. Thank you very much then, Eman. That's it. Team Vitality victorious in their game. What a matchup for them. Very stressful in some ways, but still, we'll leave it to our desk to break it down.
Thank you, Milos. Team Vitality get the win 2-0, but it was anything but a similar matchup. After Game 1's sub-10-minute win, Vitality had to go the distance, almost a 20-minute back-and-forth game with tons of threats that True Rippers were able to provide. It was Vitality who would eventually find their way, but it was a great effort from True Rippers in Game 2. I think something they'll be able to hang their hats high on as they get ready for their game against GZG, the losers of that previous matchup from Team Falcons PH. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Rainday. I'm joined by Renmar and Trex here to break down the action. In Game 2, that was, I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think a much better performance from True Rippers.
Hell yeah, it was a much better performance. I loved what I saw from True Rippers. And I think that was a game that Vitality and True Rippers needed to have this early on. For True Rippers, something they could really latch onto as a confidence check for them. It's like, hey guys, champions of Indonesia, we did this. Meanwhile, for Team Vitality, it's that sense of like, hey guys, we're the champions of Indonesia. We need to work on this. I know they're a great team, but I know they're also looking at that and knowing Coach Panda, he's going to be getting the boys through the ringer of this is what we need to work on. And it's better that comes out early in the tournament.
Yeah, you could definitely tell there were some sweat drops from the side of Vitality for sure. Yeah. Team Rippers, a completely different game, a completely different play style. They seemed very able and capable. There were some plays there that weren't just micro. There were some plays there that weren't just macro. They brought the full package that game. Still fell a little short, still made some mistakes, still maybe overextended at time or lost the point, but still, I think in that lower bracket, they could be a dominating force for sure if they can bring what we saw in that game.
Certainly, I think they put up a much better overall game in that game, too, than we had seen, and comparing, let's say, the people who did not win, the GZG versus Team Falcons, who they'll face GZG, they had a lot of identity in this game.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that is maybe a direction they would want to head heading into their next matchup.
Yeah, I thought that because of the performance we saw from game number 1, going for this kind of lineup, double carries would have been way too greedy for them, but they made it work. Apparently, greed is good for them when it comes to their lineups. As long as you allow the Professor Kimmy to be able to get the vision, Asuna being able to tandem with Kimmy really well, which was a main point we were making earlier, that as long as their tandem is together, then the rest of the map feels great for True Rippers, and it did.
And then even Garcia towards the end of that game was just on fire.
Man.
One of the best Moskov performances I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
And it seemed like every player had a moment. Even the Uranus for Hansa from early to mid was just unkillable for a time.
Yeah.
So now if they can all just be stars at the same exact time, instead of everyone having their own moment throughout the game, I think they can start putting some wins under their belt.
For sure.
So I'm excited to see how they play for the rest of these days to come.
How did this game evolve the tournament's meta so far? We've seen the Assassin approached as a high priority pick.
Yep.
You know, and we've seen similar first and second picks, including the Atlas being heavily prioritized for both first picks on
Yep.
both teams. But Rimar, in your eyes, did we learn something here after seeing these two matchups that we'll take to the rest of the tournament?
I learned I have a new wish for this tournament.
Okay.
Wherein something that we usually see at the start is they're willing to be more creative and kind of experimental. Hopefully that isn't just a group stage thing. I hope this continues all the way until knockouts, all the way up until the grand finals, where you see teams taking these risks. Was it risky and egotistic for them to lock in the Selena for Vitality early on? Yes, but it was a big impact for the team. Moreno was a monster on that Selena. But then True Rippers answered with a Uranus, with which you told me the streets have some info about.
I mean, yeah, Uranus is supposed to be a very good comfort pick for Rahansa there. And that also leads to what you were saying in a sense of, we're in a meta right now where comfort can sometimes be okay. There is not a set 10 heroes that everyone has to play. Even the YSS we kind of questioned, it did amazing. If you're able to pull it off, everything has a counter, right? Everything seems to kind of, you can go tit for tat. You can get a little outside of the box and still pull off wins. We saw it with the Selena there. I mean, overall, I think the meta's in a very good place right now, a place that we haven't seen it in a long time, if not ever.
Seeing some more uniqueness on some of the hero picks as well, and seeing some uniqueness now in terms of these new matchups that will force maybe even more decisions from our players to expand their hero pool. As we look at our bracket for this tournament, it's Group A today. Group B will have their matches tomorrow, but as I've said prior, we have Group A and Group B doing their own upper bracket and lower bracket runs. So we'll see elimination matches now coming up for the 3 and soon to be 4 teams that will have lost these initial matchups. We'll then see qualification matches for Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH, Team Vamos, and the winner of our upcoming game, Team Ignite versus Team Spirit. And that will advance somebody to the knockout stage and send someone else into a decider match against either True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming or Team Falcons Mena versus the winner of Ignite or Team Spirit.
True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming is going to be a tearjerker because for so long, ever since we saw China come into the scene, we've wanted to see them do amazing things. And now we have this other new region coming into the scene that we're hoping to see do great things.
Yeah.
And no matter what, one of them are going home.
Yeah.
That's a tough match to have to watch right there.
Yeah, May was one of the first names we saw perform in an international tournament for MLBB coming out of China. And then now he's at the risk of, he cried when he won the qualification tournament because he's been wanting this for so long, to make it into the group stage, not just be stuck in the wild cards. But now instantly at the lower bracket, up against a region that's been, again, desiring to be part of this scene for the longest time. It will be a tearjerker in that matchup.
You could also look at it on the flip side that either way, somebody's moving on. So you got somebody to root for who definitely has a great story coming into it. As you've been having a lot of fun with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, like us on the desk and our casters and our players, we think there's something else you might enjoy. Make sure to check it out. It's a new idol adventure in the Mobile Legends universe. Take a look.
my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
If you enjoy the 16 teams here at MSC battling it out for $1 million prize pool, well, you're going to enjoy ENC, the Esports Nations Cup, where more Mobile Legends Bang Bang alongside 15 other games will take over Riyadh for 4 weeks of competition in search of the ultimate prize. Be ready to witness history there at the Esports Nations Cup. I know it is going to be a blast. We'll have another game that I know of there as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, guys, welcome back here as we kind of get ready to preview our next match set. It is going to be Team Ignite versus Team Spirit. Gentlemen, Renmar, Trex, what do we have to say heading into this? We've obviously seen 3 great games today. We've learned a lot about the meta. What are you hoping to learn here as we head into this last one?
Well, for this one, I'm actually hoping for a much closer game. Although Ignite Gaming is newer on the block and Team Spirit as an entire team have a deeper wealth of experience, I want to see these two teams challenge and I want to see them fight.
Yeah, I think I'm hoping this can be the one that goes all 3. I think it's very, very possible. Singapore has been known to have some decent showings in MSC in the past. We've seen them be able to pull up and get upsets. Team Spirit, on the other hand, has just been an overall dominant force.
Yeah.
They've never gotten, grand finals. They've been hunting it for a while, but they have consistently been the gatekeepers to teams that want to get to that top 4. They're consistently a team that is able to keep anyone else at bay because they're going to be the next ones to get to that grand final spot.
Talk to me about Zhao Egoist. He had an opportunity to maybe play. Didn't really work. He's under a new jersey from that maybe time to now representing Team Spirit. His potential is off the charts.
Yeah, we got to see a glimpse of how he'll play in a big international setting in our last World Championship during M7 when he was finally eligible to play. And he looked great there. There were so many players, pundits, and personalities who looked at him and said, oh, that's the next big thing. That jungler is going to be out of this world once he finally matures into that final form. It's going to take years, but as early as now, the fact that you have a lot of people saying that, it's good for his potential.
And this also isn't the first player that Team Spirit has introduced at a young age. 2 years ago it was Hiko, the gold laner. He came in very young and just made a name for himself immediately. We called it Hikomania at that point. He was a star gold laner. I feel like some of his last internationals, we didn't see that same exact shine. And I'm hoping we see it again. And maybe we see Zhao Egoist also just pull up at a young age at this international and show off.
This is the moment right here, especially for the junglers. Error 404 said it was his time to show what his heroes, can do. And that's exactly what Team Spirit hope for their young star in Zhao Egoist. We actually had a chance to catch up with Team Spirit's Kid Bumba before the match to hear what he had to say.
We are now here with Kid Bomba right before the match, and obviously we do get to talk to you, and we want to, fact check with you, pulse check with you as well. What's going on?
Nothing much. We're just waiting for the game, to be honest. We're happy that we can finally play. We had a really long boot camp, so I'm really, really, really excited to play, actually. 3 reallys, because I've been just waiting for this, This tournament doesn't have a lot of games, so I want the best to be in every game, so I'm very excited.
Very excited. And of course, you said earlier on that you had a boot camp. Where did you boot camp in?
Malaysia for 3.5 weeks. It was a very good boot camp, very productive. One of the best that we've had.
Wow.
And like I said, we're just looking forward to the match.
What did you learn from Malaysia that you're going to take here? Is it more, strategy maybe?
I mean,
just be general. It's okay.
It's not Malaysia because we were scrimming against every team, right? Every Asian team. It's not that we scrimmed against Malaysian teams only. I mean, we get what we always get. We get better in decision making, in our tempo. Generally, everything that just is better in Asia than it is in ECA. So we adapt and then we implement our own.
So do you think that's going to be the big difference maker? I mean, last time we saw you at MSC, it was 5th to 8th placer. And now you're coming back here with, of course, more spirit. Get it? Spirit.
I mean, teams know us as like weak mental team in hard games against like Asian teams. Struggling when we have a lead. But we want to change it this tournament. So we're going to show our best. And I'm 100% ready to give it my everything to show everybody that we can actually do something this tournament. And if it's not going to go out well, then it won't happen. Everything will happen like God wants it to be.
Amen, amen, amen. We will see it. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to do well. But before you do well, obviously your next matchup is against Diablo. Now, talk us about the laning phase. I mean, we know Diablo to be a player that's also very, bombastic. He has a lot of things under his sleeves. Is there any particular preparation that you have for the laning phase against Diablo, seeing as the EXP lane is so important now?
For me, he's just a normal opponent. For me, every opponent that I face is just a normal opponent. I don't think highly of them. Laning phase generally for me it doesn't mean a lot. For me, it's about the team play. In laning phase, I just try to do my best. If I win, I win. The goal is to always be equal. The goal is not to win for me. And yeah, that's about it. I don't think I'm going to have any problems.
Okay, so that's a little bit of insight coming to the XP lane from Kid Bomba's perspective. And into the next match, obviously, we do want to know, maybe do you have a message for Diablo?
The usual good luck.
Oh, come on. Nothing else? You don't want to give him some...
No.
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
You're saving it for later?
No.
No too? So when?
Never.
Never. Okay, hopefully we get more from Kid Bomba next time. But thank you so much. And of course, good luck for your next. We are going back to the studio.
Might be the best handling of an interview I've seen so far with Eterna. She tried to get him, Kid Bumba saying not at all. But mentioning his master class that may be coming up here against Diablo, the XP laner. We mentioned how big that is in order to help the jungle expand, and also just in terms of the pride for Ignite. Team Singapore comes in winning the MPL for Singapore in 11, but also having a little bit of domestic momentum. Trying to see if they can replicate that here at MSC is going to be a big one, but Diablo hopefully feels up to the challenge. He caught up with Eterna as well before the game.
So you're now here with Diablo. We can walk a little bit together right now. You're getting prepared for your next end. Diablo, it's so nice to see you. Wait a second. How are you feeling?
Excited because it's Paris this time around, so yeah, the feeling is different.
The feeling is different. What's different about it this time?
Because it's a new team. Yeah, I've always been with Flash for EWC, so yeah, new team, new vibes, I guess. Yeah.
New team, new vibe. How's everything going with the team though? Are you blending well with one another?
Yeah, because some of them used to be my old teammates, so yeah, we do have some chemistry.
Okay, so the chemistry is down, and obviously I think a lot of spotlight is going to come into the EXP lane for you in particular. What do you think about the meta right now?
Definitely getting used to it, but I think it kind of favors my team quite a little. Yeah.
Favors your team. Can we know why?
Because I think my jungler is a very good assassin player. Yeah.
Okay, so but are we going to be expecting, crazy picks from you? Because you seem to always stray out of the meta, Diablo.
I think it depends on whether the draft allows it. Because right now, I'm more tuned in to play for the team rather than for myself. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see, right?
But if you guys want to see it, maybe if I make it far, I might bring out some cheese picks. Yeah.
Okay, we're waiting for that. Once again, good luck for your next match, and Diablo, it's really nice to see you again. Let's just go back to the studio. Goodbye.
Always a blast here. Hearing a little bit from Diablo on team, I believe that was team
Ignite.
Ignite,
Yeah,
correct,
Ignite
guys?
Gaming,
And, he was talking about Kelvin, his jungler, having a little bit to add to this meta, especially with his confidence on Assassins. Played some utility jungle, but I think most of the jungle was utility up until this latest patch.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Rimar, in his confidence for his team?
Oh no, Kelvin is young. He popped off during his championship win with in MPL Singapore. He was a long-time development league player here in the Philippines. Finally got his first big break and then became a champion now at EWC. So I'm sure he's carrying going into this tournament with a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum for him personally.
Yeah, I think overall, Singapore, Kelvin, Jay, Diablo, I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. During that interview, they talked about cheese picks. They talked about if the draft allows it. And Singapore is never scared to throw a little bit of spice into the draft. And kind of backpacking off of what we were talking about in some of the last drafts, the meta is a little open to that. There's possibilities. We've seen some crazy things from them before. I think back in 2024, what was it? The mid lane.
Fanny, was it? Oh wait, no, they did that during regional.
Decimation. I can't remember.
Terizla?
No.
I can't tell you.
We'll come back. He's like,
I would try.
We'll come back to it. But we've seen some crazy things before from Singapore, so I'm excited for it.
Was he referencing NIP Flash at that time? Because they got
Flash.
third or fourth place. At 24, right? At MSC 24.
It was a great year for them.
Yeah, and that was where they really solidified their identity as like the cheese pick dude. It's like we've always said it just in the regional leagues.
Yeah.
But then in 2024, the fact they made it that far with some very unique picks. Oh yeah. Oh, I remember. Dude, Martis. There we go. Mid lane Martis. Yeah. I can't believe Decimate. Who is that again? But yeah, hopefully.
We got there anyways.
Hopefully, but again, he's not. He mentioned it himself. He's not with Flash this time around.
Right.
It's a newer squad. Technically, he's coming in this as the leader of the group, as the guy with all of his wealth of experience. So he has to lead this. Does he want to lead through cheese picks? With what he said, apparently not. He's gonna do it like the good old-fashioned way.
And that's sometimes how you have to do it, especially when you go into a tournament where you don't know exactly what to expect. Obviously, some fans yelling in the background. It's excitement time. Our last series of the day is about to begin. If you think you know how it's going to go, make sure to check out the EWC Pick'ems. Go to esportsworldcup.com/play, and you can decide who's going to win this matchup. Let us know if you got it right over our last 3 series. And if you're with the majority here who have 91% on Team Spirit, only 9% on Ignite Gaming, Trex, you're shaking your head.
I think that might be a little much. Let's not completely count out Ignite Gaming. Like I said, this is a time that Singapore has shined before in MSC. Yes, they've had some bad days with their representatives, but we're in groups. This is a time that a lot of times teams like this do show up. Team Spirit has been known sometimes to have rough starts in the beginning. They always make it to top 8. That's almost a guarantee for Team Spirit. But if there's a day that they could come in a little off, today could be the day.
Yeah, and they have a good chance to make a comeback. They've shown it in the past. Both of these teams great at making comebacks through lower brackets.
Big narrative of the day. Are we learning more about the meta, or are we learning more about how these two teams are showing up with their individual narratives? Because both playing for something, we look at Ignite trying to get back to what Singapore had done a couple of years ago here at MSC. Team Spirit trying to prove that they can compete at these levels as well.
Yeah, I feel like this veers away a little bit from the meta discussion. This is going to be a little bit more of a personal story for these two teams as individuals and as an entire group.
It's so hard to even honestly talk completely about the meta this early on. In a tournament like this, it'll start off wide and it'll slowly whittle down until we get to that grand finals. And that's when we'll really know, okay, these are prioed. Like, this has to be prioed. Early on, like right now, there's still so many opportunities.
Team Spirit, Team Ignite about ready to take the stage as we begin our final series of the day to set up our Group A double elimination bracket. Let's go.
My friends, our day is going by so quickly, but still, game 2, or at least match 3 that we had today. Game 1, sub 10-minute. Game 2 goes to 20 minutes. I think even with Vitality's victory, the second one was quite hairy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Match 3 was a roller coaster to watch. You know what? They got game 1 in under 10 minutes. That was crazy. We were yelling in the green room. In game 2, ooh, that was very 50-50. But you know what? I think that the last match of the day could all get us at the edge of our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Team Spirit. This is a team that is no stranger to the international stages. After a run that was cut short last year, have they done enough for the redemption they are oh so hungry for?
Team Spirit are no slouches, I tell you that, fair enough. But I'm telling you, on the other side is a team that has still a lot more to prove in this moment. So let's bring them out. Please join me in welcoming Ignite Gaming. They've set the stage on fire. From community qualifiers to the international stage, their underdog story starts today. Their unpredictabilities help them win upset after the next, no matter their opponent's experience level. I'm telling you, the other side, it's a lot of experience.
Yes, but let's not forget some of the players for the side of Ignite Gaming is also no stranger to the international stages. Both teams are looking to prove themselves today, but only one will come out on top.
Then, gentlemen, please, you may place your keys. Go ahead, Ignite. Go ahead, Team Spirit. You may go place your keys. Captains, remember, shaking hands before we start off our game because it's all about fair play, right? You want to be very happy and thankful. You're getting to play at this level, and there it is. Gentlemen, we avoided the fist bumps, and we got the handshakes in. Our game is set. We're all ready. Let's send it back to our desk and get this one rolling.
Team Spirit ready to go up against Team Ignite. What a game we've got to close out day 1 here of our group stages. We've got plenty of days. I think it's 9 here with MLBB on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. And so the road is truly just beginning. But it all leads to that one trophy in the middle, the MSC champion. Will one of these two teams be lifting it at the end of this competition? Well, today is certainly a way to find out. By the way, just to let you guys know, watching at home, you can get 2 champions in one game. My Champions Pick. That event is now live from now until July 27th. So make sure to scan that QR code and have a chance to get some exclusive MSC skins and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Man.
Lots of goodies available for all of us there, and hopefully we get a goodie in this one. As much as Diablo says no cheese picks, if it's not gonna come from him, hopefully it comes out of anyone in this game. Just give us one new one. Or is it too greedy to ask? We've got D-Roth, Brody, Eudora, Ling making a comeback. Just one more and I'm a happy boy.
I think we could definitely see it. I know they said they were going to keep it simple, but I got a feeling we see at least one more unique pick in this best of 3, especially if it goes the whole 3. And if there was any match that I looked at today that I thought was going to go 3 games, it would be this one in front of us now.
Yeah, but Team Spirit, and with what Kid Bomba is saying, much happier with the results of their scrims this time around. And I'm sure everyone remembers the interview that Kid Bomba had after a tough loss experience against Onyx Philippines in the very first round of knockouts last MSC. We saw the emotions for Kid Bomba flow and for Team Spirit as a whole, because for them it felt like they were just repeating the clock again off of their biggest international loss. It's been a year since then. They've won so much more and they've gotten even more wins in big international matches. But I'm pretty sure just ever so slightly that's in the back of the heads of Team Spirit, and they will do everything they can to avoid that.
It'll be Flying Cloud for our map reveal coming up in game number 1. Seen a lot of dangerous grass. We've seen a river. We've seen some Flying Cloud as well in our last series. And now it's time to see it again. This is the end of match day 1, and those coming into it, everybody is still alive, win or lose here. But if you lose, not only do you lose the chance to have some momentum, but you get put into an elimination game the next time that you play. If you win, you're in the upper side of the bracket for your group, and you have a chance to lose again or advance straight to the next round. So lots at stake here for both of these teams. 2 contenders, some would say very evenly matched, ready to begin their draft.
All right. The man of the Fanny and the Freya taking away, again, a Fanny pick for Zar Egoist. I expect Ignite Gaming are preparing a game plan where they control the jungle, whether through the draft or through aggressive rotations, just so they can keep tabs on Zar Egoist. They take out another one. They don't want the Herara. They really are trying to minimize the hero pool of their opponent. But with that, I mean, we saw Ling get first pick and Team Spirit go for it.
Yeah, Team Spirit has always kind of favored an aggressive jungle. Even when there was opportunity for something utility-based, they like to pick up things like Suyo in the past. They like, now it's the Ling, even with the Herara and the Fanny gone, they immediately lock that in. And a lot of teams have been going for roamers as their blue side first pick. Team Spirit, on the other hand, they want to make sure that Egoist gets as much as he can out of this draft.
Valentina coming up in response alongside the Cho.
Yeah, very quick answers here for Ignite. But with this Valentina early, they have to watch out that Spirit are going to end up with those long-range mid laners for Sunset Lover. And not even just that. He's great at the heroes such as the Lily as well, but they're playing it close to their comfort. They pick up a Juice in. So Team Spirit, you know their mindset. It's control, but through multiple angles, through a very strong EXP laner, through a jungler that rotates fast, and of course one of the most annoying mid laners to go up against.
It's an aggressive lineup right now from Team Spirit, but I will say Ignite have some ways to close the distance, have some ways to get in onto this Jushin. The Valentina isn't horrible against it. Yes, it does get outranged, but with the Cho behind it who can quickly dash through that beacon, quickly look for those pickoffs, the Jushin doesn't look as strong as it normally would.
We're seeing the Valentina a couple of times here. Trex, why do you like it or not like it?
I think a lot of it just comes down to the matchup. Right now, it's great because you get to steal these skills. It has movability, it has opportunity, and here in this matchup, I do kind of like it, especially paired up with the Cho. Normally the Jushin has so much priority and so much control, and the way to get past that is quick dashes. Quickly close that distance and don't let her just keep that beacon on you for more than a second or two.
Yeah, for Ignite Gaming, you mentioned about aggression from Team Spirit, but Ignite, they want to match it. This is going to be ending up as a battle of who gets a better early game. Those little decisions that make the difference between you losing and you winning in the first 3 to 5 minutes of the game. I think we might get a wish, our wish of this will be one of the closer, more exciting games, because based on the first 3 picks alone, you're going to see a lot of aggression and a lot of trades. I really hope we don't get that type of game where it's like, oh, this lineup, both of them, they're great for fighting, and then they both just play so defensively, waiting for that turnaround moment. I hope we don't get that.
I think a lot of it will come down to what Team Spirit locks into their roam position here. Right now, with the Cho, with the Suyo, Ignite's going to want to play opposite side of the river. They're going to want to look for those pickoffs. We're going to want to see this Cho hanging out on Team Spirit's side of the map. So if Team Spirit can respond to that well and maybe push back and stop that from happening, look for those pickoffs themselves, because you're right, both junglers want to try to get a kill or two in the first 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah. With there being a Cho on the side of Ignite, I would like one more pick with maybe much better burst, something that can really make the most out of the pick-off style of the Cho, but Team Spirit still end up banning the Brody. So that was the pick that I was thinking. Now they might just be stuck with a typical carry Claude trade. I don't see a Harith slotting in here anywhere unless like they're really confident. I think we're still going to see the traditional basic attack marksman.
I like the Claude here for Ignite. You're able to escape away. You have the BMI with all the dashes already with the Paquito and the Ling. I think Carrie's a little bit too immobile, a little bit too much of a sitting duck.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, Moscow's still open.
Is Harith also still open?
Yeah, Harith is open.
Moskov, another decent pick, especially if the Paquito tries to come in. You just kind of stiff arm him away.
Yeah. Even make space between itself and the Ling. That's just what I was thinking of, like some instant crowd control. Oh, Urine is making a comeback. Back at it again. I think this is going to be the Diablo pick. Yeah, definitely the Diablo pick.
Diablo.
2 more picks from Team Spirit here. They still need a roamer. They still need a gold laner. What's the big roam pick? Do they go heavy into crowd control here? We've seen Sawo and things like the Grok before. Could be.
Oh yeah, Grok Sao, then something with like a carry to shred through the Uranus. Because you need more shred here. I mean, you have strong bursts with the Paquito, the Ling, but you can never go wrong with even more basic attack damage, considering there's a lot of mobility on the other side. Oh, they go Esme?
Esme Gold? So wait a second, fighter off lane.
Oh yeah. So an older approach and tactic where they put double fighters and then they're playing their carry solely through the Ling. Their Ling is their basic attack damage hero.
Plus the Paquito.
Paquito
hurts. I mean, they do have a good damage profile even without the marksman because of the Paquito, because of this aggressive EXP laner.
Interesting. Maybe Ignite were reading into that considering they picked up the Uranus. But even with all of that, the Uranus is definitely going to feel the hurt here.
You got a Claude here, right? Against so many fighters.
Yeah, or the Moskov, either of those two. The Claude would be great, again, as you mentioned, because of the mobility. DMI out. They go down the Moskov route here. Interesting choice by Team Spirit. Another unique approach to the meta. It's not cheese picks as we asked, but it's a new element and a new layer to how to play the game.
We saw a lot of these. We saw a lot of this over in the Amers.
In the Amers,
MCT. We saw a lot of fighter, a lot of, kind of funnel strategy, especially with the ability to have these high damage EXP laners. It's the opportunities there. Once like the Freyas, the Paquitos, things like that, the opportunity is definitely there.
Esmeralda versus the Uranus. Diablo and King Kid Bomba going up against each other here in what should be a creative and impactful EXP matchup. We'll see who can take game one here in our final series of the day. Team Ignite versus Team Spirit. Let's send it over to our casters to kick it off.
I did not expect today to be a sweep day, Gideon, and hopefully it's not on this last match today. Hopefully we get 3 games here to round out day 1 of the group stages for MSC. This draft, though, is something we have to always talk about. I mean, today has been it's been a little freaky in the draft, man.
I have to admit, it is a little freaky here, but let's see what the adjustments are going to be, right? Double fighters have come into play this time round, and I think that IG has a bit of work to do, right? First off, we're already starting on a different side of the map just in case things go wrong for Moskov. I'm looking at the emblem setup as well, and it looks to be a very, very good spread overall. We're not looking for anybody who's trying to go above and beyond with the Master Assassin on a TS side.
Even the fact that we have a gold lane Paquito, man. In the hands of Hiko, again, one of the youngest players before that came through the league, made a big statement on his first international appearance, just a couple years ago. But the thing is, now you have a Paquito in your favor. You're running this kind of double fighter setup for this composition for Team Spirit. And this is what I like about where the meta seems to be going as Sao gets kicked around a little bit here by Jay. But nonetheless, with this kind of idea for a composition, this could hyper scale your Ling. I think you give the grounds for your Ling to go ahead and get scaled up really quickly for Zariguis. And again, this is a player who I think a lot of people were looking forward to play. Was it just last year? But he was unfortunately not able to compete just in his MSC appearance last year. But now we get to see it in the hands of a Ling who seems to be rising in stock value right now in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, every Assassin player wants to get their hands on Ling. It's such a impactful style of hero, not only with ultra mobility, but genuinely just an absolute menace to play around. And I think that IG, the question is, how do they eventually punish Team Spirit? A lot of it, I think, has to be directed towards Sao before level 4. After that, we don't really know, right? Somebody on the side of TS has to make that mistake unless IG can force it out of them. And for now, I don't see that happening, considering the double fighters are just good at fighting early, right? You can't win the 2v2 skirmishes anymore. Even the mid lane is a little bit hard to contest as of yet until Roy is able to find a good ult. And even then, there's only one good ult right now.
Yeah, you can see that too. Hiko just going to go ahead and cut in that wave again on the Paquito versus that Moskov matchup. It's not the normal, marksman matchup that we usually see. Good little attempt, SOD thrown out towards that purple buff. And now the turtle is up, and this is I feel like the result of just this composition. I mean, no one's committing to the turtle; they just want to make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting. You know, holding up the retribution, able to make this invasion happen. And I think if you're in IG's position, if you try to attempt a counter invade instead of taking the turtle, it will be too late, and Sawa will hit level 4. So at that point, you probably don't want to send too many members. Okay, Falling Star Moon does not connect, but that's fine. Jay, good movement for now, as IG's considering how they want to approach this. Diablo's going to open up the map first. He's going to get pulled back, but eventually somebody's going to have to take this neutral objective.
This is the slowest first turtle we've had today, man. I mean, they finally go and put pressure on Sunset Lover, but still neither team seems to want to go ahead and secure this. So meanwhile, you have CS doing his thing. He's going to continue to farm up. He's got the SOD available now. So it's just resulted into no one giving it a go just yet. But now this turtle started up by Kelvin. Half health on the turtle.
All right, Fallen Star Moon already connects. Is he going to get it? Our Egoist is able to steal it away. Minoan Fury has already been unleashed. Jay forced the flicker out of there as Diablo wants to hop over the wall, takes the flicker. However, Zar chases him over, and with the help of Kid Bomba, they secure first blood.
Hiko was making his way for that fight too. If they wanted to go and collapse down, if IG didn't disengage the way they did, then that would have been really bad for IG to go in that fight. We're going to look at the replay here brought to us by SDC. Again, this turtle for the taking happens really fast. Good usage there with the retribution from Zara Egoist. And then they get into this fight that just did not favor IG in this. And they really had to burn some battle spells and, of course, their ultimates to try to survive with all they could. But unfortunately, you know, it was Diablo to go down first.
I think it's just unfortunate that Kevin just didn't have the Sever at the right time. It got canceled out initially once the Falling Star Moon came through. And when you're in that cooldown without it, it's really difficult to actually contest for the turtle, especially when your opponent is one level ahead. For now, I mean, this is exactly what I expect from a double fighter composition. Like, these people can take damage for days, and Kid Bomba is like, I don't care unless you kick me, and there's Way of the Dragon. It comes to him, and no one Fury flicker forward. With the SOD already connecting, they can't get any more than this. Zawo finally getting punished. There's the Ionic Edge. Collapse on, backline getting attacked. Blade of Tempest as well. Gets one, looks for a second. Zariguis can't take any more damage than this, and they back away.
Well, I guess at this point you should care a little bit about what could potentially happen, you know, and the kick being one of them from Jay, but it was a good attempt for things to go ahead and start. And yes, TS will go ahead and grab one themselves, but once again, take a look at the replay. There's the kick we were talking about, that Way of the Dragon right on Kid Bomba. And I have to agree with you, aside from that, this is what the double fighter allows you to do. You get a ton of information for your team because you're usually planning up in that side of the jungle of the opposing team. Now up top, again, CS really comfortably just able to go ahead and farm up. There was some attempt up there, but the rest of the team of IG is there. Conceal's going to be used now. Jay's going to go ahead and spot this out. So, again, this seems to be the case, Gideon, where it's like, if we can conceal, if we can make an attempt, we'll go for it. But right now, it's just kind of waiting here.
Oh, in trouble. CS finally goes down here. Tries to make a flicker play. Unfortunately, gets punished significantly for it.
That's one of the unfortunate things when you're up against a Ling, you know, and the packed punches of a Paquito coming through too will just bring you down to half health before you know it. Now, Turtle's up. Jay giving some vision as well as Diablo. They got to go ahead and grab that purple buff. But we might just see it once again where IG wants to go ahead and take their time for this turtle, not overly committing just because, again, the firepower-wise, they need time to go ahead and build up.
Speaking of which, I am interested in the item build in just a second here. Hascall done by Zar Egoist. Let's see how this is going to play out. He still has Tempest of Blades, so it's really difficult for him to actually, you know, not miss the retribution. He hits it. Now Kevin is dead. Pretty easy work for Zar Egoist, with the rest of his team covering him. They didn't have to use too many ults, and now they get Diablo. Minoan Fury as well. Flicker 4 doesn't catch anybody, and that's a double for Zar. This is going phenomenally for Team Spirit.
Yeah, Team Spirit, a lot of tools in the pocket to work with, and now in the mid lane, Jay trying to keep them from taking down the tier 1 turret. He's going to take a couple shots, tries to get away too, and he'll live. But man, it's costing IG a lot in these skirmishes, and now the bottom turret will be worked on Hiko. So at some point, IG has to be able to go ahead and kind of recalculate here. As we look at the replay, once again, this was an easy objective take. Zar Egoist does win the retribution. you know, that's one of the things, again, this is a very skilled player. He's young, he's just aggressive, likes to pick these hyperscaling heroes, and it'll come down to the retribution where he's just able to go ahead and cap it off against Kelvin.
And there you go. You can see in that replay, he's going nice, knowing that he's done good, his due diligence, and not to mention that he is in a position to actually hard carry this game like he's meant to, right? Oh my god. They make a kick onto Watsawa's side. The Queller comes on through Soul Server, Minoan Fury, but there's no flicker to actually make it work. The Blade of Tempest comes out, but this should be a nothing fight unless Kibamba makes something happen on himself.
Whoa, he goes in. He's going to drag him back. Jay, there's an SOD though where they're going to follow through.
It connects good, but now they need to maintain the battle lines. If not, things are going to get worse. And Roy, he's thinking about it. He's got that Blade of Tempest, but the problem is, without the Shadow Steps, he can't pick up and actually make full use of it anyways. Now, with that being said, despite everything that has happened, 5-2, it's a 4.4K at 8 minutes.
Yeah, and you see 2,000 of that 4K, Gideon, is on the jungle for Team Spirit. Zara Egoist, nearly 2,000 gold ahead right now, and that's why, you know, one of the things they're trying to do is get this point where IG can, you know, even out the jungle a bit, because again, even when it comes down to a level gap, that plays a part. Of course, in the 50-50 for the Retribution, it's not much of a 50-50 if you're too far down in this case. So now with this Lord being up, they got to go ahead and get in position. IG has constantly tried to face off against this double fighter lineup, but they're just kind of zoned out from everything. Nice little block there, Sunset Lover. Lord will be secured for Team Spirit.
And look at him go. If Zara doesn't get an MVP title for this one, it's a bit tough to complain because, man, he's kind of doing so much, and it's great to see that the rest of his team is able to become that strong foundation for them. No one's really overextending. Nobody's like making too many mistakes.
Yeah.
And even on the Hiko side, I think he literally is having a gold lane experience as a fighter.
Which is weird, right? Because it's like, man, I don't know. I don't know if boxers are used to all this gold that he can work with, you know? And right now with Hiko charged up, he can lead that charge because his kind of a threat, just with the nature of the way Paquito works and how he packs such a punch, is deadly enough where then again, Zara Egoist on the Ling, you have kind of that freedom to just join the fight when everybody is pretty low in terms of health bars. You can go ahead and capitalize some kills. Sunset Lover, I'm surprised the Jushin hasn't been picked up as much, right? Even with her nerf a bit, she's still very valuable. Like this, I mean, you're able to go ahead and drag people back. You get the Ice Queen 1, you slow them down a bit. And now this Lord is going to charge in up the top side. Shields are popped top, mid, and bottom.
Oh, what a play coming in from Sunset Lover, taking advantage of the last hit on the stacks of the butterflies. Finds one and pulls him back. They try to get a little bit back. They have to move away. Oh my goodness, that was about to be absolutely nasty had it not been for flickers.
Yeah, if they did. Either way, as we take a look at the replay here brought to us by STC, look at this move. This is why I was saying the Jushin, man, the value, the utility that she still brings to the table as a hero is insane. So you can force this fight into this. Yes, none of the base turrets went down, but look at the lead that Team Spirit has.
Dude, that's such a good idea as well. I was paying attention to the butterfly stacks, but Sunset Lover does not miss a beat here. And as you were mentioning, oh wait, no, this should be a pretty good fight. Sunset Lover finds Jay as Diablo backs their way up, and there's just too much damage to deal with. The lead is so gigantic as we get closer to the GG number of 10K.
Did they nerf that right? No.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about right now.
Did it change much? Because, my goodness, it doesn't seem like they're able to get away. Oh, Sunset Lover quite low.
No, the Minoan Fury is good, but now Zara Egoist is basically unstoppable. Everybody doesn't have the base damage to actually deal with him, and now they're going to be taking literally everything away. This is their timer. As long as they don't make a mistake, DS should find an endgame scenario in the next minute or so.
Massive lead, 11,000 up plus.
Oh my
Look
lord.
at the difference across the economy here for Team Spirit against IG. This is not looking good at all in game one. Again, we're just approaching the 12-minute mark, but it feels like, you know, for IG, they've just been kind of trying to buckle up in this game and taken for a ride.
I think IG were not prepared to deal with DS and their double fighter shenanigans here. And not to mention how polished it really is. It makes you wonder, had they just gotten rid of a couple of other picks? Maybe if they got rid of, I want to say Minotaur, but I think the Jushin is a lot worse.
Yeah, maybe the Jushin right now, this is... I mean, I'd say, do they want to contest? No, you don't. When you're down this much, just let the Lord go in the hands of TS. Get ready to somehow defend. But the bad part of this is 2 of your base turrets already gone. you're down at this much gold, so your fighting prowess is pretty much non-existent right now, and even your tankier members, your tankier heroes are getting shredded down. I mean, even if Diablo tries to get in that front line, the risk of that is he's just going to get dragged through by Sunset Lover, like we've seen. And so you have to be able to buckle in on this one, because this defense, as crucial as it is, it's very dire for them. The Lord is going to make its way down mid.
It really is, and I think there's a way for the entire team. If they can just zone out specifically CS, then I think they have an opportunity. But here comes the conceal. They're going to take their time. The kick, it's good. It lands on the correct target, and then on Fury is going to be taken away. They tried to turn this around, but Zara Ego is able to find one as Hiko kills Jay. And at this point, the base is already done for. A good idea, however, executed just a little late and no way to delay those waves.
Such a clean performance from Team Spirit, a clean game. Again, I think a lot of people are wondering, this version of Team Spirit coming through in this MSC 2026 at EWC, man, how would they be? Again, they had a first round exit in their last international appearance, and this is a different version of it, a more refined version of Team Spirit. Yes, it's only their first game and their first match, but so far, from what we've seen, it is clean. And for a team to bring in this kind of composition, the double fighter, make it work this well, it's kind of scary, because again, what more is up the sleeve?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, because there are certain aspects of this particular composition that just work so well against each other. The fact that Sunset Lover and Sawo survived the earlier stages and then suddenly became this massive driving force. No matter what you do, our counter engage will always be better. I will make you run through the mud. I will make you do everything in your power to tax you so you can't get to neutral objectives or any of our quote-unquote backliners.
Yeah, this was a very difficult game, I feel like, for IG at all stages of it, just because, again, your jungle was pretty gapped. You didn't really have a chance. I mean, you can see just how much of the shot calls come through for Team Spirit, so this is one of the things, again, where it's just like, what do you do? What do you focus on to get to the next game? That's the main thing that you want to go ahead and look for. So I know the panel, the studio wants to go ahead and break this down a little bit further, so let's go ahead and throw it on over to talk about Game 1.
Team Spirit take a convincing victory over Team Ignite, and it was not even close. You saw that just slow tide start to build and build until it was a tidal wave. And Team Spirit, off the rip, looking very good. Rain Day here back on the desk with Renmar and Trex. Guys, we did not have a lot of time to go back into the green room and reset, because that game was over in a flash. What went so right for Team Spirit?
Well, they picked up a lineup that we didn't expect them to go for, but it was proactive. With all of their picks, it was picks that from no matter where you are in the map, you are making an impact. You're going at it right away. You are making your presence felt. And Ignite weren't ready for it. I have to agree with the sentiment of the casters. They just looked shocked and awed with what they had to deal with.
Is it Team Ignite kind of being surprised by how strong Team Spirit was?
I think Team Spirit was just such a steady burn that Ignite, maybe even when they wanted to bring the fights, there was always a good answer from Team Spirit. Team Spirit never fully committed in the early game. There was some small skirmishes. I think by second turtle, it was like 3-2, not crazy kill count, but Team Spirit was just steady every single time. They always got the kills in Azar. They always made sure that it mattered, but they never overcommitted exactly. Even when they lost, even when that one play happened in the mid lane and they lost Bomba, the patience from Zar to sit in that bush in the mid, in the river, and wait until they came just far enough to where he could jump into the back line and get a counter kill that was much more valuable than losing Sawo. Overall, Team Spirit it was a clean game from them.
One of our questions was, can Team Spirit do what they do on an international stage? And can Team Ignite come in trying to represent their region on this international stage and keep up with what Team Spirit was putting together? The answer so far is not quite. There remains more to be seen, but as we break down the graph of the end game, Renmar, it was a gold difference, it was a kill difference, it was a pace difference that allowed Team Spirit to stay on top.
Yeah, and this echoes again our sentiments about the Paquito pick. No matter what position it's in, it will have the damage. Whether you put it in the gold, meaning you get faster damage. In EXP, it gets access to its upgraded skills a little bit faster because of how much faster you can get with the EXP rolling into you. For Team Spirit, there was a word mentioned, I believe by Naisu, it was polished. based off of what Kid Bomba said, with how their boot camps were like in Malaysia, getting to play on the big Asian server with everyone else, with some of the big top 3 region teams, they really look like they learned so much from it. They weren't just talking, they really put the action into it.
You know, the Paquito and the Ling. We saw the Ling and we talked about Zauer Egoist earlier on, 6-0. I've not seen a game where you can let Ling off the leash and just come back from it. We saw that earlier on in one of our first sets in Team Vamos. They destroyed with the potential of this character. I mean, this seems like something that needs to be limited and addressed somehow in this next matchup.
You know, in the past, what it would have been is get into the jungle, slow these assassins down. Picks like Hilda, utility junglers, something that can actually put pressure on someone like that early on, steal purple buffs. Those were the answers years ago, right?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we're going to start to see a glimpse of that again, or if it will continue to just be aggressive jungler against aggressive jungler. Let's see who scales better. Because right now, that's kind of the pace we're going at. And I'm wondering when that's going to switch up. Because, again, I mean, you know, it was Ube that destroyed the assassin meta years and years ago, right? It was things like that. That's what brought the utility jungle into the meta, first of all. And I'm wondering, will that counter response once again at MSC this year?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Is time really just a flat circle? Or are we going to go back to what? The Estases, the Matildas, the healers of the world? I don't know, but I like that day one, and even though we're not done yet, it's already set a precedent again of just the options are wide open.
Yeah.
And who is brave enough to take these risks of these unique choices are often rewarded. Again, Team Spirit is another example of that. With what they did here, you do not see this kind of lineup often, but when it works, it really works.
And it put them in a great position here as well to excel in game 1, which sets them up now to lose 2 in a row if they're going to be into that lower bracket on Group A. If they just win 1 out of those next 2, they're going to be feeling really good about their chances to advance to the next stage. And speaking of your chances, you've got a brand new chance to check out a new interactive effect for Rhino Day. It's now available. Check out and join the celebration. You can see all those new interactions there in the shop. Looking pretty fun. Make sure to grab your chance to enjoy it here with the Rhino Day. Happy Rhino Day, everybody, around the world. I keep saying it sounds like Rain Day, Rhino Day.
Oh, yeah.
We're just throwing it out there. I'm comfortable with that, so make sure to check it out. Let's kind of get ready before we head into the next draft to talk about what is going right for Team Spirit. Again, this is a team that many people know have done well on the international stage. But Rimar, I mean, with this start, putting a stamp, an exclamation point onto the end of day 1, how far can they go in this tournament?
Oh, well, if they can continue this kind of streak, then they're clearly gonna be able to make it into the knockouts again. Whether if they're gonna get past the first round, it depends on what matchup they're drawn into, but I like the spirit that we saw in game number 1. You saw in the clips there of how commanding similar to how he has always been throughout his long career. Sawa, the shot calls on point, the tandem with him and Sunset Lover, they've been playing together for the longest time, really sharp.
And now I'll ask you, Trex, because you've been kind of my guy for the other team, and it was with True Rippers earlier on in our series, and now it's with Ignite Gaming. What do we need to see to change up this matchup? For True Rippers, they had an answer in game 2, and I think it worked really, really well, though it didn't get them the win.
I think True Rippers, for example, kind of got into their groove. They found that sense of self. They picked some comfort picks, and they were ready to play. I think we saw from True Ripper's sense that game 1 might have actually been nerves.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same thing for Ignite. These are players, at least Diablo, for a sense, has done this big stage many, many times. Now, Kelvin, on the other hand, is new to the big stage, so there could still be some nerves there. But I think, yeah, get comfortable. It's day 1. Don't overpress yourselves. If they get blue side here, then they get first pick up front, and they can kind of focus on themselves a little bit on what they actually want to play instead of constantly playing the counter game.
If there's anything that I would ask them to change, is like just give Diablo something a little bit more active, man. Even if it's not exactly like, oh, this mashup looks really great and this is what we need right now. Diablo has always been the player to, no matter what he ends up with, he'll find a way to make it work.
Right.
As long as you can stay active in the map, it looks like that's what they sorely needed. With a Uranus, yes, Uranus is a good pick, but I don't think it's the Diablo pick. You need something that gets out of the lane quickly, makes his presence felt, something that allows him to be a superstar and a hero sometimes.
What do you want to see?
Oh, well, we mentioned the Benedetta backstage, so that is his pick. It is currently meta. Why the heck not? Something explosive right out of the gate.
Yeah, and that's obviously the matchup we kind of looked forward to. Kid Bamba, Diablo in that EXP lane. It just didn't end up being the kind of fireworks that we expected. So you can, if I were the coach of Team Ignite, say, we need to make sure that we have our win conditions set up. And that means making sure Diablo can, like you said, Renmar, have an impact. Maybe Rome. Is it the Benedetta that they bring out coming into this next game? Draft shortly upon us, as well as we keep speculating after these quick games. There's not really too much to go off of, but in some ways, though, that's kind of nice because it leaves everything open for us to discuss and kind of pick at. And, you know, it's the last day, it's the last game of the first day. I think these teams, too, if you're last, Trex, you're probably focusing on your game, but you're also probably aware of the results. You're seeing what's working to a sense. Your coach has certainly got eyes on what is working with these other games. What do you take away, and do you even take away anything from these first three matchups against teams that you're going to eventually have to play tomorrow in terms of how they're drafting to apply it? Do you leave it be and say, we're coming in with the strategy that we thought would work and we're just going to try what we know and we'll see if it doesn't work or not to get that experience? How do you approach going last at the end of the day and obviously seeing results?
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, right? No matter what, you come into this game with a strategy ready against the team you're about to face, especially with Team Spirit having such a rich history in MLBB. There's a lot of information we already have from them. Now, as far as the games went today, maybe you pull a little something. Was there a good counter pick that we saw today? Was there something that kind of surprised us all today as, ooh, we might be able to use that today? Overall, I don't think, I mean, we saw the Dairoth. It did kind of fall short. We saw a few things come up, a few unique picks. I don't know if there's anything that the coach exactly would take today and be like, oh, we're definitely going to use that for sure. So we'll see exactly how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, they just went up against game number 1 Team Spirit, day number 1 Team Spirit, where it was like, hey, we're going to get Hiko Mayon, a fighter, and it's Paquito Gold. You would be thinking that, oh, we're going to be seeing Hito on the traditional marksman. That's what he shined with. Nope, they gave him a guy with boxing gloves and the heaviest fists in the land of Dawn. And it worked out. If they're willing to take those risks, I want to see those risks to come out from Ignite. Just pick up heroes across the board that can have an impact, be aggressive, and make it exciting. Make it a fireworks show. We ended up going back to 2022 where all we got was Esmeralda versus Uranus, and no one enjoyed that back in the days.
You know, I think right now Ignite has to think about Team Spirit is no longer a team that you can just bait into the chaos, right? I think even from that interview that we saw with Bamba and him saying, "No, I'm not gonna talk smack to anyone. All I want to do is go even." This guy said, "All I want to do is go even in the EXP lane." This is a guy that used to always try to win. This is a guy that, you know, used to always try to like, let's do this, let's play. So overall, Team Spirit, and even from that last game we saw, they are a patient team now. They're still gonna look for plays. They're gonna get them when they matter, but they're not exactly. They know they don't have to go brawl with you. They can kind of take it slow, and Ignite might need to be ready for that. You know, they're a team that maybe wants to fight, and they're not going to be able to force it out of Team Spirit here.
Another expanding cloud pick up for the map.
Ooh, okay. So I think this is where we can really get to see some more aggression again. The Flying Cloud being the last one, we really didn't get to see it. It seemed like Ignite really doubled down on the idea of having a strong EXP lane that you can hold so that you're just going to be fine. But then they ended up going up against the double fighters, meaning that holding against a lineup that likes to hold because they're setting up for a carry that wants to farm fast and be high impact, then you're going to lose that equation. Even though their picks were all right, it just didn't work out for them.
I'm wondering if Ignite bans out the Ling here. You know, earlier you asked me about the Ling. Maybe that's the real answer to it. It might be time to finally put on the ban pool. That would force Team Spirit to either ban out the Freya or the Harara.
Yeah.
Right? Or do we leave both open and do we finally see the Harara versus Ling matchup? But right now there is a lot on the field still.
Yeah.
Because Ignite's been focusing so much on the fannies and things like that, I think we got a match here where we might see the possible trade up.
Yeah, considering the Team Spirit once again banned out the Eudora and the Atlas, they are still really leaning into the idea of we're definitely going to pick up Assassins no matter what.
And the Eudora has been a big kind of even pick in mid lane to allow some type of stun, some type of CC, potential outplay, or slowdown of the Assassin so far. But Trex, I saw you pointing at that ban.
Well, that just means there's a lot on the field still. The Marcel it's a good ban, but it's also a throwaway ban because of the fact that we're seeing Atlas and Eudora banned out. We have Freya, we have Harara, we have Jushin still. There's a lot on the field to be traded with, and now it's up to Team Spirit. Do we give kind of a off-brand ban so that we can get the
two or
three of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We get the swing back. Harara has been monstrous. They do it, so it's a Belleric ban, meaning we have Freya and Harara both normally have been banned consistently are on the field.
Yeah, Freya, Harara, Ling, all still open. Wealth of choices here, which mean Ignite are willing to trade out. And in first pick, which means Ignite are willing to trade it out. Team Spirit can't get everything, and Ignite might just be able to, math-wise, end up with more by the end of their first 3 picks.
Wow, so they go for the Ling. So they take it away, and they say, this is ours now. You're going to have to figure something else out as well. Does that mean the Freya goes to the side of Bumba and Zhao are egoist?
Ooh,
go Freya Harara.
Yeah, I'm okay with the Freya Harara. Just go for damage right away. It's honest, but it's the good kind of honest. You know, it's like you're not going to get punished for that kind of honesty because those picks are just way too strong that not a lot can really deal with it. Let's see if they'll go for another switch up, but that'll be too early to show. I think Ignite might end up walking away with a Paquito later on.
They don't need Harara here because no matter what, Ling's already been picked, so they can pick something else here, get the Harara in 3rd pick,
right.
the Jushin.
Push it back.
Yeah. Okay, so that's another game for Sunset Lover and the Jushin this time, and it was impactful. It did give a lot of difficulty for Jay and Roy to be able to hold the center.
So Ignite here. Did they lock in what's been the popular pick? The Valentina. It didn't do amazing last time. This is tough, honestly. I don't know if I would have went for the Ling up front.
Yeah, I might have been too honest at the time. You mentioned the Valentina. I think the Valentina is okay. Or you pick up your gold laner now, so you can just start taking away gold laners at the 2nd phase. Yeah, they do. They end up picking up the Brody, and then they'll go for the glue. Good chance it's going to be in Rome, but of course that can still be flexed into the EXP lane. And as you expected, Trex, there's the Hirara at 3rd. So now you're just going to be playing a lot of trades through the mid. I would like to see Ignite consider a Lilia for their glue, just so that it's that constant pressure around the juice and then whichever roamer it's going to be paired up with. Or if they want to go for instant burst right away, or if they want to play around the box. Aniv is alright, but actually no, I'll go back on that. The Eve might actually be too difficult against the Freya, Hirara, and Jushin. Excuse me, the Eve, yeah.
The glue's a clean pick, though. I like it against the Freya, against any kind of big brawly fighters. It's a great stopper.
Yeah.
And also, as you said, most likely will be Roam, but there is flexibility to it coming into 2nd phase, something you do kind of want on blue side, because you don't exactly get last pick. So more bans coming in from Ignite. They're taking their time this game, honestly, in terms of picks, in terms of bans. They take out that Minotaur, back over to Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think they realized that the Minotaur and Jushin together was just annoying. Too much crowd control together, plus that extra heal popping out of the Minotaur actually saved Team Spirit a lot in the last game.
Esmeralda also banned this time around. Stolen is the Ling, so that'll be on the opposite side. And again, some priority for Jushin on both sides, repicked.
They take out the Uranus.
Uranus also banned.
Which, even though Diablo didn't have the greatest game on it, it can still be a nuisance.
And it's still an option, right?
Yeah,
it just limits his choices at this point.
So on this side, last ban from Ignite. Do they continue to home into the roam here? Or do they focus on the gold? You mentioned them possibly taking on any gold laners. We haven't seen any. I think at this point they know that there's not like that one gold laner that just owns the game at this point. So is it really worth? Yeah, you ban out the Hereth, they pick up the Moskov. You ban out the Moskov, they get the Hereth or the Claude. So you might as well get something that might have a bit more of an input, and they go with the Arlot.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to be playing around the static mid laner. They want to get somewhat close to mid-range, a lot of dive. And the Arlot makes sense as a ban. They're still respecting the possibility that Freya might go gold, and then you suddenly go get an Arlot EXP. Suddenly, team fighting for a lineup, playing around the Brody looks even more difficult. So they cover their bases, and no. Oh, they do not have the damage to deal with this Barras unless they pick a Lunox at mid.
Barat's roam, though?
It's a Barat's jungle, it
so
looks like.
Where's Harara going?
Wait, no, you're right.
Team Spirit's getting spicy right now.
Barat's EXP Freya gold? Yeah, then jungle Harara, mid Juicin, and then...
Unless Harara goes somewhere crazy.
Mathilda roam. Yeah.
It's got to be Harara jungle, so yeah. Barat's EXP.
Wow, Kid Bomba with the
Freya gold.
bats.
They're going for the fighter. Yeah, they're going for the bulky offlaners again.
They go Mathilda. Just so they get the or no, they still go Cho. Team Spirit, you are surprising us in the best way possible. You're packing up picks, and it makes sense. Again, it doesn't have the damage profile early on, and even once it gets later. But let's see if the Lillian Brody might be enough to melt through this overly aggressive, high damage, high crowd control, very tanky frontline.
What I love about it is it's showing how much trust they have in their brand new jungler. Picking up these funnel strategies where they know that, listen, we're gonna pick this big bulky box and just do your thing, Czar. And right now, the faith that they have in him is showing up.
All right, Team Spirit getting a little funky here with the Barats on the side of Kid Bomba. He'll go up against Alice on Diablo's side, and we'll see if Ignite can pull it back even or if Spirit will close it out 2-0. Let's send it over to our casters to get games 2 started.
Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit are cooking in the draft, and this is going to be a big statement if they end up 2-0 with this kind of draft. Gideon, this is so, I want to say, unusual for what we're seeing, but I love to see it, man. The meta is continuing to focus and shift into different ways than what we're used to.
There have been rumors about this Barat's EXP. The question is, I wasn't really expecting it to show up this early on into the tournament, but now we're also seeing what's going to happen on the opposite end, right? Like, the big problem with the Barat's EXP is how do you maintain your stacks consistently, especially both junglers starting on that side of the map, so you don't really have anything to, like, maintain your stacks in the meantime while you're waiting underneath turret or the enemy side.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we'll have to see executed through Kid Bomba. Again, Barrett's XP is not something you see too often, but it's tanky enough. Yes, he's going to struggle a little bit to get some of the stacks, but then again, maybe it's going to result in something where, he's just trying to set up the Daytona's welcome for the team. Again, your crowd control utility on this composition from Team Spirit is just kind of out the roof because you have a choke kick, you have the lantern flare and the beacon from Sunset Lover, and this gives a lot of space once again to just funnel things into your jungler and the Harara. We just saw this earlier today too. If you manage to go ahead and scale crazy fast on a Harara, and let's say even you to the point where you pick up Sky Pierce and you got 8 stacks, dude, you are a killing machine basically in your own right, and you're hard enough to catch.
Yeah.
So when you're centered around that and you have all the crowd control in the world, that's the difficult part for Ignite Gaming if they want to go ahead and fight this. Now, the Ling for Kelvin can essentially do the same thing, but you're playing into that. Your Lilia does a lot of this early game damage. Eventually, the Brody can scale up as well. So there's a lot more, I feel like, possibilities for Ignite Gaming to make use of.
Speaking of possibilities, I'm thinking whether or not Kid Bomba's entire purpose is to just bog down Diablo, right?
Yeah.
Go for the Daytona's welcome, eat him up, make sure they don't have an access to Throne Ruin. Iframe's already out, Throne Ruin coming through. Flicker, Diablo connects onto 2 as the Daytona's welcome connects as well. Pinning him against the wall, Hiko takes out Jay, but now the Bladed Tempest is out. First Blood is done, but there's only so much he can do. Hiko catches him mid-air as his first turtle has turned into a bloodbath.
Gideon, he looked like a Valkyrie there. I mean, he was in the air and he flickered for the kill, and he got it. 2 kills for Hiko on the gold lane of Freya. that is once again just a team fighting upper hand that we see from Team Spirit. Again, this was a great gleam into the Throne of Ruin setup. Look at the health bars of Team Spirit here. They get so low, and you'd think this is a great point to follow that Tempest Blades, but man, Hiko had his mark and locked down Kelvin.
Really good stuff. Even Kid Bomba was making sure, like, hey, I see Kelvin coming down. I'm going to make an attempt with the Daytona's welcome. Despite everything, I think it's really great, right? It's about denying the follow-up from your opponents. And I think whoever makes that big impact at the very beginning of that fight usually makes the difference here. Despite Diablo having to lose out on a big chunk of EXP, I think it's all right. I mean, he did lose his flicker, unfortunately, but that doesn't matter. They've got to wait until the next turtle before they're even going to consider another team fight.
Yeah, that team fight basically showed us that kind of this choreography here. As you see it again, you know, the Gleam, the Throne of Ruin being used up. But I feel like even if they land those, they're just not, unfortunately, in that position to go in and capitalize it unless Kelvin is there. You know, he's a big part of this. Daytona's welcome, though.
Well, it's already good, and I think they should be able to find a kill here, but the Blade of Tempest will allow Kelvin a way out. Does he still have his Finch poise? Yes, he does. And now he's going to exit from this area. I don't think they have the early game damage to make this work. Yeah. Kelvin is running the killing spree. He's not running Warcry for the early exceptional damage. And not to mention that even CS has been kind of isolated for a large majority of these fights as well, because they can't seem to get the rotations down. Roy, maybe in some trouble. Black Shoes already out here, and that's just the power of this Hirara.
That's one of the scary things, you know. Zara doesn't have to do anything crazy. It's just like he does the combo. You essentially have to pop your Black Shoes, your ultimate, or even, let's say, a flicker later on. So, you know, that's something to deal with if you're IG, not being able to fight at full force. And what you're noticing, too, Kid Bomba, because he has a Daytona's welcome, and sometimes he's just going for Kelvin, you know, gets the ultimate out of the Ling. You don't have that anymore. And slowly but surely, that's going to delay the Ling further for Kelvin, but they're going to fight it off here. Second turtle is up. He's going to grab his purple buff. We'll see if he gets here in time. It is delayed quite a bit, so IG does a good job at that. Team Spirit, though, they'll calculate this. Again, he goes pushing up top towards that top turret. Here they break out, though.
Yep, they're slowly attacking him. Sawo spots out where the backline is supposed to be. Hiko's thinking about maybe going for it, but he's shown presence here on the map. He might start making his way over into the mid lane. Bomba still maintaining his stacks as much as he possibly can here. Throne of Ruin only connecting onto one, but Sunset Lover is looking to respond. With max stacks on those butterflies, Sawo finds the kick in a perfect angle on top of the glue. Jay should explode here, but he's got nobody to jump on, and Sawo just makes out with a sliver of health. CS takes him out, and now Hirara looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately just ain't enough, and even flickering forward with the Daytona's welcome. Kid Bomba trying to get the trade, misses out at the very end. Unlucky for Team Spirit, but it's not over apparently. Jay decided to take matters into his own hands.
Okay, I understand what Jay was doing there. They had a whole lot happen for IG in that team fight.
Oh
they
my
really
God,
punished. Oh, Kelvin. Okay. He survives, stays alive, turtle secure. That's what matters. But again, going back to that fight, it just seemed like Team Spirit was actually not in connection. You know, like they were all going in at different times. They got kind of caught in a bad position, and it was great to see IG punish that. But then, of course, you know, they need to continue building up on that. And that's why I was saying, you know, playing into their cards here, they've got many options to play with. There's a kick once again.
Oh, it looks good now. Okay, Throne of Ruin comes down through. Sawo is in a lot of trouble here. Forces out the conceal. Even Diablo is going to cut him off eventually. He should die, but no, it doesn't seem to be. Kelvin finally finishes him off. The Black Shoes has been called as well. These fights are slow and painful, but that's exactly what both sides want.
Yeah, right now, too, CS has been able to go ahead and farm up on this Brody. It's going to be a big part of it. You know, earlier on, he had the Blade of Hepsees. He was actually able to do some decent damage just with that one item. But, of course, you know, getting those marks off and then that torn apart memory, he's got a lot of space that he could work with, depending on how the team sets a fight up. But that's, I guess the biggest part of that is where does Diablo land with his Throne of Ruin? Is he going to be able to gleam on the right targets? Because like in the last one, again, whether you hit 1 or 3 members, that changes a big part of the team fight, you know? And so now these battle spells are coming back online here for Team Spirit. Same for IG. You still got about a minute for that flicker to be available. And, you know, the flicker isn't always needed for an Alice to get that setup that you're kind of looking to see, but nonetheless, it's better if you have it. You cover more distance, you know, and you can surprise Team Spirit from that. So right now, they're just kind of staunching the bleeding here. There's a kick.
Oh, it's so good, but do they have enough damage? Unfortunately, not enough. Blade Tempest is already out, attacking Hirara and even using the Finch Poise, thinking about chasing, but Kevin decides not to. Sees Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover and has decided, I'm out. I'm done with this. Even Diablo and Roy just making sure that the rotations are slow so that the reinforcements don't come in time.
This is an opening, though, for Team Spirit to go ahead and take this turtle. Retribution still not available for 15 seconds, so this should just be an easy turtle to take.
Oh, Throne Ruin coming in, and now the descent with Valkyries as Hiko's thinking about who he needs to be on top of. For now, Jay able to at least get one with the help of CS. Are they not going to punish this? I'm expecting a punish here, but Sabo going to go for a completely different target as Diablo is dead. Hiko takes out CS, and can they? No, didn't see it, but Roy will pray so hard. Like, how do you get rid of this Freya continuously walking in your face? Kevin is gonna try. Oh my god, he's about to get Sunset Love. Finch Poise gets him. He might actually outplay this, and he does. He gets on out of there just in time.
That's what we need to see from a Ling if it's picked up. Great play and movement there from Kelvin. And yes, Team Spirit was able to get a couple kills in the hands again of Hiko. But you gotta keep this Ling scaling up. You gotta build that snowball.
That was some hot stuff. I mean, he just purchased the Haas Claw, and all of a sudden now he can enter in and out of the fight, especially if the rest of the members of Team Spirit just don't look at him for half a second, right? Because the fight begins, they start this huge engagement right into the center of the turtle pit. The worst part about it is that Zara Egoist didn't take any of that damage. That's why it's so difficult to kind of get past the anchors of Sunset Lover, because even if you do commit, that's a lot of HP to cut through.
Yep, looked like there was an initiation here in the mid lane. They're going!
And counter initiation even better as they find it. Ignite might have just cracked it open as Team Spirit have already lost 3 of their members in this fight. Mid Tier 1 going to collapse.
Wow, that was a big fight. I wonder if we're going to get a chance to go ahead and see how exactly that all started. But again, off of it, Tier 1, Tier 2 falling now in the mid lane. IG, this is the ignition they needed, man. Ignite Gaming finds it. They open up the map a little bit more. 13 seconds away from the Lord. Here's the replay brought to you by STC. This is where it started. Kelvin, again, this damage that he has off of a couple item pickups already showing, and then a good follow through with the Alice from Diablo here to make sure they won that fight in the mid. Now Lord is up.
At this stage, unless Zara has a lot of Sky Piercer stacks, it's going to be hard, but here we go. Blade Tempest early on, early Retribution. Oh my goodness, thank goodness. They find it. Hiko takes out Roy, and now Roy takes out Kelvin. It's just a chain reaction, but nobody can get on top of this Brody.
Oh,
as they're able to pull through. He turns it around. Hiko, triple kill. What? Gets, oh man, Zara takes away the potential maniac here. But man, what a full team wipeout.
A triple kill for Hiko. He's off to it again here in this iteration of MSC at EWC 2026. Yes, they got the Lord. Lord was secured here, but look at the team fight. This was set up for success, but then it all fell apart because of the way that you position yourself around the map. Beacon coming in clutch here, giving that opportunity for Hiko.
The timing that Sunset Lover just gets the purchase of the Ice Queen wand came in clutch. All of a sudden, IG realized, whoa, we're not keeping up with them as much as we are. And now Sunset Lover's in trouble. Blade of Tempest forcing out the flicker, but Kevin, he's looking for anybody at this point. He wants battle spells. He'll sniff blood in the water.
Kelvin is mad, man. He knows that shouldn't have happened after that Lord secure. So essentially, what does it result to? You know, this Lord that they were able to take, it doesn't really get much for them. They're back to square one, but that's not too bad if you're IG, because you needed to go ahead and get yourself settled into this game, build up on that Brody. You can see it. He's got the Sky Piercer, Blade of Hepsies, which he had the first item, Malefic Gun now locked in too. He's able to get that little bit of extra range to work with, which is pivotal for them to win these fights, because as we're seeing, Hiko's a problem, man. Someone's got to shut him down, and he has been sticking to the right targets. And if it's not CS, because CS has movement to work with, he's right on Roy. He's going for Kelvin. You know, he's able to go ahead and be that nuisance, especially when he has the flicker available. You know, you think you get away from the fray, and the next thing you know, she's flying forward to you.
Yeah, it's just a lot of handle, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, Sawo, he sees this, luckily isn't able to knock Kevin off this wall. Roy's got to be really careful because he's going to be the most reliable source of damage, only second to CS, and that purple buff is going to get taken away. Now they're initiating Throne of Ruin just to disengage. Kibama, does he want to punish this though? Won't commit with the Daytona's welcome. They all split, and now back to the lane management.
Tier 2 turret gonna fall up top. Another jungler battle here. Kelvin, no buffs, but he will be able to go ahead and survive. Doesn't need to go ahead and use the ultimate either, so keeps that. Will grab his orange, and this is just Team Spirit playing pressure in their side of the jungle against IG. You know, if you're IG, you kind of want to get them out of that space. You know, you don't want to get too far caught up because, again, with the Jushin or the kick available for Sawo, it's like, you know, any overstep, you could get thrown in this fight and you're going to end up burning the flickers and everything else, which are pivotal for the next Lord fight up here in 10.
Oh.
They're testing the waters here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need to do. As scary as it is to put your foot over no man's land, praying that you don't get shot whenever you lift your head up in the trenches, I think that somebody has to be brave enough to try and bait that reaction from the side of Team Spirit. And so far, in a lot of these scenarios, Team Spirit has been very cool, calm, and collected.
Oh, this is going to be started up really quickly. Kelvin thought he'd go back to base, but there is a bit of a push up here too. Now mid lane. Look at the positioning of Sawo as well. Oh, CS is gone.
They picked him off, and now IG can't contest this no longer. Diablo, he's trying to get on out of there, but it's too late. He goes here, and he's here to destroy, demolishing the entire backline. Double kill already.
This feels a whole lot Hiko Mania, man. I mean, 9-0 and 3 on a Freya.
It's ridiculous, and I mean, it was Bruno initially, and now it's this Valkyrie, and it's so scary to see Spirit in this almost psychopathic mentality, right? Like nothing seems to be phasing them. We're not getting much reactions from these guys as well, yet they are playing like absolute machines. Sawo knows, right?
Sawo knows. He knows Kelvin's there. I would assume so, unless, again, buff is not available, so maybe they just think it was stolen and Kelvin is elsewhere. But now they'll start to make a move across the map here. Team Spirit has that advantage. I mean, turret-wise as well, they've opened things up a little bit further. They're going to try to cut that wave up top to keep it from pushing as the Lord makes its way up top side. But Kelvin's still there, so right now he's going to work on it. Again, he should be able to clear this out pretty quickly, but you can see two members, Team Spirit, Sawo and Zariguis, they're here.
Oh, good Finch Boyce coming in from Kelvin. Good reaction time just to buy a little bit of space for the team to just breathe for a moment, look at the map, and now simultaneously these waves are not going to be able to crash in at the same time, but at the very least they can delay it and then hit them one by one, minimize the structural damage overall.
Yep. He's going to go ahead and cut that mid wave again. So good usage. Again, this is what you expect with the Ling. Look who's on him, though. Zariguis.
I don't think that this is something that Zar should try for, not without help, or at least a single bit of CC. Look at how mobile they are as they're looking to steal away another purple buff.
Yeah, this is one of the things, though. They can't really knock down these turrets easily without getting in range. One of the disadvantages of not having that traditional marksman that you're used to seeing. So even with that Lord, they'll do a little bit of damage to the base turret up top, but essentially not able to start taking them down. So IG, they're still okay. I mean, I know this is a 4,000 gold lead for TS, but IG, based on their team composition, might have a chance to go ahead and win a big team fight, play the map. Kelvin is doing exactly what he needs to do on the Ling.
He's finding that space. He's buying that time. We're already 16 minutes in, and probably not exactly where Team Spirit was hoping to be. Oh, he just got off the Finch Poise. He's in trouble right now.
Gonna get dragged?
He's got the Bladed Tempest here, but the question is which direction to go. He tried to outplay it, but unfortunately, it's just too much damage for him to handle, and now the rest of the team might just be in some trouble as the way the dragon has already been used. They're trying to pull him away, and now they pull him right in front of Roy. He doesn't get it off in time, and the rest of the team is now in some huge trouble as Team Spirit. Oh, they're gonna let Hiko die for this? Nah, they just want to punish Jay. That should be it. That should be an inhibitor turret, unless they can stop this. And they hit it. I mean, what can they do at this point? Under tower, they literally can absorb all the damage.
They're gonna chase down Diablo too. They're gonna whittle him down enough. They got a mid-wave push here. TS looking to cap out a game.
They're gonna be able, they might actually, no, wait, hold on. Roy, how long until these come back up? I have no idea. Now, apparently, his Eternal Black Shoes as Diablo get kicked out, and that is going to be it. Look, Kevin, does he have it? Retribution, anybody to try and clear that wave, and manages to do it in time.
Oh, Kelvin will keep them in the game for now. IG buying themselves a chance, but the Lord is up, and Team Spirit will make their way forward. Yeah, the purple buff's going to be taken, but based on what we just saw in that team fight, that misplay from IG, Team Spirit will get themselves this Lord and get ready to go ahead and once again get towards the base of IG, capping out potentially this series.
Yeah, but now the rest of the team is actually scaled. There's some real damage here from the side of Ignite Gaming. The only problem is whether they can consistently peel Hiko, and that's the big issue. There's so much CC across the board that splits them apart.
Here's the good thing.
What's the good thing?
A lot of the battle spells are down for Team Spirit.
Okay, that's not bad.
And what we've seen so far for Hiko is he's wanted those flickers to be able to make those plays, right? So there is a chance here for IG to go in and clear this out. Conceal going to be used. Kelvin's going to go do his own thing, cut that wave if he can. This base turret's going to be worked on up top, though. Base is going to be fully exposed. Half health on this Lord. They're on the defense. They're going to go and try to slice and dice their way through this as Lord is cleared out. Now Team Spirit, what does Kelvin do here? Do they just want to clear out the waves?
Yeah, I don't think they have a real answer to this Lilia just clearing these waves, and not to mention that if they overextend themselves, there's a good chance Diablo will respond in kind. It's going to at least be a Wishing Lantern purchase coming in from Sunset Lover, and I can't think of a way for TS to really force the end unless IG makes the mistake and accepts the challenge of the fight.
Yeah, this has to be one of those cases where that end angle for Team Spirit is they got to get a pick. Oh, House of Blades used. Kelvin's going to be fine. He can just Finch poison out. But, you know, essentially when you're waiting for this, 90 seconds for that Lord to be up, this is, again, very similar to what we saw in the previous match where you had 80 stacks on the hero. This one's 77, but nonetheless, still deadly.
So dangerous. And I mean, at least for Ignite Gaming, they're playing the tactical approach, right? Just continuously be hidden shadows across the map. Make sure that TS has to react to you. And if they respond, they're the ones wasting time and not the other way around. Okay, Hiko pops that ult. And the flicker as well, leaving Jay all by himself. And now the conceal comes through for the side of Team Spirit. But really, no need to fight here. Just wait for the Lord in 60 seconds.
Yeah, interesting that he attempted that. I think that was more of maybe a limit test type thing, just see what he could end up happening, but he's not going to have the flicker now for this Lord take.
I just saw the items, and Jay has been a very naughty boy. He goes for the Genius Wand on top of everything else, and there's only two people that really benefit off of this, which is the Alice alongside with Roy on the Lilia.
He just wants to shred that magic defense, man. Shredded enough where then maybe the Lilia, maybe you have Diablo contributing to those fights, getting them down. Because, again, what is Jay going to essentially do? He's going to find his target, he's going to stick onto them, whether that brings them back to the team or not. But yeah, maybe if he was a little more durable here, a little tankier, it could help them in the long team fights. But right now, they just don't have much of a choice, Gideon, given how the nature of this game is gone. You're down this much gold, which at a certain point, it doesn't matter so much about the gold difference. It's more so how they're executing things. And this Lord is up, so they want to get in position, it looks like, to actually contest this one. But they're going to have to get here fast if they want to. Already half health on the Lord. Positioning from Sawo through this. Kelvin's going to join it.
Where is it? Oh, whoa, wait. Actually, Sunset Lover loses out on his ult and is forced to recall here. IG take the space, and they might be able to steal this Lord away. Kid Bomba looking to take the space back. Sawo, is there going to be a kick? No. They're going to reset it, but now the front root already catching onto 4 targets. They're looking to turn this around as IG needs to start kiting backwards slowly. And Diablo, can he regain composure with the same Kid Bomba goes down? EXP laners traded.
Battle of the XP laners falling on both sides. They got a wave pushing up top and mid. And this is the advantage right now of having the base turrets down. Team Spirit has an angle here to go ahead and start up this Lord once again, even without Kid Bomba. They know that IG has to deal with the waves, but this is an evolved Lord, so it's going to take a little bit longer for them to secure. And the wave clear from IG is great. But half health now, they're back here for it.
Oh, Kelvin, he's going to try. He's getting spotted out by Hiko, and they completely give this up. They're attacking Sunset Lover, but he immediately has to use the Winter Crown Blade. Tempest is out. He flickers away. All defensive spells have been used, and now Team Spirit understand we've won the game of attrition. We get the Lord now.
What a push and pull for this Lord. And Team Spirit shows that experience, that veterancy that they have in this basically evolved type of dance. You know, for the Lord, it's weird to see, especially when assassins are in play, but that's the nature of things now.
This is some Muay Thai, right? We thought it was boxing. No, it's kickboxing. No, it's straight up Muay Thai. They are doing everything they can to hurt their opponents, right? Low leg kicks, hurt the ankles, make sure they can't move around as well, get away the battle spells. And now this could be the final moment.
This Lord, healthy and heavy, pushing on in. They're going to go for it.
They're just going straight for the end game, straight for the base, and you can see that Hiko, he's not hesitating. He goes for the throne. There you have it, 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit.
A day of sweeps here in our opening day for MSC groups, and man, I'll tell you what, it was great to see all the unique drafts, the way the teams, you know, some of them had their debuts here on the international stage and everything else. We can chalk some of it up as, you know, working on the nerves, international stage, but there's also clearly teams here who have refined what they've showed us previously in previous MSCs and previous internationals. And now it's begging the question of, man, the meta seems almost, I don't want to say completely wide open, but it's definitely different, and teams are taking advantage of it.
And I think it's just, you know, only the bold and brave can find a certain level of refinement to it. I mean, let's look at this fight all over again, right? Right from the very beginning, we see the teams play, and I think that Spirit understand exactly what each member respectively needed to do. Like, if Sunset Lover had died 2 or 3 times within the 5-minute to 8-minute mark, I don't think this game would have looked exactly the same.
Yeah, this is, once again, it was a game, too, where the adjustments for Ignite Gaming was better. You know, I feel like they had a better idea of what they wanted to do in comparison to Game 1. They had a game plan here. They're trying to execute it, but again, with Team Spirit, they had a whole lot to play into, whether that was Zard Egoist or Hiko. Hiko is a main point of focus for a lot of teams that are eventually going to face off against Team Spirit. On this type of performance for a Freya or whatever he's able to go ahead and play is something to watch out for if you're up against Team Spirit. And the whole team just has this synergy that works really well. And you said it well, man, it's refinement. I mean, even on this push, you think there would be a bigger attempt at defending, but they weren't able to do it for IG, and Team Spirit knew it, so they went right for it. So, again, congratulations to them. We're going to be throwing it over on stage, though, I believe, to hear for our winning interview with Milosh.
We have the one and only Zar Egoist with us here. Congratulations to him and to Team Spirit. A few questions post-game. Now, how does it feel to finally play at MSC now that you've hit 16 and officially part of competition?
Thank you. I don't have any feel. I don't know. I just play this game. I just enjoy, and that's it.
Okay, well, then about the meta itself, how do you feel it's been developing so far, especially that your Ling in this game was flawless?
Еще раз.
Как вы считаете, сама мета, как она развивалась? Особенно, что ваш персонаж, Линк, был вообще просто великолепен.
I think it's very good meta for me because I like play assassin hero, and yeah.
You looked very comfortable. Look, I have to say it. You have Egoist in your name. You're seen as this big prodigy mechanically also that's coming up. Is this how it is in the team, or are you more laid back, everybody's playing together, focused on one goal?
Еще раз.
Вы такой прodigy. Все так видят, что вы так удобно играете, да, вам комфортно. Это ваш общий дух в команде? Вы как вообще ощущаете себя?
Да, это общий дух.
Yes, this is a general team spirit.
General team spirit. It's not Team Zar Egoist. It's the entire squad together.
Yeah, of course.
Very much so. Thank you very much, Zar. Thank you to you and to Team Spirit. Congratulations. Big story for them. Let's send it back to our desk and wrap it all up.
Thank you, Milosh. Zar Egoist on the Ling. made a big impact, and Team Spirit continued to dominate as they, yes, were your winners, as you guys predicted as well. I think it was 92% or something like that going for Team Spirit heading into this, and yes, you were absolutely correct. But it was a longer game again, and Renmar and Trex joining me back on the desk here to close out the day. I think we've seen two series that were pretty one-sided. However, that second game is given, despite what you guys thought, which is the 9%, which was correct in terms of Ignite Gaming did not have a chance to do it against Team Spirit. We saw improvement. We saw different choices in the draft. We saw ways to elevate and try to go toe-to-toe. Haymaker versus Haymaker instead of just sitting in a corner and getting wailed on. And I think that was hopeful for these two teams because they've still got more MSC to play.
Yeah, you definitely could see that this could have gone to a game 3 at multiple times. It's just that I feel like the lineup that Team Spirit fielded with and some of their timings, especially with the entries of Hiko and the eventual entries with whatever pick Czar Egoist would end up with, or specifically in game number 2 when he ended up with a Hirara, it just asked too much from Ignite Gaming just to deal with one pick. And then when they've rightfully so used everything that they can to take down that one pick giving them problems, there's another. And then suddenly they realize, wait, we can't drag this out for as long as we can when it comes to the team fights. At the end of the day, Team Spirit's team fighting is just deadlier.
Yeah, it was a good point. Zari goes earlier on the Ling, now on the Hirara as well. We had Kelvin actually doing a good job of kind of trying to distract in that background for Team Ignite. Wasn't able to do it, Trex, unfortunately enough. It came down to a big Lord push at the end of the game that just allowed Team Spirit to close it out.
Yeah, I think it goes back to Team Spirit just being steady these past 2 games. Whether Ignite gets a small lead, kind of gets the advantage, Team Spirit was able to just push it in. And that second game, we saw it even more of, even if it takes a couple Lords, they took their time with it. They were able to eventually get the upper hand. And we saw Diablo had a good game this time. Kelvin, even with a rough start, ended up coming online in the mid game. But some of those problems was he would get caught off, and Team Steady was always just Team Spirit.
Team Steady.
Team Steady.
Were they Team Steady? They were pretty steady.
Looking for those moments where they can get the small advantages and end up getting those big pushes in.
Yeah, and again, interesting point. Team Spirit did not run a single marksman this entire series. All of their basic attacks came from their melee carries. It came from the Ling in game number 1. It came from technically the Barretts, but most importantly, of course, the Freya in game number 2. Team Spirit, whatever they've cooked up with, I don't know how long they can keep this up or how long they're going to continue it. But if this is their approach, then let's see it keep going further.
And because we're only on day 1 and we've got a chance to see best of 3s, it does kind of limit the counter to the counter, because we've seen these teams who start off strong. The adaptation is really on the team who's now down 0-1, and they have to do something different. But then what we saw here is they did take the first pick in terms of the Ling away, but then they got the Freya, and that was a 4-0 finish for, I believe, Hiko, who was on that, and it set up another problem that they didn't answer. Now, if we have to do this in game best of 5, even best of 7, which our grand finals will be, there will be continual adaptation. We don't know where that's going to end yet, though, Renmar.
Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm so excited now to see where Team Steady goes from here. Will Team Spirit continue that steadiness and that creativity, or will teams solve them? I don't know, but I really want to find out.
I think the great thing about this that we know about Team Spirit is we know Hiko can still play marksman. We know they have that in their bag. So this is definitely only just a taste of what we're seeing from Team Spirit. This is an angle that they can continue to approach matches from. And if it starts to lose, they can always go back to Old Faithful of Hiko popping off on a gold laner. So if anything, this is only added to the repertoire, and we know that they are pushing even more the limits of what they can do this tournament.
Still maybe a little bit more to be said and asked of Singapore's representative there in Team Ignite, but obviously Team Spirit really standing strong. Today's results showed that the favorites that especially you guys thought and who we kind of thought might have the edge in terms of today, well, it was not close. It was not close in terms of going to any sets of final games to determine a winner. It was 2-0s across the board for Team Vamos, Team Falcons, PH, Team Vitality, and Team Spirit. That means those teams will be meeting each other again in the bracket, and it also means that Team Falcons Meta, Guangzhou Gaming, and of course Team Ignite, you'll see the full graphic here as well, and it's also going to be Team Falcons Meta who are going to be fighting against each other in this elimination match. So Renmar,
look at the stakes. I mean, these teams already had a lot on the line. You mentioned the True Rippers Guangzhou Gaming matchup, also Team Falcons Meta, and now versus Ignite Gaming. We get a clearer picture on the stakes for those matches. Two of those teams are going home.
Yeah, True Rippers and Guangzhou, we talked about how heartbreaking that would be, of course, for Team Falcons Men and Ignite Gaming, two regions who has been here for quite a long time. Honestly, of course, with SG being here much longer compared to MENA, but there were a lot of high hopes for both, and we have to see one of them go home again. That's the sad reality of the sport, and of course, with the makeup of Group A, with how it looked like, it's just how we're going to get it.
Team Vitality, Team Falcons, PH. That's going to be a big matchup as well. And Team Vamos going to be against Team Spirit, who we just saw the top and the bottom of the day. Trex, what matchup catches your eye a little more?
Oh, that's tough. I think the Vamos Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen some great matches from Malaysia and EECA in the past.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen some great matches from them in the past. And there's kind of a little known rivalry, I feel like. So I'm excited to see how those matches go tomorrow, or whenever we end up seeing them. Not tomorrow, right? Tomorrow will be
Group B.
We'll find out soon. Yeah, Group B, I believe, is going to be tomorrow. We'll get that schedule in just a second. But also, we want to show you the results for the tournament pick'ems so you guys can see the leaderboard as it stands. We've told you that you have a chance to earn your share of $300,000 and to be involved in the broadcast by selecting the picks that you think are going to be the case in terms of how the match will show up. We're going to bring that leaderboard up for you in just a second. And when we do, you'll be able to see who is actually at the top of it. That's the intention for it. Because again, you guys have been right for almost the entire time. Renmar, we've seen it as well, that the audience has almost leaned completely in favor of the winner. Whether that's a little bit of just knowing the scene so well, or maybe that's a little bit of just, maybe there's something special with our audience watching MSC.
No, they know. They've been
You're not special?
For
Is
a
that what
long
you're saying?
time. I'm just a dude. They're special. I'm just here. No, but honestly, our viewers, our community, they've grown so much. They've really studied everything so much for such a long time. And you guys are great. All of you. You're all great.
But you're not special, is what Renmar was trying to
No, I said you are special. Don't get me in trouble, man.
I'm just kidding, man. You know, it's been so fun hanging out with these guys. This is just day 1 of 9, as we mentioned. And to verbalize what was happening, you guys have Team Liquid at about 69% to take it all. Trex, I mean, can you really argue with that one?
I cannot.
Yeah.
We love us some Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, you know,
Defending champs.
Defending champs.
You know, how can
monsters
you not?
in their own right. Some of the best in the world over there.
Teasy,
some of the greatest of all times. You know, I do think if there's a tournament that any upsets could happen, MSC has told us before that those things can happen.
Okay.
Different regions win every year. Can TLPH give Philippines a back-to-back win in MSC? We haven't seen it for 4 years now, maybe a little over 4 years since we've seen a region win it twice. So
first step back on the golden road, right? Trying to get there. So big conversations for this MLBB tournament. Of course, tomorrow the conversation continues and we'll show you what to expect as you tune in. It's Group B's opening day, which means that we get to see who Mirko was really excited to talk about. And just from a top-down point of view, Renmar, many thoughts that we had with our first panel indicated that we could see a winner of this entire tournament from this group.
Yep. All champions save for one, and it's weird to say that it's Onyx who's the only one here in this bracket that's not a champion in the region that they came from. Who would have thought in the year 2026 we would be saying that about MSC in a specific group? This draw was crazy.
yeah, this is a group. We talk about groups of death, but this might just go down in history as the group of death right here. Only 4 are going to make it out.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about it. It's that they have to face each other, and they're going to send each other home even to get to the other side of the bracket. So we're seeing some serious stuff there, guys. Just some final thoughts on day 1, what we've noticed so far, Renmar.
Happy with the meta, happy with the performances for the winning teams. Hope to see more from the teams that struggled.
Trex.
So many teams have brought something different to the meta. I'm excited to see how it evolves, and I'm even more excited to see tomorrow's games.
All right, well, it's been amazing here on desk with Trex, Renmar, and of course we had an earlier showcase of all of your talent across this MLBBC. My name's been Rain Day, and I'm going to leave you with the STC recap to close out day 1 of MSC. We will be back tomorrow, so don't go anywhere.